Thank you for being here tonight. I am calling this meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council to order. If you would, please stand with me for our Pledge of Allegiance. And afterwards, please remain standing for our invocation. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen.
Ms. Riska, can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mrs. Sarosky?
Here.
Mrs. Koski?
Present.
Mr. Radke?
Present.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Present.
Yanez?
Here.
And Mrs. Yarko?
Present.
Council, we need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Radke.
I'd like to remove item C from the consent agenda and make it consideration item 10C.
All right, so we'll take 9C from the consent agenda. We'll make it 10C. Council, anyone else? With no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. The first item on our agenda tonight is a report from our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to begin by reminding everyone that yard waste collection starts April 1st. We've received a lot of calls because of the nice weather, with today being the exception, I suppose, that, everyone's anxious to set out their yard waste already, but it doesn't start until April 1st, but it's coming up quickly. So please be reminded of that date, and also please be reminded that you can't use clear bags. You have to use paper bags or a container with a sticker on it. At least that's until May 1st, when we have a more expanded program that we'll be talking about a little later. So again, April 1st for yard waste collection. Also, I wanted to remind everyone that our Sterling Heights Initiative for Neighborhood Excellence, better known as SHINE, will have another cleanup. We have 2 cleanups a year in the spring and the fall, where our volunteer corps, about 75 people or so, go out in the community and help individuals who need their yard cleaned up. They may need a shed painted. They may need some other work that can be handled by volunteers. These are individuals that are typically senior, may have mobility limitations or financial hardships, and we clean up about 25 homes on these cleanup days. So please take note of this. It's May 4th, and we meet at 9:38 a.m. at First Church of Sterling Heights, which is on DeQuinder, 39400 DeQuinder. And it's very well organized. Everyone's assigned a team, and you only have to clean up 2 homes. It normally takes about 2-3 hours to get through it. So that's a Saturday, May 4th. This is a really popular program, been around a long time. We've been able to clean up hundreds of homes throughout the city. And this is all about keeping our neighborhoods preserved, making sure we're doing all that we can to keep home values high, helping out individuals in need, and making sure that our neighborhoods are aesthetically pleasing when you go through them. And this is just one small piece of the puzzle, but I think it's working. And thinking ahead to some warmer days now, Sterling Fest will be here in no time. So we wanted to take a few minutes this evening to show you this preview video of all that, the musical acts that are planned for Sterling Fest this year.
Sterling Fest 2024 returns this July, bringing you 3 fun-filled nights of entertainment. The festival kicks off with a tribute to the Spice Girls on Thursday night with Simply Spice. The acclaimed tribute act will have you shouting "Gal Power." Simply Spice takes to the stage on July 25th at 8 p.m. So zigga zigga ah.
If you wanna be my lover.
Opening for Simply Spice will be Taylor's Story, a tribute to the global phenomenon Taylor Swift. Taylor's Story takes to the stage at 7 p.m. On Friday, July 26th, Bring your cowboy boots as John Michael Montgomery brings his 15 #1 hits to Dodge Park. John Michael Montgomery performs at Sterling Fest on July 26th at 8 p.m. You can still rock in America on Saturday night as Night Ranger takes to the stage to close out Sterling Fest. Night Ranger performs on Saturday, July 27th at 8 p.m. For more details, visit www.sterlingfest.info.
I see a lot of smiles in the audience, so you're either thinking about the warmer weather coming or you're thinking about the musical act. So either way, we look forward to seeing you at Sterling Fest. It's sure to be fun. And Mayor, that concludes my report this evening.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. Next item on our agenda tonight is a swearing-in ceremony for a new Sterling Heights police officer. We have a presentation from our Police Chief Dale Dwojciechowski. Chief Dwojciechowski.
Thank you so much, Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool. Another great night. We're almost at full staffing. We had one opening, and Isha was on that list waiting for us. So we normally don't hire one at a time because it takes a lot of onboarding, about 80 hours of internal onboarding, and then an extensive FTO process, but we thought Isha was worth it. Isha comes to us from Grosse Pointe Park Public Safety. He is also a sworn firefighter, or a firefighter. He did his training as well over there in Grosse Pointe. And Isho has quite a unique story, and we're very proud of where Isho came from. Isho lived in Iraq till he was 14 years old. Him and his family moved to Turkey at 14. They lived there for 2 years, and they came to Sterling Heights at age 16, not speaking any English. And he lives in Sterling Heights now, and he's a Sterling Heights police officer. When he walked in my door on Monday, he just started Monday, he had the biggest smile on his face, and you could tell that this is where he wants to be. There is no doubt about it. He was talking, so excited to be here. His best friend is one of our officers, Officer Deli, that we just hired. And it just shows you the power of what Sterling Heights has to offer. And being Chaldean, coming back here where his family's at, I know he's going to be here for a long, long time, and we are so happy to have him. But just an incredible story, great track record, and we're happy to have you. So with that, we'll get on with the swearing in. Raise your right hand, repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Yishon Mary,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and that of the state of Michigan,
and that of the state of Michigan,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of police
and
officer
I will faithfully discharge the duty of police officer
in and for the city of Sterling Heights,
in and for the city of Sterling Heights,
and that I will strive to maintain the highest standards of that
and I
department
will strive to maintain the highest standards for that department
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Congratulations. With that, I'll turn over the microphone to Isho.
Right. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you to council members. Thank you, everybody that's with me today. I'm excited to be here. This is my dream department. With me here today are my family supporting me. My best friend, Danny Deli, he's an officer here, and I'm excited to be here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I just want to comment, we talk about all this all the time, about our recruitment efforts, and we have 15 officers on a recruitment team. We travel the entire state of Michigan. We go everywhere. We go where the candidates are. We have recruitment events at the Chaldean Community Foundation, Wayne County Schoolcraft, up north, Traverse City. We travel everywhere. And if you don't do that, or you're not purposeful in your actions in recruitment, you're not going to get the diverse candidates that we get here in Sterling Heights. And we're so proud to try to make our police department look like the community that we serve, which is always a challenge. I work at the police academy. I teach at the police academy. Oftentimes, there are no Chaldeans in that police academy. There are no African Americans in that police academy. So when people say, just hire more African Americans, hire more Chaldeans, hire more Hispanic, they're not in the police academy. So as a police chief, it's our job, and in our police department, we do it in the high schools. So those high school job recruitment events, we are there. Our Smart Moves program that we teach in 5th and 6th grade, we're there to tell kids not to smoke, drink, vape, but we're also there telling them how great law enforcement is and what a great occupation it is. So it's planting those seeds. Everyone has a job to play. We do it here in Sterling Heights. I take that responsibility seriously, and this is the result. This is the end product. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor Taylor.
All right, thank you. Well said, Chief, and thank you for that explanation. Thank you. Isho, counsel, anybody that, Mrs. Sarowski?
Yeah. Hi, Isho. Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. I always like to welcome the officers because I come from a law enforcement family. I have a son that's in the military, another son that works in the prosecutor's office. My husband's a judge. So we really support and love law enforcement. And this is wonderful, as Chief just said, to have someone that really represents our community, that really can be embedded in the community and make sure that the community is very well represented, especially the Chaldean community. It's a very big part of our community. So I welcome you. I thank you. I'm sure your family in the Chaldean community is going to really hopefully reach out to you and know that they can identify with you. That makes such a big difference in law enforcement and in all of our departments. But I really thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. It's a big department. We expect a lot of you, but we are grateful that you are here. Please be safe.
Thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Counsel, anyone else? Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome. I've told the chief so many times that he finds us the best folks. Because we have the best folks working for us, we'll give you all the support that you need. But we're going to expect a very high level from you. And the policing in Sterling Heights is not like policing anywhere else, because our residents are behind you, but we expect a lot. As long as you hold to them standards, you'll have no trouble here. But I just want to welcome you. I'm so happy to have another applicant with language skills. Do you speak Turkish too, or just? A little bit. Oh, hey. Two is better than me. I speak French very badly, so.
I speak, read, and write Arabic, and I can speak fluently Chaldean.
It's tremendous. That's tremendous. And those are the type of applicants we need, Chief, because, you know, with our large foreign-born population and contact with officers, it's always wonderful to have someone with the skills that will help us keep the community safe. So welcome, stay safe, and we have your back, okay? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Anyone? Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, Ishu. Welcome to the Sterling Heights family. I know you're going to love it here, and you have a very, very wonderful chief there to learn from. So thank you for choosing Sterling Heights, and I know you're going to love it.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Counsel, anyone else? I'll just echo some of those comments. You know, congratulations to you. Congratulations to the family that's here. I see that there's some friends and family members and supporters of yours that are very excited for you today. It's always great to see that. I've said it before that I think especially for our police officers and firefighters, that support from your family is critical. And that, so my message to you is to continue to support him, continue to do what you can to help him, because this is not an easy job, and he's taking on quite a responsibility, and he's called to a public service that is not only valuable but necessary to our community. And I think you'll find, I mean, you got a pretty big round of applause here tonight. We've got more people in the audience than normal, but I think you'll find, and you probably already know, that our public supports our police officers as much or more so than many other cities around the country and in Metro Detroit. So you've got that support. As Mr. Radke said, we hope to have your back. We will have your back. Thank you. You're entering into a tremendous police department, and now that reputation, it falls on your shoulders too. So we expect that you'll live up to that. We hire the best, and it's really exciting to have you, Isho. So God bless. Good luck to you. Stay safe. Keep our residents safe, and I'm sure we'll see each other again. Okay? All right. So we can, I don't think we have any resolution, right? So you guys can go. There's a very exciting agenda if you want to stick around. But if you guys all get up and leave, I won't judge you. Thank you again. One more big round of applause for Isho. Okay, next item on our agenda tonight is another presentation, and this is to recognize and congratulate the city manager and members of the Sterling Heights Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Employee Council as recipients of the Michigan Municipal Executives DEI Leadership Award. We do have a presentation tonight from Mark Wollenweber from the MME, and as he's coming up to the podium, I'll just tell you a little bit about Mark. Mark Wollenweber has been a role model, leader, mentor, and friend to emerging and established professionals in Michigan and throughout the United States during a career spanning 50-plus years. In the early 1970s, while completing a master's degree at the University of Detroit, he began work on the staff of the Michigan Municipal League before moving on to progressively responsible positions in local government until he retired in 2019 as city manager in Grosse Pointe Shores. Mr. Woolen Weber's service did not end with his retirement. He continues to lend a hand to cities and local government professionals as a consultant and mentor. Colleagues praise him for his strong moral compass, his passion for local government, and professional management, and his humble servant leadership approach, all of which have recently earned him the International City and County Management Association's Distinguished Service Award. So we're very honored to have you here tonight. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Woolen Weber.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. First of all, let me thank each of you for your service as elected officials. You know, in my 50-plus years in local government, I worked with a lot of councils, and almost all of them were great people to work with and committed to their communities. I've known a number of your staff people over the years and your city managers, including your very first one, Len Hendricks, was a mentor and a friend of mine for many years. And once worked, after leaving here at one point, worked in the city of Oak Park, and he had a wonderful thing to tell me. And I told him after he was terminated here, I think the first time, he said, I said to him, you know, I'm sure there are things you felt you might do differently. And he said, no, I couldn't, and I couldn't live with myself if I did. So those are things, you know, you learn from not just your mentors like Len and others here, but, you know, I worked for 15 years in St. Clair Shores many years ago when I had more hair, and I could stand taller, I think. But, you know, we always look to compete with Sterling Heights in terms of programs and things. And, of course, we stole them officers from other cities as well. And I see you stole one from Grosse Pointe Park as well. I spent time in both the Grosse Pointes, but I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm really here to talk on behalf of MME, which is the Michigan Municipal Executives State Association for City Managers, to present your city manager, Mark Vanderpool, who I've known for many years, along with other members of your staff, like your clerk and your library director, the special award for leadership on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it was presented earlier this year as part of our annual conference in Lansing, but I have the award with me this evening and present it to you. You know, I want to say, as managers, we represent the good work, or actually I should say the great work of most of our staff people. And it's really nice to see a community like this and your manager selected and your team that he works with on the DEI program for a special award. This was a new award a few years ago. I serve on the Experience Committee. As my wife told me, that means I'm old, and I've been around a long time. So I'm not sure that she also told me when I was as a senior advisor for ICMA that I qualified as a senior, but she wouldn't take my advice. So, and that's why I've been married for 53 years. So one other thing before I actually present the award, I want to mention too, and I'm not sure that Mark may have told each member of the mayor and council that last year he was given a special award, a Distinguished Service Award for the important appointed official by the American Society of Public Administration, Metro Detroit chapter. And I know I saw him at the lunch, which was down in Grosse Pointe Woods last year for that, but I'm not sure. Given him an opportunity, there's not an opportunity as city managers, as chief staff people, for often to say things in public for the awards and the quality of work that they provide. And I wanted to make sure that you knew about that as well, because I'm sure he was too humble to say much about that last year. With that, I know you have members of your team here, and I'll be happy to hopefully not mess up their pronunciation, but perhaps they would stand, or perhaps later, if it's appropriate, I'll show you the award and we can take a picture. But Arwa Hussein, who works in your GIS department. Nick Holly is a civil engineer. Victoria Willis in the assessing department. Bozina Soladiak, senior clerk in Parks and Recreation. Tracy Davis, a fire inspector in the fire department. Ron Pickett, water service worker in DPW. Maria Russo, marketing and communications coordinator in community relations. Ashley Brower, a firefighter. Rick Thomas, assisting building official. And Lamar Kashat, a police officer. And it's really nice to see the inclusion of police and fire folks. I will tell you, in my time in St. Clair Shores, we had great relationships with the police department, and it took a while to build good relationships with our firefighters there. But we did over time, and I think we made advance. But with that, I'm happy to perhaps present the official award, and I don't know if you take pictures or whatever is appropriate at that point.
You want all of us to go down? It's your award. You want an award.
Yes.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I wouldn't pass up the opportunity to make a couple of comments. And then I would really like the mayor and city council to join me. But most importantly, too, we have with us our DE&I employee council. And I would also like them to join in accepting the award because they've done all the hard work. So
Go in the lobby, maybe?
I think we could squeeze up.
We can squeeze up there.
Melanie's
but
ready.
What, if you want to make your comments now, or do you want to take the picture first? I'll leave it up to you.
I'll be happy to make my comments first, if you
Floor
don't
is
mind,
yours.
Mayor. Well, thank you very much. And I'm really honored to have Mr. Wollenweber here with us this evening. I've long admired Mark's distinguished career in Michigan and his service to communities all across the state. And his really kind words are incredibly humbling to me. When Mark asked if he could come to the city council meeting to present last year the Lifetime Achievement Award that I was recognized with, I respectfully declined. For one, the title concerned me, knowing the award is typically reserved for those who are near retirement or even worse, near the end, the proverbial end. So I declined. Secondly, I declined because I thought it was a veiled attempt for city council to politely force me out. But I guess I can't deny it here this evening. But I've been really blessed to work with an amazing team in Sterling Heights, including the mayor and the city council. We're blessed here with an incredibly stable political environment, and not many cities can lay claim to that. I've always considered Sterling Heights a championship team from the get-go, even before arriving here as city manager 20 years ago. In fact, that's the reason I applied to Sterling Heights, because it was always considered an upper echelon community. And if I've done anything, perhaps it's not screwing anything up. It's simply continuing the tradition of excellence in this city, which that's what I've tried really hard to do. And if I have in some way moved the needle in the spirit of continuous improvement, I'll consider my time here a huge success. But enough about me. When Mr. Wollenweber recently asked, could he come to city council meeting and present the DE&I award, I jumped at it and I said, of course, we would love to have you, because we're super proud of the work that we're doing in DE&I. You saw it with the last presentation with the police department. And over the past few years, we've developed a comprehensive DEI strategic plan, which has really proven to be invaluable for this community. And I hope others will take a look at it and use it as a model. Our plan was developed and is invaluable in so many areas, including but not limited to retaining and attracting top talent. We have great existing talent. Look at the talent that we're adding to the team you saw with the swearing in tonight. Providing continuous learning, recruiting a skilled and diverse workforce, fostering a fair and equitable workplace, engaging diverse perspectives and cultural experiences, being responsive to social demands, and building new partnerships. Our plan continues to create a sense of belonging, by better understanding the workplace experiences for those who are underrepresented in groups. Our DE&I plan is also providing growth and development opportunities for all employees across the organization. DE&I is not just about our diverse group. It's about all of our employees. So really, the entire team deserves some credit for this. And Mayor, if you don't mind, I can't pass up this opportunity to show just a short clip about the importance of our DE&I program in Sterling Heights.
I want to see the city of Sterling Heights employees represent the diversity of the city's residents.
I think it also allows for like future people to also feel comfortable and inclusive within the city as in moving to the city or even being employed with the city. I think it's so important for us to have people from different walks of life, specifically people that are underrepresented in our city as a whole, because it just provides a different outlook and experience on situations that we would have never ever thought of. I think a lot of people are really busy with their day-to-day lives and don't see the things that affect other people. And I think us almost putting a bright light on it and showing that, hey, these people are underrepresented, even if you never noticed them in the past.
It's a city that is diverse, but is not necessarily represented within the city as an organization. The city as an organization tends to be more homogenous. So what we can do is sort of push to have more of a diverse workforce within the city, but also to have it represent what the city actually is in its sense of diversity.
I think it's going to provide an environment for people to feel included in the day-to-day, city life. As an employee, as a resident, as a business, people will see that they have opportunities here that they wouldn't have in other cities that are not taking these initiatives.
And Mayor, just in conclusion, while I'm being recognized this evening, it really is our DE&I Employee Council, our HR manager, Kate Baldwin, the mayor and the city council who have made our DE&I plan successful. The city council has funded the plan. They've been big supporters of the plan. And as we know, DE&I plans can be controversial for organizations and those who really do not understand the importance of a workforce centered on DE&I principles that have been highlighted this evening. And I'm grateful for everyone's contribution to this good work. So, Mayor, as I mentioned, I'm happy to accept the award under the condition that the mayor and the city council will join me, and also our employee DE&I council who is here this evening.
Yeah, we're going in the back. You guys come in the front. You guys get up front. See if we can all squeeze back.
Bear with me, I'm gonna take a couple of photos on both of these, so 1, 2, 3, one more, 1, 2, 3, sorry, back up. 1, 2, 3, look up here, smile. One more, 1, 2, 3, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Woolen-Weber. We do have, Mr. Vanderpool, anything else?
Nothing further, Mayor.
Okay, we do have a resolution, council.
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Zarko.
resolved to recognize and congratulate City Manager Mark Vanderpool and the DEI Employee Council as recipients of the Michigan Municipal Executives DEI Leadership Award.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
No, congratulations, job well done. You know, you always make us look good. I mean, really, that's what it's all about. So thank you so much for all the efforts that you put in, because we all reap the benefits of it, so thank you. And congratulations.
Council, anyone else? I will too say to our council, thank you. We appreciate the work that you're doing, and it's important work, and it's good work, and it's good to see it's been recognized. Congratulations to Mr. Vanderpool for his efforts. It's good to see that they're being noticed, and people across the state are taking recognition of what's going on here in Sterling Heights. So two very good presentations tonight, and appreciate that. So council, with no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Can we have one more round of applause for our employees? All right, with that, we will move on to the next item on our agenda tonight. This is a consideration, this is a public hearing. Sorry, this is a public hearing to consider the application by MZG Properties LLC for a mixed-use planned unit development on approximately 10 acres of land situated east of Van Dyke, south side of Brome Drive in Section 27 of the city, PPUD 23-0006. We have a presentation from our city planner, Dr. Jake Parcell. Dr. Parcell.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool, Mr. Kaczubski. We have in front of you this evening public hearing for PPUD 23-006 Marketplace Cove Apartments, location 8484 Brome Drive. We have a long presentation, so Mr. Keenan and I will be splitting it up to hopefully make it a little more tolerable. But first, the overview. The applicant wishes to construct a 233-unit, three-story building, PUD. Application consists of two total parcels that are approximately 10.5 acres in size. This is a mixed-use development located in the C3 zoning district, located also in our Van Dyke mixed-use overlay district. The one parcel on the eastern side, as you'll see when Mr. Keenan begins his presentation, is vacant, while the western parcel is a vacant commercial structure. The location is Section 27 in the city, south of Brome Drive, off of Van Dyke Avenue, approximately 1,200 feet. Just north of the MJR Theater. With that, I pass it over to our Assistant City Planner, Mr. Sean Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. Parcell. Again, this is the aerial view of the site. As you can see, from the eastern portion is the site where most of the development will take place with the two buildings. It's vacant. There's some use of a loading unloading zone for the abandoned, or I should say vacant retail center to the east. And then also in the dashed area is the adjacent property that will be utilized for the detention basin for the development as well as parking. This is shows the surrounding zoning that includes the R61 family residential to the east, the RM2 multifamily low-rise and Van Dyke mixed-use district overlay to the north, and the C3 General Business District and Van Dyke Mixed-Use Overlay District to the west and the south. This is a picture of the master land use plan. It classifies the site as Van Dyke Mixed-Use Development, which the proposed development is considered a mixed-use development. This slide shows the concept plan with the two buildings and adjacent vacant building. The north building, known as Building 1, will consist of 93 apartment units, while the southern building, Building 2, will consist of 140 apartment units with 5 first-floor commercial units. The two buildings in total will provide 233 apartment units with 107 one-bedroom apartments, 114 two-bedroom apartments, and 12 three-bedroom apartments. The Office of Planning notes that if the applicant is unable to lease at least 2 of the commercial units with a compatible and complementary commercial use within 18 months of the issuance of final certificate of occupancy for Building 2, they may redevelop the units as apartments. There are a few revisions that were made since the February Planning Commission meeting. They include, at least for the mixed-use site, an increase in the total number of parking spaces from 251 parking spaces to 415 through the dedication of 182 spaces from the adjacent retail site. Increasing the number of parking spaces for the apartment units from 0.98 spaces per unit to 1.76 spaces per unit, and that is a result of the dedication of the adjacent parking spaces on the increase of the number of barrier-free spaces as well from 7 to 9. As related to the vacant retail building site to the west, there's a decrease in number of dedicated on-site parking spaces for the use of the retail from 263 to 81, and an increase in the square footage provided per parking space from 1 space per 126 square feet of floor area to 1 space per 409 square feet for floor area. This slide shows the buildings. Each of the buildings will have a shingled peaked roof and a design to be approximately 37 feet 2 inches in height, as measured from the midpoint of the peaked roof. As far as building features, in addition to the apartment units, Building 1 will have a small fitness room, a community room, and Building 2 will have a fitness room, a community center, a building lease center office, and each building is designed to have an open hallways and stairs that will be accessible to the general public. The general site features, this is more or less to the exterior on site, include 4 electric vehicle charging spaces that are along the row of parking on the east side, 4 pavilions, each having a picnic table and grill, 1 play structure, 10 benches that are scattered throughout the development, 1 picnic area, 2 dog park areas, a covered bike rack, and 1 bike rack repair station that will be along the sidewalk along Brougham Drive. Some of the site deficiencies include the proposed mixed-use development will have a shortfall of 124 spaces from what is required by ordinance. The development provides 1.76 parking spaces per apartment unit, while the ordinance requires 2.3 spaces per unit. The development is required to have at least 116,500 square feet of recreation space, where only 44,104 square feet is provided. Also, the development could possibly lack innovation, and that is pertaining to if the first floor retail isn't occupied by retail and converts to apartments. This would basically be then a standard apartment or multifamily residential unit rather than a mixed-use development. And also the lack of comprehensive development, that's more associated with the, I guess, no really plan for the vacant retail center to the west, and it's designed somewhat, I guess, isn't integrated as much, only because if the retail space is developed as retail, there's some conflicts or whatever if any type of truck or access for deliveries possibly might be using the drives for the apartment complex. There's some other areas of concern related to site access. Just one area related to the crossing from the vacant retail building if it's developed. There's a crosswalk to the apartment complex. The traffic that will be coming southbound down the drive aisle, there's a little bit of a blocked visibility of any pedestrians that might be crossing. We don't think the drivers might be able to see them quick enough or early enough to slow down. as well as the northbound traffic as well down the drive aisle. There might be some limitation of visibility due to the fact of the dumpster enclosures. Some areas of other noncompliance, or I should say lack of similarity to the surrounding area. As you can see from the slide, the units per acre for the surrounding residential developments to the east, the one-family or single-family residential is developed at 3.78 units per acre. The multifamily development to the north is developed at 6 units per acre. And down to the southeast, there's another multifamily residential development that's developed at 10 units per acre. The proposed development is proposed at 38.32 units per acre. And I think that's the last slide I have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keenan. So as we discussed with our PUD process, areas of noncompliance to the underlying zoning, we look through regulatory flexibility with our modifications. Most of these that he mentioned are covered here. There are only 4 for this development, which, given the complexity of the development, is quite minimal. They are the reduction of required parking spaces. We have agreed upon a ratio of 1.76 parking spaces per unit. We've seen 1.5 approved through City Council before, which we've deemed to be a sufficient number. So 1.76 we believe is satisfactory. Additionally, reduction in the minimum distance between buildings 1 and 2 from 94 to 91 feet, we believe relatively minimal. Reduction in the overall site density, which would be allowing for the 233 units on the site. And then finally, the reduction of the on-site recreation space, where 116,000 square feet would be required, down to 44,000 square feet, a reduction of approximately 311 square feet per unit. When we talk about density, something we've discussed with PUDs quite frequently, I want to dig in a little bit on what we found with this site in the surrounding area. As Mr. Keenan mentioned, it is much more dense than what you see in the adjacent single family. However, it's a bit of a unique zoning district. If you recall the zoning map, it's a very stark divide between R60 and C3, which is our most intense commercial district, putting it at the ability to be developed by right in a lot of ways that would bring additional density to this area. However, we do believe that this is a large deviation from the RM2 district standards, but throughout this process, we have worked with the applicant to reduce density on site by eliminating a 3rd building, which was proposed at the December Planning Commission meeting. For comparable residential density, on the right on the key here, you'll see planned unit developments that have been approved or withdrawn from City Council. This would be the most dense planned unit development we have in the city. I will note that this density calculation is only on the eastern parcel, the 6-acre parcel. We do not believe that the entire 10 acres should be counted when measuring density, as there's no multifamily being developed on the westernmost parcel. However, when we look at density, we look at other effects that it brings to developments, one of which being traffic. A lot of public comment was brought up at the December December Planning Commission meeting, which brought the Office of Planning to speak with the Sterling Heights Police Department to find traffic data for Brome to ensure that we were not looking at adding density to a site that already had concerns. The Sterling Heights Police Department, in working with the Office of Planning, did additional checks on Brome between Van Dyke and Dodge Park. This includes 17 extra checks for speed enforcement and 12 for generic extra checks. Their data that they found throughout the month of November shows that they had 2 excessive speed violations. The data from the radar trailer of approximately 12,000 vehicles traveling throughout this month in this area shows that approximately a quarter of the vehicles go under the speed limit. 32.8% go 1 to 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, and then anywhere from 6 miles an hour to 10 plus miles an hour over the speed limit is around 11%. So we don't believe there is an excessive speeding problem at this site at this time. We will mention, though, that the city is working on some initiatives for traffic calming citywide, and this is an area of concern that we've brought up through that task force. So finally, I'll leave you with some big picture considerations. One item that is a bit of an unknown as we get to this is the westernmost vacant commercial retail business here. The last thing the Office of Planning wants to do when we have this development come through is put in something that would, 1, be a nuisance to the multifamily residential associated here, or it'd be a potential nuisance to any of the adjacent property owners. What we did is meet with the applicant and go through use by use in the C3 district, removing uses that are large in scale, require ample amounts of parking, may create odor or excessive noise, such as industrial facilities, large-scale cleaning and laundromat uses, automotive garages, or other potential loud users, and removed them from being allowed through the PUD agreement. Should anything require the demolition of the structure or require a special approval land use in the C3 zoning district, they have to go back to Planning Commission and to City Council to amend the PUD agreement. We found this was very important, mostly because there's a lot of unknown. In the C3 district, you can have any permitted use in C2, C1, and O1. Therefore, we wanted to protect the adjacent property owners through the PUD agreement. Additionally, due to the reduction in parking, the VDMUD zoning overlay allows for the applicant to come forth requesting a reduction in parking. It's no surprise we've had this discussion before that we find a lot of our sites, commercial plazas especially, to be overparked. Therefore, by providing comparable uses for something he wants to go into this site, we can administratively work with him on a parking waiver that is signed and recorded against the PUD property. Finally, we do want to commend the applicant from working with the Office of Planning, Planning Commission, and responding to public comment throughout the process. There's been a lot of attention paid to this project. As we mentioned, it's been very complicated in nature with the two parcels, the two sites, and the scale of the project. So from Planning Commission until now, starting in December, we've worked with the applicant to provide additional access points from Brome to help facilitate the flow of traffic. We've restricted the potential nuisance uses on the westernmost commercial parcel. We added in the potential mixed-use component on the ground floor of the southern building of the multifamily. We removed a third building, decreasing the number of units on site to reduce density. And then we worked on developing a shared parking agreement to allow for parking flexibility on site that should be adequate for all parties involved. With that, we have some final renderings for you, and I am open for any questions or would allow the applicant and his team to present to council.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Parcell. So at this time, I will open the public hearing, and I'll invite Mr. Gallo or Mr. Ruggieri or whoever would like to make a presentation. You have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. For the record, Phil Ruggieri. I have Mr. Gallo here, the applicant.
Good evening.
And we have our team here as well, our engineer, architect, traffic consultant, and a couple cheerleaders. So
maybe that's not on.
The microphone is on. If you could speak up just a little, they would appreciate it, I'm sure.
Okay.
Do the best you can.
Thank you. Can you hear that? Okay. Okay. Thank you. I believe Dr. Parcells and Sean Keenan have done an excellent job in presenting this matter before you. It is a complex development. Mr. Gallo doesn't do anything that's easy, apparently. And as you can tell from the previous projects here in the city that we have undertaken, they've all been very successful developments. And this one in particular, it's a little unique. You've got a C3 zoning to the west, which abuts residential R60 to the east, and you need to have some kind of a division between those particular zonings. And classically, you allow multifamily as the transitional use between the two developments. So I think principally and conceptually, this is an excellent product to have to buffer the R60 with the commercial C3 zoning to the west. We do have 10 acres. 6 is what we want to develop for multifamily. There is a building to the west that's been unoccupied for more than 19 years, which is a considerable period of time. It was only utilized on a few instances for things like Halloween or some short-term type of use, but nothing of any permanent nature or long-term use, which makes it economically not feasible. That particular building is under a restraint of I believe it's called
ECR.
ECR, which is a restrictive covenant that does not allow you to use that for multifamily. It requires unanimous support of everybody in that 3 zoning to allow it to be developed other than what it is at this time. So what Mr. Gallo has done is taken his concept that he's had success with here in the city, and the latest project at 14 and Shaner is an identical type of product which has the open corridors. It has the side view of the building would be facing the R60 so that there's no windows facing those residences that abut the property. And that was a strong consideration in the whole concept plan that was put together. As was indicated by administration, this is a C3 zoning with an overlay of mixed use, and we tried to comply with that. And the only tool that allows you to develop with that concept is the PUD. And the master land use plan designates this for multi-use. The result of a lot of meetings and very difficult meetings with the administration and the attorneys for the city and our team, we went back and forth on a lot of major concessions and considerations that were important to the residents, important to the planning commission, and we were very fortunate to arrive at some great solutions. We had an 8-1 decision by the planning commission in favor, and then post-planning commission, after 2 visits with them, we spent a considerable amount of time with the administration and with the help of Dr. Parcells and Sean Keenan and the city attorneys, Clark Andrews and Nathan, and our staff. We were able to formulate a very comprehensive PUD that made a lot of restrictions that were to capture the essence of the mixed use that was planned for this particular property, and also have safeguards for future development and for this development in the future should something happen with the westerly property as well. We think that was a great series of discussions with the administration, and we thank them for their help, and hopefully we've got the support of our city council on that same wavelength. It's not easy sometimes when everybody's got diverse positions, but I think it was a great experience, and I believe this is probably one of the most comprehensive PUDs that I've been involved in, as well as Mr. Gallo. And we've all learned a lot, and we've all did a great effort in this and to meet the challenges that were there. And again, I want to thank the administration for their help in that regard. There's really 3 things that stand out when you look at this project. You know, it's the density, the PUD, and the parking. The easiest one, I think, is the parking. We've established, as administration indicated, 1.76 units per acre, but our experience for actual parking on all the other 411 units that Mr. Gallo has built here in the city, we're probably more than at 1.36. 1.30. And, or 1.30, I'll say 1.36. So we're considerably below what the 1.7 is. And that is something I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, that we have plenty of parking. This is not going to be a situation where we're lacking parking. The PUD, under the mixed use, you have to go that route to achieve the density and the development of this particular project within that C3 zoning district. So it gets complicated, but it is a tool that is in the ordinance and that is utilized. And myself, in my experiences in other municipalities, we are using the PUD greatly. It's one of the best tools to control the development and contractually bind the developer into building precisely what he says he's going to build. In this case, your elevations, your floor plan, your landscaping, et cetera, are all documented, and site plan as well, are put into the exhibits, and that's the way you have to build it. No deviation unless city council would allow it. So it's a great tool to safeguard the city in that respect, and also to hold the developer to what he's representing. Density, again, at your first glance, you're saying 233 units. It seems like a bit much, and only using the 6 acres for your calculation, it comes to 38 units an acre. You have to bear in mind that this particular project started off at 264 units. And 3 buildings. So throughout our discussions and how to achieve a balance, we eliminated the middle building, so now there's only 2 buildings. We had created more open space. Approximately 1 acre of open space now is allowed on that 6-acre site, and we pared it down to 233 units, which is a significant drop in the density. And by doing that, it puts a developer at risk, because you have to have profitability to do any development. And this is not a simple development. I've been involved in apartments, and I had a lot of clients that do a lot of apartments. In today's world, it's very expensive to build. And then you got financing considerations. The interest rates are skyrocketed. So these are developments that are very, very risky and challenging, to say the least. Now, Mr. Gallo has been very successful. He won an award for Multifamily Developer of the Year for 2023, recognized by the Builders Association here in Michigan because of his achievements. He's not only producing them in very dire circumstances in the economy, but he's very successful at it. In Sterling Heights, fortunately, with 411 units in the last 40 months, that's huge. And he's been doing it, and here he's coming again, taking on that same risk, and he's doing it right here in our city. Now, one of the things you have to bear in mind, this property, as far as I'm concerned, is dead property. It's dormant. It's not being used for anything. He's going to bring a respirator to this city and bring life to it. It creates a huge tax base that doesn't exist at this point, creates an excellent buffer between the R60 and the C3, as I've indicated earlier, and he brings a beautiful project that has a proven track record throughout the city. And you are protecting the C3 concept because you want mixed use there. Well, you don't have multifamily on that particular whole C3 zoning, but now he's providing that. So he's already creating a mixed use for that development. And we're also preserving the C3 retail that's adjacent to the property so that you can still maintain that concept of the mixed use argument. So we think that this particular project, although it's a very difficult undertaking for Mr. Gallo, he feels comfortable in doing it. There's a sizable amount of his own personal money that goes into this development because if you strictly borrow on an 80% basis for loan to value, it's suicidal. It doesn't work. You cannot have the cash flow. The only recourse to do this development is to put a sizable amount of your own personal cash into the development, and then you borrow a lot less money so that the cash flow does work. And this concept has been thrown out constantly, and myself and other developers, we've chilled many projects right now because of the economic conditions. But Mr. Gallo has found the ability to do it, and he's willing to take the risk. And I think he should be commended for that, because I don't see a lot of people taking that. You don't see a lot of cranes going on in Macomb County. That's because people are holding off on development. He's not. He's aggressive, and he's a risk taker. And I commend him for that. I think it's a nice windfall for our city to take property such as this that really has no real value and make it a lifeblood for this city. I just think it's a great project. He has the proof behind him on all his other sites. So I think we should, allow something along this lines to come into our city and make it fruitful for all. I know I talk a lot and I don't need to say too much more, but I'll let Tony interject, and if you have any questions, we're all here to answer along with our team. But I certainly want you to take serious consideration of this project. I think it's good for the city, so.
Thank you, Counselor.
Sure.
Tony Gallo, on behalf of the petitioner. As Phil had alluded to, we've been in this town a long time. Grew up in this area and have developed many properties in this community. And I'm part of the community. I'm part of that core community. It's dear to me. We have been working diligently on this project. I've been working on buying this land for about 4 years. And the seller and I really couldn't come up with a common financial number that worked. And about 12 months ago, we finally came up with something that could work. And we've worked very diligently. We've listened to the neighbors' concerns at the Planning Commission. We've listened to the planning commissioners in terms of their concerns and the administration. And we have bent over backwards to try and accommodate everyone's requests in terms of some people wanted mixed use, some wanted a little bit of retail put in there. They wanted us to decrease the density and the number of buildings. We did that. So we designed the buildings so that our buildings weren't looking into neighbors' backyards. Sort of like 14 and Shaner, if you recall, we had the very similar situation where the neighbors were there. They were very concerned. And I can tell you that after we built that, we got along with all the neighbors. There was not one complaint that I'm aware of. We addressed every single person's concerns, and we can coexist with the community. I will tell you that. I'm not just a builder that's going to build this as a merchant builder and sell the development. This is a generational asset for our family. This is something that we hold, you know, and I'm proud to have started our apartment business in Sterling Heights. If you recall, this body was gracious enough to get us allowed into the business at 15 Mile and Van Dyke. We have 200 units there. They're fully occupied. We've worked very diligently on keeping them occupied. Then we went at Shaner and Hall Road, that particular property, Sterling Center. This board took a chance on us. They allowed us to build in a mixed-use development there. I'm very proud to say today that that particular property at Shaner and Hall Road is one that just won the 2024 CoStar Impact Award for Multifamily Building of the Year. So that's something I'm very proud of. And then we reproduced it at 14 Mile and Shaner. So that's, you know, we're committed here. I'll be glad to answer anybody's questions. And one other thing that I wanted to say is that this particular design has been evolved from the first buildings we built here till now, meaning we've improved every single time we've built these buildings in terms of access, in terms of safety, in terms of security. And most importantly, this particular building will have balconies on every single unit. We've got another development in Chesterfield Township that has balconies, and we heard from our clientele that they enjoy going out, you know, having fresh air, things of that sort. So going forward, all of these units will have large balconies where our customers can thrive. So thank you for your time and consideration. And again, I'm here to answer any questions that this body may have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Gallo and Mr. Ruggieri. We will take comment from the audience under the public hearing, and then if the council has questions during deliberations, we'll call you back up. Okay? All right, so the public hearing has been opened. I will, at this point, ask, by show of hands, can you let me know if you intend on speaking on this item? Okay, so we do have. Okay, all right. Well, we'll get you for the next one then, okay? All right. But this is this item. So for those who may not be familiar with the rules, you may have been at the Planning Commission. They run things a little bit differently, perhaps. They run things very differently. I like Pashko, but man, I'm going to enforce the time limit a little bit stricter, okay? So we have a 4-minute time limit. When you're up at the podium, there's going to be a green light. That'll signal to me that to you that you've got plenty of time. When you have 1 minute left, it'll turn yellow, and when your time is up, it'll be red. So I don't expect you to just stop talking right when it turns red, but if you would, just for the next 5 to 6 seconds, wrap up your comments so that we can get through everybody. I understand a lot of people want to talk. If we get into a situation where people are going over and over constantly, it's just not productive. It's not good for the city council. It's not good for the people watching at home. It's not good for the people here in the audience. So I do appreciate your sticking to the time limit as quickly as you can. One other thing, to the extent somebody speaks and you agree with them, the best thing you can do is look them in the eye as they're leaving the podium and shake your head and give them a look, okay? If we get into applause, I understand there's a tendency to want to applaud and then that has to me, that has a chilling effect on other people. Because if you're not on the side that's getting applauded, it can get devolved into, a bad situation. So I understand that you may want to applaud, you may want to boo, you may want to hiss, you may want to boo at me right now. I appreciate you not doing that, and we'll get through this much more efficiently if everybody tries to stick to the time limit, acts professionally. We are going to listen to what you guys have to say. I promise you nobody from up here is going to be booing at you. Nobody's going to be interrupting you. Nobody is going to be raising their voice from the council table. And we just would ask the same respect when we are speaking that we are affording to all of you. So with that long monologue out of the way, I think I'll start over on my right side and I'll move to the center and then to my left. But by all means, everybody, if I go to my right, move to my center, and then somebody else over here wants to speak, everyone will have a chance to speak that wants to. You will have a chance to speak just once, though, under this item. Okay, starting on my right. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Carrie Gordon, and I live in the neighborhood behind where the apartments will be. And I just don't understand how this ever could be a good thing. It's not on Van Dyke. It's on a residential 25-mile-an-hour street. And it's going to be way overcrowded. And then their parking is along the fence. Their people are going to throw garbage over the fence. How are they? My backyard's going to be full of garbage because the parking lot butts up against my yard. And like it's highly dense, and there's just too many people. And the 3 buildings, I can't remember what the proposal was for how many apartments for the total 3 buildings, but I think there's only 30 apartments less in 2 buildings. So they didn't really change anything. And I'm sorry, but monstrosity is going to be the entranceway to our neighborhood. That's what you are going to see coming into our neighborhood. And I don't want to look at it. There's other places to be where it's on a main street, but not in our neighborhood. And I don't know. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else on my right? Yep, Mr. Orchada.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I think that this project's really important to our community. As I told you guys a few weeks ago, I closed on my first place after 18 months of searching for a place that I could afford to live in the city of Sterling Heights. The city's own figures have shown that there's a good 4,000 unit housing deficit in the city, and that's a part of the state of Michigan's broader 500,000 unit housing deficit we have statewide. And what this has been leading to is a long-term trend of people leaving Michigan, moving elsewhere where there is housing opportunities. And where housing opportunities are, that's where jobs go. This development with, 200-odd units, it's a small step in the right direction. It's a great development to get in that going. I think that creating this transitional area can allow us to use perhaps, the defunct Target that's not doing anything. Maybe that can become, a larger development down the line, and we create a stepped effect that way. But the reality is there is a housing crisis in Sterling Heights, even if it's not obvious to everybody in this room. We have not just unhoused people who we will see, panhandling on the street, trying to make their ends meet, and they're trying to find a place to live that they can afford. And the houses that they could normally afford in other communities right now are taken up by people who can't afford to come here, who would otherwise want to live here. And then there's people who are underhoused. These are young people in their 20s, their 30s, and even their early 40s who, they may be working service sector jobs. They may be working in the manufacturing sector. They may be taking care of their mom and dad and not have had the same economic opportunities that have been presented to everybody else who've not been in such situations. And having apartment housing options for them, having additional varieties of options in the housing market is crucial for folks to get their foot into the door to having their own independent living situations. And so I encourage council to be in favor of this development, and I encourage the public at large to look at it from alternative perspectives. Not everyone is in the same circumstance, and we're all trying to get by and flourish in the great city of Sterling Heights. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Steve. I live on Ashford Drive, third house in. We often hear that housing is a problem, both availability and affordability, but there are currently over 1,000 available units in Sterling Heights, many of which are listed at a lower price than the $1,500 that we're aiming with this petition. If we expand the search to surrounding cities, there are over 3,000 available units right now. Now, with this proposal, my concern as someone who lives adjacent to this proposal, especially with all the houses on Ashford Drive, we have bedrooms facing that direction. It's the buffer zone, right? The buffer zone is essentially the concrete wall that we have, and they're planning to add some trees that are lower in height than that concrete wall. So that is very minimal and, in my opinion, not enough, and will cause a lot of disruption from both, the noise of vehicles as well as the floodlights in the parking lot. Even if you shade those parking lots, the floodlights, there would still be, light leaking, and we have all the houses in that section, the bedrooms are facing that direction. Now, this, proposal may also adversely affect property values. So after examining, many academic studies on this topic, the consensus is that there is no effect on property values only when apartments replace depressed or abandoned properties, have provision management, and don't result in overconcentration of units. In this proposal, there are apartments that are replacing empty fields. We have no control, obviously, over management, and the addition of 233 units arguably cause overcrowding just due to the increased density. Now, the petitioner's other apartments properties have had disproportionately higher crime rates, including a murder, which is, unfortunate. So essentially, here, with the increased density, there also the potential for overcrowding of schools, even though many apartment renters don't have children. Those that do obviously need a place for their kids, and you can't turn away people with kids solely because, you don't want to overcrowd schools. Now, the high-density issue here, will transform this suburban community to look more like an urban environment. And that's really, the concern, right? It's, adding condos or townhouses where buyers buy into the community as opposed to renters that temporarily rent and typically on a one-year term. That's, pretty important for keeping the community. And then lastly, I'll end with this. I'll credit Commissioner Ms. Wright for this metaphor. So petitioners, come with these proposals that are just over the top and, decrease it a little bit to show good faith in getting it approved. But, this is 10x the density of the houses, 6x the density of the condos. So that's something that I'd like you to keep in mind. I don't think any of us would be opposed to this if it was, right size for that lot. I think 58 units for that lot would be wonderful. I agree, we do need more housing, even though there are housing still available. And I think, Mr. Gallo is a great person. I wish him all the success, and this isn't anything against him. It's just, for this proposal, as someone who lives adjacent to it and the day-to-day impact that it would have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else on my right? Mr. Smith?
Well, good evening. I prepared a statement based on the agenda package, which I wasn't able to unload from the internet, but I picked it up in person from the city manager's office. I got this, I prepared my presentation, but my presentation doesn't agree with this because the numbers that were recited by these gentlemen are grossly different from what's in the agenda packet. So assuming this passes, are we voting on what's in the official document or in the numbers that were recited tonight? That's an interesting thing to know, because I think the people that came to this meeting came based on what's on this document, not on the numbers that were recited tonight. A public hearing is a meeting in which council listens to the will of people and rules in accordance with the will of the people. It is not a token session in which people are allowed to speak before a prearranged decision is announced. I watched the meeting of the Planning Commission at which this intrusion was approved. The developer phoned it in. He didn't even take the time to show up in person. After a few minutes of late banter, the Planning Commission, as usual, approved it unanimously. The developer has no right to build this thing. He has no right at all. He's here to beg for a package of favors. We, the people, have every right to say no. This is essentially the same scheme that's been proposed and rejected several times. Each time there are minimal token adjustments that do not address the overall unacceptability of high-density housing in this place. This is a school book example of negotiation and compromise. The opening argument was heavily padded with throwaway trips that were grudgingly tossed aside, leaving a final compromise that is still totally unacceptable to the community. The neighborhood is currently R60 single family and RM2 low-rise multiple family. This development of 238 units will have a record high density of 38 units per acre, smashing the city's record of 30 units per acre. Even that is understated because the plot includes unusable acres that are used to average down the true density. Brownfield development is the demolition of old, abandoned, obsolete, or polluted property before new virgin land is used. This is the opposite. A nice green space is being destroyed while lakeside and other properties sit vacant. As usual, this project will be built on a stack of variances and special deals. This will give the developer a competitive advantage over the incumbent landlords who built their businesses in compliance with the laws, codes, rules, and basic civilized standards. Codes require a minimum of 1,045,000, a little over 1 million square feet. The developer wants to get by with 64,000 square feet. Wow, that's 25% of the land requirement. In other words, jam-packing 4 times what's legal. Parking of 306 spots is the parking is 306 spots short of the legal limit. This project will have less than 1 car spot per unit. This might work in Newark or New York or Hong Kong, but not in Michigan. The residents will, as always, have more than 2 cars per unit, and they will park illegally on the streets or at other businesses.
All right, Mr. Smith.
I'll see. Very well.
Thank you.
Don't.
Anyone else on the right side for me?
I'm Dion Kropinski, and I have nothing against making home availability to people. I think between Shaner and Van Dyke and south of 15 Mile Road to 14 Mile Road, we have a lot of apartments that were there for many, many years. And then, of course, we have the other apartments that are just were built where the Sterling Inn was, and then the apartments he put up on 14 and Shaner. The Sterling Landings that were proposed a couple years ago to be put in, same principle. It was in a residential area, and again, I don't have any problem with housing people. It's just that why couldn't we have single-family units of homes or condominiums? I must say that all these apartments in this area surrounding the golf course, I think we're doing our part and getting that for people to rent. But at the same time, I think it would be more feasible to have something for our 30-some-year-old children to have condos or a small home to own instead of renting. And so I think, too, the traffic in that area would be hard for everybody who lives around there. And I would just hope you consider the fact that if it's not on a main road, it's within the residence, and I understand what they're talking about. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on my right? Yes, ma'am, come on up.
Hi, good evening, Billy Wood. I live at 33568 Sebastian Lane. I too would like to protest, if you want to call it that, the building of any more apartments. I think we have enough in this area, and Just presently, we were blindsided at the end of our street. Now they're building a facility for special needs, which I'm not opposed to, it's fine. But they're putting in 277 parking spots. Where on earth in my area, and I think many places in Sterling Heights, is the water gonna go? We got empty parking lots all over this city. We got strip malls that you can't even fill. There sits the parking lots. And what about the trees? They destroyed multiple trees down at the end of our street on Irving, which was supposed to be a park. We got blindsided, now it's 277 parking spots. I totally disagree with this. Our trees, we need it. It filters the dust, it filters the ozone, it takes out the carbon monoxide. Sterling Heights likes to pride itself on being a very environmentally conscious city. I'm not seeing that these days. I've lived here for 25 years, 12 years in the north, 13 years in the south. And I have never been so disappointed as I am now. I just feel this is wrong to do. I don't object that the man wants to make a living, but we have way too many. We're going to become, oh, that reminds me. The last time I was here, Mayor Taylor admonished myself and my group that was here to protest apartments off of Van Dyke on Irving. He told us we were insensitive. We didn't like that people had no place to go. Well, within a week, I was at a church picnic, only by accident to start a conversation with a woman who was being evicted from the apartments on 14 Mile Road, across from the police fraternal. She paid $770 a month for her rent, and it was all she could afford to pay. I said, well, I'll help you. I'll get, maybe Catholic Charities will pick up the increase. They went from $770 to $1,240 a month. Now, you tell me how that's affordable housing. And every time one of the builders wants to build, they always include that. We want affordable housing. Well, how are these people going to get a home paying for $1,200? And they evicted everybody. In 3 buildings, they evicted everybody in that complex, only to have them reapply all over again. They threw out a nun who had been there since 1983. They threw her out on the street. So they had to, I said, well, I'll help you. Maybe Catholic Charities will come up with your additional $500.
Ma'am, I'm not sure what this has to do with the.
It's just,
project.
okay, apartments in general, let me just put it that way, in this area. I don't think we need any more in this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on my right? Not, I'll move to the center portion. Anybody in the center portion who'd like to speak? Mr. Marshall-Owens.
Getting too old for this getting up and down thing.
You look just the same as you did 4, 5, 6 years ago. It's been a long time.
I was a pain in the ass back then. Listen.
We'll see how you are tonight.
I was impressed by the presentation that was made. Mr. Pizzari he could sell lots in the Gaza Strip right now. You know, he's a pretty good guy. And Mr. Gallo has an excellent reputation as a builder, so I tend to believe if he builds something, it'll be well worthwhile. But in looking at the plan view that was up there, that showed from an aerial view, the thing that I saw that kind of concerned me was the number of sidewalks, not from the front of the building, but from the back. The parking seemed very, very dense. And unfortunately, it's an artist's conception, and it doesn't really tell the width of parking lanes. And the thing of it is, in the wintertime, when you have all them people home in their cars and it snows, getting in and out of your car can be a real trip. And getting the snow removed from the parking area can be a real problem. I'm looking at the 3-bedroom home or apartment is going to be around 700 and some odd feet, as I understand it. That's basically 30 by 25 would be 750 feet. Typical home, a three-bedroom home, is usually around 12 to 1,600 square feet. The thing that I know this kind of building is going to be very critical because the building costs are just out of this world. I can remember 2x4s, 8 foot long, used to cost $1.50. Now they're $8 and $9 a piece. The material's just going out of this world. To find Mr. Gallo here, he has the connections to get money to do this with, so he probably will do a better job than anybody else. But at the same rate, Sterling Heights, we want nice properties that are going to last, and they're not going to decrease the value of other homes around them. That, to me, is a very, very important thing, because that 1,600 foot square, 12 to 1,600 square foot three-bedroom also comes with a basement for you got storage, and you get a garage, which is a addition, but it's not listed as a building space. So there's a lot of questions that need to be addressed. I think what would have helped a little bit is if the people making the presentation had some layout of what their apartments were going to look like. Because if you only got 750 feet, that's like 30 by 25 feet, get you that general dimension. And that makes some very, very small rooms. I would also like to get a feel for what the sale price on these 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units are going to cost. That's my feeling on it. I have no problem with the people that are involved because I think they'll make a good team. But sometimes we try to get too much into too little space. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much, Mr. Marshallone. Is anyone else in the center portion? Mr. Nelson?
Ken Nelson, Fire Steel Drive, Sterling Heights. There are so many things to talk about on this. I'm just going to concentrate on one, and that's the overdevelopment. You guys, I went through your packet, and it was very abbreviated, but I want to give credit to the Planning Commission who made every attempt to say all the problems, to tell you all the problems that there are in the planning of this development. And going back, a little bit more was said at the Planning Commission meeting, and I just want to read the underlying zoning of this application is C3, General Business District. In this district, a multiple family residential development is not permitted, not a permitted use, nor a permitted special approval land use in the district. For this reason, the residential development instead falls into the dimensional requirements for the RM2, which is across Rome. Okay? That one was developed as RM2. Multiple family low-rise district. As provided, you don't need to know the section. The density allowed in the RM2 district limits this site 6.08 acres. They keep talking about 10 acres. The only thing that the planning cares about is the 6 acres that this is being built on. 6.8 or 264,844 square feet. Okay? It's a quarter of a million. To approximately 58 two-bedroom units per acre. Okay? That's for the whole 6.8 acres, 6.08 acres. The unit count proposed, 233 for this development, would require 1,025,000 square feet based on the RM2 standards. Should all 5 commercial units be converted to residential units, this development would require 20,000 more square feet of land based on the RM2 standards. The Office of Planning believes this is a significant deviation from the RM2 standards, primarily because the density increase is fairly maximal, 301.7%. And if the other 5 commercial units are taken advantage of, it'll be 310%, 310%. The commercial units are converted to residential units. This would be the densest PUD in the city of Sterling Heights, should it be approved by 27.14%, or nearly 8 units per acre. It says 8 units in your backup. The other thing that I want to bring out right now is the PUD, and you people have got to look at the PUD. Excuse me. I've run out of time here. Regulatory flexibility for the PUD. The city council may increase, decrease, waive, and otherwise modify the current standards within the zoning ordinance, including but not limited to use, density, intensity, setbacks, building heights, parking, design standards, project design standards, and landscape standards. Provided,
Mr.
I know I'm at the end, I'm going to finish my statement.
You're about 30
The modification is found to improve the quality of development above and beyond what it could be developed under the underlying zoning. So basically, when it comes to the city,
All right, anybody else in the center portion? Yes, ma'am? Oh, you cut right in front of her.
Mike Rattle, 15 Mile Road, Sterling Heights. Hey, can you beep that thing that, I think it's number 9 where the building is?
It's up. Thank you.
No, yeah, there it is. Okay, how many roads are coming in there now? You only got 2 roads? Oh, nobody's gonna talk, right?
You know better, sir.
Okay.
You've been here before.
Okay, the thing about it, you got the theater there, right? The theater's on the one side? Are you guys gonna be cutting through? Oh, yeah, right, I forgot. You're a good salesman. I'll
Sir,
tell you.
your comments are directed to
Okay.
me and the other members of city council. Your comments are not directed to the petitioner, to anybody in the audience, to the city planner.
I got you. So you got two ways coming in. I don't know how many's going out. And the thing about it, the poor citizens, when you put that building up, you're gonna cut all their sunshine off. You know, they ain't gonna get no sunshine no more. And another thing, how about everybody talks about the top of the building. What about the sewer? Come on. Is the sewer ever gonna be able to take all this? Because how old is it in that area? We got 15 Mile Road, and I got the sewer over there on 15, and it's gonna have to be relined. They told me it's bad. I watched them. They tunneled under it. So something's gotta be done. It ain't gonna work. The people don't want it. But I hate to tell the people, you're gonna vote it in, so that's about it.
Okay, now, ma'am, you can come up. Yeah, I'm sure. There's no use trying to stop him.
Okay, my name is Sue Schiller. I live in the condos across from where this is going to be built. My view is right there looking at it, because my condo faces, all my windows are facing right there where it's gonna be. I'm right, in fact, is there some way that I can show this?
Yeah, you can put
I
it
don't know how to
on,
work this, so.
yeah, just put it right in the middle. You can see where it's sort of lit up. That should be good.
That should be good? Okay, now, I live over in here, where all this is gonna be, right here. I live in the condos over here. Okay, now, this is, he kept on talking about a retention pond for some time, but we never seen it. This is the first time I did this from the site, that he showed us where a retention pond's gonna be. Okay, so that's gonna be right across from us too. Now, behind our condos, like on the other side of the street, gonna be over here, we already have retention ponds that go behind us, and it goes all the way down behind the houses there also, and across Dodge Park and continue. Okay, I don't know why that's gotta be there. I don't know if it's because of the apartments or what it is. But over here also, where there's Target, now Target goes down here, and it's an L shape, and it goes across this way too. So that's not showing, and this is over a little bit farther than on the other side. And this isn't Target anymore, it is a GM Tech Center, or not GM Tech, but GM Virtual Center there. And so that's an L shape there, but that's not shown. And they own that. And this area right here is where you can go through, because, well, you can't see it, but over in here is where the strip mall is too. Okay, so then when you go down there, that's the go through to where the apartments and MJR and all that is. Now, he wants, and this is over here where the houses are, right here. That's their little wall that they have there. They're gonna have all kinds of parking there, right next to the wall. And these originally, supposedly, were supposed to be turned around, so the builder said in our other meetings, that this part was gonna be facing this way so the people wouldn't see all that stuff. But now it's turned around. And, like I said, I guess that's the extra building there in that, but he keeps on saying, it varies between 6 and 10 acres that he wants there. Well, this right now is retail, which he cannot use because of the zoning, right there. So, he's hoping he's gonna get that, but we're hoping not, because we don't need any more, and this is, like it is shown here, it's among many, many different things. It is, among the houses, it is among our condos, and like they said here, that's the most congested area of buildings in Sterling Heights here. And he just wants that little bit of property, and it's very nice, it is green. What you don't see here, because this is all flat, there's a big hill there, right there. A big hill that goes there. So you can't see anything over, beyond that big hill. But this road goes down here, and over here, yes, with the Target, there used to be, where the big trucks would pull into, too. But that all belongs to the GM Center. All of this whole building does. So that's all theirs. But then when you go back here, like you said, you can't see it, but when you went back here, there is a road on the other side of that hill that just kind of went around the back there, but that was it. And there's no other really entrances. There's an entrance here now that he's put in, an entrance here now that he's put in to go onto Brome, and then also, this one that was already there.
All right, ma'am, thank you. That's your 4 minutes.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening. I'm Charlene Ward. I live on Brome at the end towards Dodge Park. My primary concern with this, and I would like you guys, I know you can't stop Mr. Gallo from building the apartments there, I don't think because of the zoning, but I would like you to ask to consider the residents more than his profit, because if they have to go up, I would prefer to see them 2 buildings, 2 stories, where you don't have that 3rd story And you have just like a parking lot and then a fence, and everybody along Ashford is gonna hear all night long. Like when I lived in apartments till I was 41 and could afford my first house. And I came and went. I worked a day job and a couple of tending bar at night. I came and went at all hours of the night. And I can imagine people now with their door dashing part-time, they're working a full-time job, because apartments aren't cheap. So they're gonna be coming in and going. You're gonna have, every time you start your car or you come in the door, beep, 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 beep. Can you imagine having a 4-year-old up in his bedroom, them lights going on and off from the cars in the parking lot? This is too close to the neighborhood. Most apartments egress onto a main road and not into residential. I've lived in very few apartments that you can access into a neighborhood. And that's my two primary concerns, are that, you know, the traffic, that back driveway along this, the east side, the neighbor on this corner is gonna see traffic lights coming and going all, that is literally feet from her property line. And like I said, if you can limit him further, the saturation on this to go to 33 units an acre is ridiculous. Just because you allowed it over on Shaner, I don't think on Shaner they can pull out into that neighborhood. It's in and out off onto Shaner. And those are ugly, I hate to say it, but you've got a building and parking lot, and that's it. And it looks like a motel. You know, looks like a, you know, Holiday Inn or something. These people don't pay taxes, they don't maintain the property. You're gonna have more people coming and going, coming through the neighborhoods. I had to put security cameras on my house, and now I'm thinking I'm gonna have to get a gun. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karen, and I live on Ashford Drive, so this building is going to potentially be right in my backyard. With all due respect to the team of gentlemen here who want to pursue their careers and things that they do for a living, I'd also like to protect my own home. What I look out to right now is wildlife running through the field, an occasional deer, but mostly small wildlife, an occasional resident running their dog through there. I've seen some of our neighbors picking up trash back there, so we maintain it as if we owned it, but we don't. I'm hoping that if this project goes through, I can still feel secure in my home, that landscaping will be constructed to protect my home from light pollution, noise pollution, air pollution from cars, noise being from cars, people, and whatnot. I'm also hoping that if it gets built, that maybe the easement could be widened between the wall that divides my home from that property. It could be moved back. We've talked about the vacant F&M building that's there. I don't know who owns that property, but that would be a better site if it were moved that much further away from my resident. That would make me much happier. As of right now, I'm going to also lose my sunsets, which has been spoken of, so thank you for your patience for letting me repeat things that have already been said. I'm also hoping that security measures can be taken. They have said that this part of this property will be open to the general public. I am thinking that the general public is sometimes not a nice person who could find a hiding spot to do things that are not morally or legally right in our community. And they will not be seen because they could be hiding in a hallway or between a building or somewhere. And I'm also concerned about the property value of my own home. Will it drop? I don't know. I'm not a professional to look into that. So in conclusion, I'm hoping that this, that you will all consider that if it were in your backyard, how would you feel about it? And then on another note, if I could add, because it's kind of on this subject, but we have a lot of vacant buildings and a lot of vacant parking lots in our community already. Maybe a proposal could be made at one point or another to put a time limit on that. If a building owner has a building that is no longer usable, then maybe it needs to be raised, and maybe that the parking lot needs to be dug up, the asphalt taken, and everything returned back to a natural state so that Mother Earth can enjoy it again and receive her rainfall and her creatures. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in the?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Carmela Lacamari. I actually live about a half mile down the road, but I was in this exact same spot in the fall time when Gallo was trying to build his community in my subdivision on Irving. I come again as somebody who is in property management for 18 years. This development is a huge, huge concern. Safety in an open concept, as several people have suggested. If you think that someone's not going to be hiding in those stairwells, there will be. If you think there's going to be people trying to sleep, there will be. I have dealt with it. I've had to call the police on that, on my own buildings where I managed. The parking, I understand. Not many people have as many cars. Where's the snow going to go? Where is it going to get pushed to in that development? You've reduced that. As a property manager, those extra spaces, so that I don't inhere and disrupt the neighborhoods that some of these apartment communities are attached to, that's where the snow is pushed at, is those extra parking spaces, so that we don't disrupt the people in the neighborhood. A lady mentioned in regards to a wall being put up, garbage not going over. I will guarantee you, maintenance men are on the other side of those homes daily, picking up trash. Why? Because that's what people do. That's what children do. I have children hopping walls, going into people's neighborhoods for fun because they're bored. Why? Because there's no green space for them to play on. You have something that requires over 100,000 square feet into 44,000. He's building something that requires over 1 million square feet, and you're trying to shove that into something that is literally a quarter of that. Can you imagine if I went to the mall and picked out a size 4 outfit, what that would look like? Not very appealing. Trust me, I can guarantee you that. The gentleman, sorry, I forgot your name, Doctor, I remember, stated the concerns of the dumpster, less visibility. The folks in Sterling Heights, which you guys all live in, we are already paying skyrocketed car insurance because of the number of claims that happen in this city. You think that somebody speeding through that parking lot can't view, there's a child running across and gets hit? Are you gonna sit there and explain to the family? Is Gallo gonna come and say, I'm sorry because I wanted profits in my pocket over the community's wants and needs? The folks of this city have stated no. We put you in those chairs to listen to us, what our wants, our desires, and our needs are. And that's what we expect tonight, is that we were actually listened to. This also has to be voted and say no.
All right, anybody else? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Benny Pshenichny. I live on Ashford Drive. This is going to be built on the back end of my house. First off, I'd like to thank the city for the increase on my property. Thank you very much. I doubt if that's going to drop once they start building this thing, but let's move on. There should have been a 30-foot buffer behind my house to begin with. That was accepted 30 years ago. Now, you want to push it right to the back door, right to that little 6-foot fence. Let's see, 6-foot fence. The building's only going to be 30 feet tall. We got balconies that are going to be 20-some feet up. I guess you can't see over that 6-foot wall. So how would I ever want to ever sell my home if I ever wanted to? Do I put that in as a piece of beauty coming in? We have 34 complexes, apartment complexes in this city now. We have over 1,000 units still available. Yes, Mr. Gallo's gentleman said it's only 1% out of the 11,000 that are there. But that 1%, to equate that, would be like building 5 of these complexes. That's an awful lot. And once again, we're putting a lot of people in one little area, and we still haven't met all the criteria for the city that it asked for. They're asking you to change everything to meet their needs. I used to work in the city of Detroit. I retired 20 years ago. I've been in the city for over 30 years. A little word of advice for you. I drove through the city of Southfield, and I watched them build apartments, hotels. I still go through that way. You know what I see now? Empty apartments, hotels that can't even keep enough people in there. But that's your future. You keep going that route. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Robert Augustin. I live next door to Benny that just came up over here, original owner, watched the whole development of the marketplace. Back when the marketplace was developed, we had a meeting out here and everything else about the whole development. And over that development, we were talking about a buffer zone for all the noise that was going to develop, not just for these apartments, for everything from Van Dyke, for all the commotion and everything else that was going to happen. And that easement was going to be 29 and a half feet to, like Benny said, 30 feet. And we were supposed to have trees for a sound barrier. So now we're getting pushed. And then we were told at that meeting that we would never have cars parked along that fence. Now, on these pictures you can see over here, I don't know where it is right here, but the show did it right. That is exactly what it was supposed to be, behind our houses. Now, this stops over here at my next neighbor's houses, and now we're not going to have that. Now, this is one of the projects that was on the next phase on that thing. There was multi-phases on that project. Another question is on it is all the dirt that was brought in on the elevation. Now, everybody's talking about this apartment, how it's being built. At the time, there was an elevation, that the elevation would be down, and the dirt would be removed so that we would never see the tops of the cars and stuff. Well, you can see from this picture over here that the wall, you can see everything all the way to Van Dyke. Wall doesn't do nothing. Now, they brought in a bunch of this dirt. I don't know where it came from or anything else, but the previous owner that owned it brought in this dirt. We never found out where it came from or nothing. It was piled all over there. So what you see over here on this picture over here, this whole property is not at the elevation that it was naturally when we first moved in. So this was brought in. So they're going to build on top of this. No one has talked about elevation of this apartment complex, what it's going to do with the effects, how much more towering is going to be over the property. No one talked about anything about what it's doing for the residents, for sound barrier, for appearance. Now, the show did its best. They brought evergreens in there. They grew very well high. You can't see the parking lot over there where the show is or anything like that. They did the best they could do on controlling noise and everything else. But over in this, we haven't had anybody ever talk about anything for the people, for the residents. All we have is been talked about on this whole proposal is what they can do for the city. But I mean, what it's been said, what's going to do for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
I'm Andrew Moreau. I live on Eastmont, right around the corner. Pretty much Bob's my neighbor. Sorry, I'm going to ramble a little bit because I was trying to download the packet all day and that was completely impossible. I started at 11 o'clock, the agenda packet, it was just unable to get online. There's 4 entrances and exits onto Brome. There's one onto 15 Mile Road, that's on Tiffany. They're claiming that there's 3. There's one that goes through the Holiday Inn Express parking lot and one that goes through the Staybridge parking lot. I've talked to both of those managers. They don't think that's a good idea. They say they're going to stop that. There's the entrance and exit on to Van Dyke at Delta Dental. That is only an entrance into the complex, not an exit. Then there's the main entrance onto Van Dyke, and it would be like the center of the movie theater. Then there'll be 4 out onto Brome. All this traffic's going to end up out onto Brome. I mean, we know it. Everybody knows it. We just have to say, either that's going to be acceptable to you people or it won't. The people talking about the garbage coming over the fence, I back up to the condominium complex, Sterling Woods. What do people do when they're going to be having drinks on their way home? They're going to take their beer bottle home? They're going to take their little airplane whiskey bottles home? No, they throw it over your fence. Go out there 3 times a week, pick up beer bottles and whiskey bottles. So they're all going to have that same problem too. So like I said, I wanted to come up with and have something coherent to say, but I was unable to get my look at the packet and go and crunch the numbers because the 6.08 and 10, that makes a huge difference. This is a people storage unit. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be dumping into our subdivision, and it's just not right. So please, please, listen to the residents, listen to the people that are here. We understand, Gal, he does good properties, but not at this density, not at this volume. Consider the people that live here. We are your residents. We are the RM60 or whatever we are, and it's not going to be tolerable. We have a nice little small little horseshoe that we live on, and it's going to be bad. Please, just say no.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else in the middle?
Good evening. My name is Ken Jacob. I'm a resident off of Brome Avenue. Been a resident for Sterling Heights for over 30 years. Love it. I'm here for this meeting because I see the sign go up, because I live around the corner. I know the dynamics of everything. They talk about the traffic, the density, everything they're talking about is nothing but piling up to, I think, a no. Now, I know he has property. They look great. I think this is not the place for it. There's plenty of other places in Sterling Heights or Troy. I've even heard mentioned at the end of one meeting that if this doesn't go through, that there are other neighboring cities that would love to have a developer come into their city and develop. Well, if that's the case, if that's what's presented, then you can do that. But I'm telling you too, just like everybody else here, you cannot get down Brome Drive now. The traffic on Van Dyke is so heavy that when I'm coming home, trying to get home on the Brome Drive, and I'm coming southbound on Van Dyke, and I catch that little horseshoe light right there in front of Brome, you can't even make it because the light is red. I get a green light, and I can't move because there's gridlock on Van Dyke. So I sit there through the whole light cycle, and then they take off, but then the light changes, and I can't. I sit there for 15 minutes just trying to get home. I have no other way. Do I go back up to 16 Mile, go over to Dodge Park, come around, and everybody it's bad enough because everybody on Van Dyke that they're trying to get north, they all cut through Brome to cut over to Dodge Park to go that way. And believe me, they fly. And you said that your traffic thing, that they were only 25 and 30. Go out on a summer day when it's June and July and traffic's coming, and they're coming through there at 50 and 60. And believe me, they do it. And I'm not saying that you don't have a right to build. What you had there was beautiful looking apartments. But take a look to the north side of Brome where the condos are, where the one lady lives now. They're beautiful. They're quiet. They have a garage, a resident has a place to park, and there's also enough for a visitor's place there, and they're beautiful. I've been there over 30 years, and we were actually looking to go into there, and they're very well kept up, they're maintained. But the key is, they own it. They don't rent it, it's not an apartment, they actually own it, they got a stake in the game. They got skin in the game that they have to maintain, and they have a much more pride of what they have. Apartments, and you yourself, I spoke to you on the phone, Michael, that even some apartments could run as high as 1,900. And people can't afford a mortgage for a single-family home. I get that. Mortgages are high. Cost of construction is off the charts. But I can't imagine that if it was built to a low-rise and it was more affordable like the condos across to the north of Brome, people would be able to afford them. I'm sure they could get in there for $1,900 of what a rent is. When rent is done, you're out, you're gone. When you have a mortgage payment, you got equity. You got something you can take away with you if you decide to leave. That's my thing. Don't make them apartments. Please, please make them condos or something that somebody has a skin in the game and owns, and that I'm sure they could come up with something like that. And if their heart is set on 3-rise apartment units, Great Lakes Mall there, or the mall there is plenty of room there. And I just think the last couple of years has just been way overbuilt for apartments. You need something that somebody can buy into. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Anybody else from the center?
My name's Bob Taylor. I live on Lana Lane.
Can you move the microphone up, please?
Hi, I'm Bob Taylor. Thank you for your time, Mayor and City Council. I live on Lana Lane. I walk that neighborhood during the summer months. I walk it daily from Brome, both ends, from Dodge Park to Van Dyke and back, and up and down all them streets to about 4 miles. When I first seen the sign, and I seen the number of units, and then I read it in a little sterling paper that gets thrown on the driveway, I was like, wow, that's a lot of homes. That's a lot of units. That's a lot of cars. That's a lot of people. And I live on Daniel in Lana Lane. My driveway is across from the elementary school. So I see traffic twice a day, all school year. You want to talk about traffic, you don't leave your house for 20, 25-minute periods twice a day because you can't, because it's nuts. But so I see it as Brome is the main thoroughfare for me. If I'm coming home on Van Dyke, I'm taking Brome. I'm on Dodge Park, I'm taking Brome. I'm on 15, I'm taking Lana Lane. I don't see any difference for the people who are going to be living in that unit, those units over there. I think they're going to take similar routes. They're going to go out on Brome. If they're going to 15, they're going to cut right down Lana Lane. Speed humps are coming. I see a need for it already. I read a little bit about it. You guys are looking into it, slow and all this stuff. I think it's a great idea, especially with the school right there. But my concern was the traffic. And if there was an entrance, I don't know about these other poor folks that their property backs up, but if there was a way to put all that traffic out onto Van Dyke, just come in off of Van Dyke, I think it'd be a totally different story for that neighborhood. And I heard the thing brought up about Shaner, and I believe, I've been by there, and I don't think there's an exit back into some neighborhood back there. I could be wrong. I think they're all coming out on Shaner. The neighbors are the auto parts in the restaurant, I believe, if I'm thinking about the right place. It's businesses. They're not going to complain much. The restaurant loves the apartments. The auto parts place, same thing. People need to fix their cars. So I think we're not comparing the same thing when you mentioned Shaner. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I believe. And the dead land thing, someday it won't be dead land. They'll find a use for it. Maybe in the future it'd be an urban farm. I don't know, but there may be 12 condos, 18 condos in there. But those are my thoughts. It's all about the traffic, and where they're gonna enter and exit when they come and go. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else in the center portion? On my left, anybody on my left? You in the back first, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed Rahman. I'm a resident of this subdivision that's being discussed. I'd like to start off by saying that over 200 residents have already opposed this proposal via an online petition. Many residents don't want to look outside their window and see this monstrosity complex. I have lived in an apartment complex within Sterling Heights, and there were issues with other residents playing loud music in their cars, parking lot floodlights shining into homes. These apartments are too close to the homes in this subdivision. This would be nothing short of miserable for the condo residents and homeowners on Brome and nearby streets. My wife and I actually moved out of the apartment, of an apartment property within Sterling Heights. We decided to stay in this city or move somewhere quiet where we could raise a family in a safe environment. Now we're presented with a proposal which is a nightmare from the past. I'm referring to the shootings that occurred at Sterling Landings, one of Tony's projects. Access proposal or whatever study that has been done is kind of atrocious and unacceptable, as it is very obviously biased. I'm a resident of Eastmont, and the amount of time it takes for me to get on Van Dyke via Brome is already too long. If you're adding 200 and back then 250, but now it's been 230 now, I'll be sitting at Brome for longer than 15 minutes at a time, probably 20, who knows. All other residents brought up speeding issues on Brome. The area is not enforced. It's a racetrack between Van Dyke and Dodge Park. I know this because when I moved into the area, I got a ticket myself, you know. I'm young. Oh, I was. Home values is a huge concern. Obviously, these will plummet like a rock. Gallo Companies has already built 4 or 5 apartment complexes within 10-mile radius of 15 in Van Dyke. Do we really need more? Personally, I don't think so. I'm beginning to wonder if Sterling Heights City Council team gets a nice kickback from approving all of these Gallo developments. Sterling Heights at this rate should be renamed Apartment Heights. This area is suitable as a quiet family home area. It's not acceptable for apartments. Please listen to the residents of this city. Please listen to us and reconsider this project to another area which is not so close to this residential community. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Neil Oliver. I'm a new resident to Sterling Heights. I bought back in 2020, just before COVID went crazy. Fortunately, I was able to get a good rate and everything.
One of the best rates.
So I saw this. I joined the Facebook group, and this was posted in the Facebook about the meeting and everything. I figured I should start getting a little more involved with my community, my new community. And I've been looking at the map of all of this and everything. And the gentleman who developed it, first of all, I'm hoping that this is not already a decision and y'all are just listening to people talk. I'm hoping that the people who have came up here, I don't live in this neighborhood. I live over at 19 and Canal. But I'm hoping the people in this neighborhood that their concerns are taken seriously and it's not just going to be blown off. I know that if I was to drive into a neighborhood and I'm looking for something to buy and I saw that, I wouldn't want to live in that neighborhood. If with that thing's going to be 3 stories tall and then you're going into a community, I think it's too much. Just from what they're asking for, the variances and the waivers and whatnot, they're wedging a lot of material, a lot of building into that small little lot. It doesn't seem like it's just not big enough for what he's asking to build. And what he built over on, if he's the same person that built that new complex on Shaner and Hall Road, that thing is ugly. That thing is dog ugly. I'm sorry. I mean, no disrespect to the man, but just aesthetically, that thing is not attractive at all. However, because it's on that main road of Shaner, it's not as big of a concern. But imagine that thing being wedged into someone's neighborhood, which is kind of the same thing which is happening here with this 3-story building. A lot of people here are just complaining about the size of the complex that's being proposed to be put in there. They're complaining, they're worried about the light pollution, the noise pollution. Some people are saying things about the potential bad behavior of the residents. And we can't predict what the potential residents' behavior is going to be like, so I think that's a little unfair to them. But the complex itself is just, it's too much for that small of a space. I don't even, like I said, I don't even live in this area. I live in a different area. But it's just too much for that small space, the light pollution, the noise pollution, just things of that nature. And I'm really hoping that the mayor and the council, that you actually take the residents' concerns seriously, and this isn't just something that y'all just listen to people talk. And that's, I just want to come up and voice that opinion, so thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Good evening, council members. Okay, so personally, I've only lived in Sterling Heights for like 2 years, Michigan maybe about 28 years. And personally, I don't really have much exposure to the specific area, but I looked at the map, and it looks like a really frustrating area as it is. I think the residents are coming here with some pretty legitimate concern, but I kind of wanted to bring in some of my own personal experience. Prior to moving back to Michigan and moving directly into Sterling Heights, I actually lived in Austin, Texas. It was and still is a hot spot for real estate. And I had the luxury of living in a luxury apartment suite, courtesy of, I believe, Land Tower Apartments, LLC. The thing is, most residents, the place was actually still under construction when I moved in. They were still also building apartments next door. They put a lot of effort, investment into making it look good, but when it came to the actual experience itself, the majority of the residents that lived at the apartment itself were actually pretty miserable. That and then the nearby apartments as well. So I guess I don't really have much of a direct suggestion to the council members, but I do at least have a question: is what are you guys going to do to make sure that things don't go, completely downhill after the investment is initially made, and they do their thing, get their business going up, people move in, but things start falling apart. Again, when I lived at that apartment complex, I was 600 square feet. I was paying $1,000 a month, and that was back in 2020. I thought it was a good deal, but after moving in, there was zero to no insulation, and that was also the first winter, a legitimate winter they had in Texas in the past 10 years. Wasn't up to standard. It wasn't up to code. I was freezing my butt off. I had to insulate my window myself, and it's a really fancy looking apartment too. So I'm just like, what are we going to do to make sure that it's not going to be miserable? So I'm not going to say that it's going to be miserable, but my question, I'm going to just defer to that question itself. And yeah, what's the recourse actually for when things do start going downhill? So it's one thing for us to take preventative measures, but what would the city do if, again, the business fails to meet up to the city standards, as well as the standards that it originally presents in promises of bringing good faith, but I guess not really being intentionally honest with it. But anyway, I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else on my left? If not, is there anyone else in any other portion that would like to speak?
My name is David Gordon. Thank you for letting us be here tonight, letting us speak. My wife's already spoke. She was the first one up, but I just want to say something that we bought that home back in 2008 when the pandemic, before the pandemic, and it was just, everything had crashed, okay? And I come in there and it was a foreclosed home. I bought the one on the corner, right there, the first home that you're gonna see, right next to these apartments. That's my home. And we bought that home to build on in Sterling Heights. I came from Madison Heights. When I moved over, I decided I wanted to move into Sterling Heights. I really liked the area. It was a beautiful neighborhood. It took me a while. I went around through it and drove it and walked it, and I really loved it. And since I moved in there, I've spent a fortune in that home. I have done a lot of work to the property. I put up a privacy fence all the way around, a complete 6-foot white fence, trying to get it to where I'm securing myself from that area, okay? Now that this is gonna go in, I've wasted all this money, the way I feel about it. I really feel like I've wasted my money in Sterling Heights because I know my property's gonna crash. There's no way it's gonna hit that 300 and some thousand that I was hoping that it would hit by the money that I put into it. Because when I bought the home, I bought it for really cheap because it was a foreclosure home. And it was bank owned, and I got a good deal on it. But I did that so that I could put money into the home and make myself and my wife a place for us to live and to retire. And one of these days, maybe our kids will take it over. But I don't know now. We've talked about selling. We've talked about getting out of here because I don't know what's going to happen. And no offense to you at all. But this is our livelihood. This is my life. I live at this home. All these people out here live in their homes. And we're coming to you tonight to ask you to at least think about what we're saying. Take it into consideration. If every one of you, and any one of you want to buy my house right now, it's up for sale. But what if that was your home? How would you feel? And that's what you have to think about, is not what they're presenting, but it's what your people are presenting to you. You work for us, if you really think about it. We pay the taxes in Sterling Heights. That pays your salaries. So we come into you, so you have to come back to us. And that's all we're asking. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anybody else who hasn't had a chance to speak yet? If not, I will close the public hearing. And Ms. Gordon, please don't forget to remind your husband that you are first and he is last, okay? Okay, so we closed the public hearing, and council, we need a motion. Is there anybody who has a motion?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Resolved to approve the application by MZ Properties LLC for a mixed-use planned unit development, PUD, on approximately 10 acres of land situated east of Van Dyke, south side of Brome Drive in Section 27 of the city, PPUD 23-0006, subject to the terms and conditions set forth in the planned unit development agreement, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city.
Support. It's been moved and supported, and just as a matter of clarification, I think you said MZ property, it is MZG properties.
Okay, MZG Properties.
Yeah, just to confirm. So I think we're fine there. So, Mrs. Sarowski, any comment?
So yes, I have some questions and some clarifications. So, we can start with the petitioner, please. There's a lot, actually. Unpack.
Good evening.
Oh. So obviously, there's been a lot of concern with the residents, and they have a lot, this property has been vacant for quite a long time. And I can understand certainly their concerns. They've had this beautiful piece of property open, the backyards have been never encroached upon. So now something's going to go there, and it's a big change. Nobody likes change. This is not comfortable to them, and anything going in there is going to be a problem. But something big is a big problem to them. So let's see if we can get at least to a compromise, or let's see, we can see where we can go with it. Biggest problem that they're having, I can see right now, is the density. At least that's, process of elimination sounds like it's the density. So what would happen to your project if you brought it down to 2 stories?
Okay, through the chair, if I may, thank you for the question, Councilwoman. We would move away from the project. It would not work. I will tell you that I've heard tonight a lot about density, and I'd like to address that factually.
Okay.
Based upon facts, not based upon opinions. The fact of the matter is that the property is zoned C3. And any petitioner that would apply to this body would have the legal right to build an unrestricted height building because it's in the district that allows that. The other thing that a petitioner could do is build approximately 100 rooms per every 2 acres by right, 4, 5, 6, 7 stories, very similar to Staybridge or very similar to a Holiday Inn. Hotel. It's a permitted use as a matter of right. So, for the record, we truly believe that this is a downzoning. This is not an increase in intensity, it's a decrease in intensity. I've sat patiently and listened to the neighbors. I respect the neighbors. I have no problem with them speaking, I have no problem with them complaining about the project. I think we're all doing it in a very respectful manner, and it's okay to have a disagreement. But the fact of the matter is that whether we like it or not, the property's been vacant for a very long period of time. It's time to develop it. I would like to earn the right to be the developer there. I believe that our capabilities have been proven here in this community, and if someone's going to develop it, I would like to be the one to develop it. Now, talking about changing the project at this point in time, it's not that easy to do, to unwind. There have been numerous phone calls with the attorneys, numerous meetings with the planning staff, engineering, and I will tell you that it was very spirited debate. It wasn't oh, Mr. Gallo, come in and we're giving you anything you want. I want to let this body know and the people in the audience know that that is not the case. I've been in this town a very long time, and I will tell you that I respect the administration, the city attorneys I've worked with since I've been a little boy, okay, in other communities even. And these people I've seen in my career. So I want to make it known that there is no payoffs and there's no, things going on here. So let's get that out of the way, okay? There's no question that this body, along with the other bodies in this community, planning, zoning, council, throughout the years prior to your tenure, have been absolutely great to me and my family. I'm from here. I'm part of this community. And by the way, I do pay taxes. There was a comment that we don't pay taxes, and for the record, we pay just under $1 million of taxes only in Sterling Heights on our holdings here. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that accomplishment. And I've been able to do that by my trust being entrusted in the community that I work in. Some of the people have an opinion, and they made it clear that maybe they don't like the building we built on Shaner Hall Road, and that's okay. That's called America. We all have what's called an opinion, and our right to express that opinion. But guess what? The 129 people that live in that facility and call it home don't think it's dog ugly. As a matter of fact, CoStar, which is a nationally recognized area, has brought that, and I'm very proud to be working in Sterling Heights, and that is a award-winning project. So the density is not an issue. It's a downzoning. That's whether we like it or not, that's a fact. And so I know it's a long-winded, but I want to sort of address things based upon facts and not a respected opinion of my neighbor. Okay, yes, we have a great difference of opinion on what should be built there. Some people might want it as a vacant lot, but the fact of the matter is that it is going to be developed at some point. It's C3. And it's zone C3, and I would like to be entrusted as a developer there. Okay, so I work with the neighbors. I think I've demonstrated that. The planning commission was very, very tough on us. The administration, again, we get along with them very well, but very tough on us. And I'm going to be very candid with you. So I'm not in a position, respectfully, to make changes to the plan. The plan was approved by planning as a recommending body to this agency, and now it's in your hands to vote as you may, and I'm glad to answer any other questions.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mr. Gallo. Can you stay here, but through the chair to Dr. Parcells, just so that, because we've mentioned C3 about 4 times just in this conversation, can you describe to the audience and to the TV audience what C3 entails, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd be happy to. So the city has commercial zoning districts that go up in scale from C1 to C3. C3, just to give an idea of some of the uses that you can do by right, can go from hotels, motels, mortuaries, eating and drinking establishments, car lots, automotive supply, automotive rental, and then through special approval land use, vehicle dealers, drive-in businesses, open-air businesses, gas stations, amusement device centers, automobile repair service stations. And additionally, you can go up to, for commercial buildings, 30 feet. And you can really have, in terms of a hotel, as Mr. Gallo stated, relatively unlimited density in terms of the room count. What I will say in regards to this, because it is included in the PUD agreement, we did work with Mr. Gallo to kind of cut off the uses we believed could be more or less considered a nuisance in terms of their ability to cause noise and odor, mainly things like automotive repair. We didn't want to be that close to residential, so we removed those and we put the faith back in Planning Commission and Council to amend the PUD agreement should he find a user of that nature that wants to come into this site. So we did our best to help control some of the intensity of the commercial development through this agreement.
Thank you so much, Dr. Parcells. Through the chair, back to Mr. Gallo. I know that we have that extra 4-ish acres in the other site that has yet to be or doesn't have a designated purpose yet, and we're looking at it truly another, goodness gracious, 8,000 practically, 80,000 acres of non-recreational use that we really still need to find. Any chance that we could put some of that recreational space into that space?
Through the chair, if I may, Dr. Parcell, if you could kindly put the aerial photo showing the overall aerial photo of the site, showing the open space areas and the 2 park areas, please.
Yes.
I know that
Up right now.
space is pretty much building, but
Yes.
anything we can use around there to be recreational.
The depiction that shows the common areas, that shows the PDIP drawing, the drawing that shows the actual play sets and everything.
Oh.
The rendering, thank you.
This one?
Yes. So this building is constructed in an E-shaped position. And we have 2 areas of playscape. We have 2 barbecue grills. We have 1 acre, over an acre of land that is 1 acre. Think about it. 1 acre is a lot. That's dedicated to open space and recreation area for our valued tenants. In addition to that, which is new, and it's an addition that we haven't had at some of our other communities, we do have a fitness room in each building. We've added that because, again, as we're building these, we're becoming more efficient, and we hear what our customers want. We hear what the different boards want, and we've also added a community room to each of them. So, for example, let's say you're there and you have a family event, and you want to host, let's say, a birthday party. So we have common area, 2 of them, 1 in each building. So it would be very difficult to add that to the commercial parcel next door. I will tell you that building, although it's C3, has some prohibited uses, not from a zoning perspective, not from a zoning law perspective, but from an ECR perspective. And what that means is that the show that's there, our entity, the Target entity, and the plaza, those parties all have what's called a ECR restrictive covenant. So what that means is that right now, for an example, a residential structure is not allowed there. And so if it were, I would have clearly expanded upon that land. So until that's unwound, when and if the four bodies would get together, there are many prohibited uses. So that's really what's been encumbering us on that building. Quite frankly, it's going to be a challenge to fill the building. I think I'm up for the challenge. The building's been vacant 19 years. That's a fact. I have it right here, pursuant to C of O's. Now, has the building been occupied in that 19 years? Yes, it has. It has with, let's say, Spirit Halloween on a temporary basis. I know the owner that owns it is doing some sorting operations in there. So it's never really been utilized by a permanent tenant that is a vibrant tenant bringing, traffic to the area for about 19 years. Now, in addition to the ECR, as Dr. Purcell said a moment ago, and we got into a heavy debate on this, they, in their wisdom, said, Tony, we are not going to just give you carte blanche, whatever's allowed in C3, although it is zone C3. They said, basically, we're going to take some restrictive uses. We're going to require that if you want to do some of these C3 permitted uses, you must go back to planning, you must go back to council. Well, right now, it's zone C3. We could just come here unilaterally, make a presentation based on that. So there's been a lot of, when I say a lot of thought, I think that in my career as a developer, I don't think I've spent more time on a PUD. I don't think I've spent more time on a single project. Really, it was collaboration, if you really think about it, because we were in the administrative office, I don't know how many times, 6, 7, 8 times. And then they call, they say, well, we have this change, and then, we would have the dialogue, and the PUD went back and forth with, with the attorney's office 12, 13 times, literally. So with all due respect, we've given everything we can. The plan is before you today. We're hoping to gain the unanimous approval of this body, and I will tell you, if given the opportunity, I will not disappoint this board, and I will not disappoint the community or our neighbors. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Gallo. That's all I have for you right now. I do want to note to Mr. Marchallance, who had asked about the size of the room. So a 1-bedroom is 650 square feet, a 2-bedroom is 975, and a 3-bedroom is 1144, just to be clear. So just to get you the sizes correctly. So,
yes.
Yep, I wanted to make sure of that because I was doing my research there. Okay, I'm going to leave that. And I know the rest of council has a lot of questions, so I'm going to let it go for right now. So that's all I have for right now, Mr. Mayor Taylor.
Okay, thank you. I supported it, so I'll speak now. Just some general comments. You guys can sit down if you want. You don't need to stand up. So look, I've been on the record about my feelings about apartments, about housing in Sterling Heights, and I don't think what I'm going to say is going to be a surprise to anybody who's paid attention for the last 2 to 3 years. I do believe that we have not just I think we have a moral obligation to address a housing shortage in this country, in this state, in this community. And, so we can talk about that, and I know many members of the city council have talked about that and have gone to workshops about that and have thought about that. But until we really put it into practice, then that's all it is just lip service. Look, I appreciate the comments that the members of the community made. I used to live in this neighborhood. I lived on the farther on the east end of this neighborhood. I bought a house around the same time as you, a foreclosure in 2008 on Kensington. I believe Kensington, my neighbors were on, I think, Deering were behind me. And my house that I bought on Kensington was built in 1999, if I'm correct. And my neighbor behind us, Larry and Evelyn, great people, still run into them from time to time at the farmer's market. I remember him telling me, we'd lived here for a long time, and this was all vacant. My backyard, I looked out, it was all vacant. It's trees, it's nice, peaceful, and now I got you and your wife and your little kids running around, and no, he didn't really say that, but it's the truth, right? It's the truth. The people in those houses, maybe some of the people here live on Kensington or live on the next one, I forget the name, right? So if you live in one of those houses, then you did to the other people in the neighborhood what you're accusing Mr. Gallo of doing to you. And the rest of the people on Lana Lane and on Ashford and on those other ones, okay. Yeah, listen, I mean, I've got 15 years of experience. I've sat up here, I've listened to people that I disagree with, and you know what? Somehow I'm able to keep my emotions in check. Somehow I'm able to do it. You guys are too, okay? This is a story that's played out over the 56-year history of our city and long before that. There have always been farms, and from that farm, somebody sold their farm and there's building a subdivision, and they said, time to move, time to sell. This peaceful community is not what it's going to be anymore. Everything is changing. It's not changing for the better. And because those farmers sold their farms, you have houses to live in. But when you bought your house and built your house, whenever it was built, it annoyed somebody across the street who was no longer looking at peaceful, open green space and instead was looking at rows and rows of houses. So what's playing out today in 2024 played out in 1974 and played out in 1924, and it will play out in 2044, and it'll play out in 2224, and it will play out for all of history. I don't know how many times we've had apartments come in the last 3 years, but it's a lot. And one thing I hear from every group of residents is, we're not opposed to apartments, just not in this area. Isn't there another area you could build them? Well, everybody says that. Like everybody. This is not unique to this group. The last group said it a few months ago, the group before that said it a few months before that, and before that, and before that, and before that. It's NIMBYism. You don't want it in your backyard, and I don't blame you. Why would you? You've got that. I used to take my dog on walks down that street. He'd run on that hill. It's very nice. Just as the one resident said who lives in the condos across the street, provides privacy, it's pleasant to look at, it's maintained. Why wouldn't you want that? I mean, I would take thousands of acres in my backyard of green space, right? So that alone isn't enough for me. That isn't compelling to me, because anybody could have said that of any development ever. So to me, the issue is, look at this project. Does this project make sense here where it's being proposed? And I try to look at this holistically. And I know a lot has been said about, is it 6 acres? Is it 10 acres? I look at this project and I look at this corner. It's about 1/4 mile east to west. It's about 1/2 mile north to south, this whole development. Now, if this was virgin land and nothing was there, and a single developer came and said, I got a vision for this piece of property. I'm going to put about 230 apartment units in the northeast corner. I'm going to put a couple commercial buildings, the north side. I'm going to put strip centers along Van Dyke. I'm going to put a movie theater in the middle of it. I'm going to put a bank headquarters on the southwest corner. I'm going to put 2 or 3 hotels on the south side. I'm going to put another strip there. I'm going to have all these different uses in this area. I don't think anybody would say 233 apartments there? That is way too dense. Way too dense. I mean, sure, if you look at the parcel, this parcel, yeah, sure, it's pretty dense compared to other developments in Sterling Heights. It's not dense compared to other developments in other similar cities throughout Metro Detroit, but it's there. But I don't look at this and say, this is too much and too small of an area. I look at the entire 1/2 mile by 1/4 mile area here and say, it's part of a more comprehensive development. So to me, I don't see the density as an issue. I really don't. It's been done time and time and time again throughout the world. I've said it at these meetings before. The vast majority of people live in much denser developments than 25 or so units an acre. And the reality is, there are a number of apartment complexes in Sterling Heights. This is not just a community of single-family homes. And going from 34 apartment complexes to 35 is not going to take us from a suburban city to an urban city. It's just not. I think it can, I know it can support the density in this area. I look at this not as just that one slip, that one sort of parcel there. I look at it as part of a much bigger development. This isn't like some of the other ones that have been in front of us, from my opinion, where it's all fully developed around it and a building is trying to go right into that spot. I mean, if you look at this from a map, there's a sea of parking around. This is not, to me, a super dense development in the context of the movie theater and Christian Financial and the other buildings around. So I think that it fits there. I think that it works there. And as Mr. Gallo said, I mean, property owners have a right to use the property. And I think a city should try to take a property and get it developed at its highest and best use. We had this happen a couple months ago. Developer came at 15 and Shaner and said, we want to develop with 64 luxury apartments and a couple strip centers up front. And this city council said, no, we're not going to allow it. We don't want more curb cuts on 15 Mile Road. We don't want more traffic. We don't want this development. You know what they did? They said, fine. They didn't build the apartments, but they're still going to build the strip centers because they have the right to do that. So we could have had a really high-class, beautiful development there. Now we're going to get the bare minimum. So all the problems associated with the development are still going to happen, but it's not going to be a benefit for the community because for whatever reason, the city council said, no, we're not doing it. So that same thing can repeat itself here. And I heard what Dr. Parcell said. Hotel, motel, car lot, auto repair shop, gas station. And my sense is that it's sort of like, call my bluff. You don't want this because you're hopeful that it'll just stay green forever. But it won't. It won't.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
So, I don't know. I listened, I disagreed with a lot of what you guys said. I don't know how I was able to just keep my composure and not call at you. So I don't see a 4, 5, 6-story hotel going there as a better option. I don't see a car lot going there as a better option. I mean, sure, maybe it would be nice if somebody would come and buy that piece of property and develop it with 10 or 12 condos. But that is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I mean, I'm sure every one of you here in the audience would love to list your house for $2 million and have it sold for $2 million, right? But that ain't going to happen either. So nobody's going to buy that lot and develop it with 6, 8, 10, 12 condos. So to me, this makes sense. It's probably the best deal we're going to get here. I know the type of work that's done. I know the type of developer that Mr. Gallo is. And when problems crop up, he is as responsive or more responsive than any other business owner in the city of Sterling Heights. So I think he's earned the right to develop this. I think there's a need for housing there. I think it makes sense. I think it's not as dense as some of the other developments, despite what the numbers say, just because of the nature of this property and the nature of the development as a whole. I think it makes sense here. I think it fits into the master plan that we've developed. I think it fits into what we're trying to do as mixed-use development. This is a truly mixed-use building, both vertically and horizontally, and it has my support. One other thing, I think there was a resident that asked, why can't it move to the west? I think that's been explained. It can't. There's a restrictive covenant on that piece of property, and it can't move over to the west anymore. So I'll leave it at that. Is there anybody else that would like to comment or have any questions? Okay, Mrs. Riska.
Mr. Mayor.
We have,
Mr. Mayor, I was gonna wait, but I guess I'll go now. I agree with a lot of what the mayor said. I think that we know we have a housing crisis here in Sterling Heights. We have a housing crisis statewide. At MML last week talked about how the state is deficient in about 500,000 housing units statewide. And this isn't just not just one community. It's all over the place, and it's for a lot of reasons. You know, the Great Recession and the pandemic basically stopped housing starts in this state for the better part of a decade. On top of all that, the Great Recession actually harmed the housing stock because homes would be foreclosed on, they wouldn't be maintained, they would fall to destruction, they'd be removed. Now, that Detroit claims that they've lost hundreds of thousands of housing units because of the Great Recession and because banks did not maintain what they had collected. More than that, the governor's report on making our state more competitive talks a lot about having places for people to move to. Because we're deficient in just the population of Michigan for a lot of reasons. But if we want people to move here and fuel our economy and fuel our industry, we have to give them places to live, quality places to live. I think, honestly, this is probably one of the best versions of Mr. Gallo's building we've seen. And Mr. Gallo will tell you, me and him have gone back and forth before. I've voted for some of his buildings, and I've voted against others, and we have a spirited discussion, but I respect him, and I'm sorry to hear about your father, too. But, you know, in this location, with these parking lots, there are some small changes I'd like, but I don't know if that'll get you to where you need to go amongst this council. So I'll just kind of go through them. Let me flip back. Through the chair to Dr. Parcell.
Yes.
Reading your report, I'm just going to read you a thing about it. I'd love to have a conversation, you and I. It says, based upon these objectives for the Van Dyke Mixed-Use District Overlay, applicant's PUD plan is generally consistent with the master land use plan. However, there are specific deficiencies with applicant's plan that, if addressed, would produce a better PUD. The development as shown on the attached site plan has the potential to include enhanced mixed uses and to allow for the flexibility of uses and overall layout that are responsive to market demands. There are further deficiencies regarding pedestrian connections and the established vehicular and pedestrian system that is established throughout the development. I assume you wrote that, or your assistant planner might would have wrote that, Sean. And I guess I'm curious, what could he do more to improve the pedestrian connections and make this a better enhanced mixed-use plan?
Yes, thank you. So I'll talk a little bit about the mixed use if you want to talk about the connections, Mr. Keenan. When we first got this proposal, when I met with Mr. Gallo in November, it was 3 multifamily residential buildings. Relatively, I'm not one to budge on what the zoning ordinance calls for, and the intent of the master plan with the ordinance, it calls in some type of cohesive blend of units within the PUD. Mr. Gallo, to his credit, on the spot at Planning Commission, is the one who came up with the idea of land banking or building banking, the 5 commercial suites there. So we've had a bit of back and forth about those. Ideally, and I am a true believer that I think even though this is set back off of Van Dyke, that with the units going in here, a true mixed-use building would succeed. I think that it would be really beneficial for the residents there to have amenities to walk down, coffee shop, a bakery, a restaurant, something of that sort, some type of office space. Those are amenities that people would one, move there, for to have, and two, an interesting conversation we had with another person who came in the Hall and Shaner area when discussing your other property there, said that's not where people who work for me are going to move. It's where I'm going to get people to work for me already live. So it's a part of the piece of the puzzle that's going to provide some economic drive along the Van Dyke corridor. I think from when that staff report was written until this meeting, because this happened really quite recently, working with Mr. Gallo to kind of remove uses that, quite honestly, I believe don't fit in that vacant commercial building, really have moved this a long way more into compliance with what we'd like to see in this area. I think that there is a lot of really wonderful newer commercial retail amenities along Van Dyke. I don't want to see automobile service station here go in 300 feet from a neighborhood or a gas station or something bright and noisy and creates odors, because that, to me, has the potential to be a great nuisance. So I wanted to work with him to remove those without another layer of approval, and I think that we've accomplished that through the PUD. Additionally, the one that we've talked about is a hotel. I think a hotel here with its ability to be high and dense and have people traversing it that don't have a vested interest in living here could be the potential to be a nuisance use as well. So I think that we've made a lot of strides in bringing it further into compliance from a use perspective in the master plan. And then I will let Mr. Keenan talk about pedestrian connections.
Yeah, from the first plan that was submitted and reviewed by the Planning Commission, there's great enhancements made to what you see today. The only part, and that's what I touched upon related to the pedestrian, was that one crosswalk that goes from the commercial to the residential.
Mr.
Proposed
Rizek, if you'd like to put it on the screen.
The one behind the building, I assume, is what you're
Yeah,
referring to.
but to give some credit to the developer is that they helped address it a little bit more by providing a landscape buffer or a landscape, I think it was a 5-foot, if I'm not mistaken, strip in front of the building that pushes the sidewalk further south. That gives a little bit more of a heads up in vision of anyone making that crossway. So he did as best he can. It's still not the greatest. There's still some, visual blockage of that building. The dumpster, again, blocks some, especially when we see a great deal of times those gates being left open. So those are just some concerns. The overall circulation of pedestrian is greatly improved from when we first saw the development. And then, like I say, the only other thing would be related to circulation that was a concern was the future circulation of any truck vehicle traffic that might be using the retail business. Unlike his previous development that's on Shana Road, those trucks deliveries are separate and don't encroach into drive lanes of the apartments. This one has the potential of doing that.
And as I understand it, they're moving the loading zone for the trucks from the east side of the building to the north side?
Currently, it's proposed to be, the plan showed on the north side. It's potentially, we don't know what's going to happen, to that retail building, whether or not there's a chance of it moving to the west side of the building. There's that potential. But again, until we get a user in there, that's.
What would planning prefer? Right now, the north side?
Well, the ordinance really prohibits parking or I'd say loading, unloading zone in the front yard, which this would be. So kind of the side yard would be, on the west would be a preference. However, the grades might make that challenging.
Okay. Well, I think that Mr. Gallo, if we were to approve this, would work with you guys to conform with our ordinance for moving that loading zone possibly to the west side of the building? Through the chair to Mr. Gallo?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And depending on the user, some users may not need a loading dock.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Gallo. I also had some concerns. We have, and I think they've been pretty much assuaged, but we have two parcels that are going to be linked together in a PUD agreement so that one parcel cannot be disposed of without the other. 'Cause I know that I'm concerned about parking and water retention kind of separating. If one was to go into foreclosure, what would happen? And I guess through the Office of Planning, we've worked to make this as ironclad as possible. I guess through the chair, to the city attorney, we've worked to make this as ironclad as possible so that these two parcels are going to be linked forevermore so that they cannot lose.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Radke, that's correct. So there will be deed restrictions that will require, if there's ever a sale of the property to a third party, they will have to deal with having a retention pond and parking easement there. That's going to keep it there forever.
Okay. And then, I heard a lot of what the residents said. I'm unfamiliar, I guess, through the chair to Dr. Parcell. Is there any way that we could increase, I don't want to say increase the size of the green belt, but add more trees or more foliage to solve some of the concerns of the residents whose the wall backs up right on their property?
Yes, so originally there was a modification in place to reduce that green belt. From the first planning commission to the second, we did increase it to meet ordinance requirements, which is 10 feet.
Uh-huh. And I would hope that Mr. Gallo would work very hard to give some intensity of the landscape there to hopefully screen the residents from your building.
Again, through the chair, so yes, we did make a change. It now complies with the zoning ordinance. And in addition to that, we committed to 8-foot tall trees instead of the standard size.
Okay.
So, yes, sir.
Well, while I have you up here too, I would love to see some trees in the right-of-way on Brome. You have a tremendous, I think it's very nice for the trees in the front of the building, but I know that the city is embarking on a right-of-way tree plan. I'd hope you might be able to go into your own pocket and get some trees on right-of-way in Brome, if they're allowed by the city planner.
We're always open to landscape. We not only meet ordinance, but we always have gone above that, just to our own standards. So if there's an opportunity to add some trees along the Brome right-of-way, I have no objection to that, and would certainly entertain that.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. One final question for the chair to Dr. Parcell. Because this is two parcels, it uses the parking lot of the former, was it an AMP, or whatever, F&M over there. Is the developer going to resurface the parking lot and bring it up to code? Because right now, I know it doesn't have islands with trees, and our current zoning code is much different than what this parking lot is currently.
Yes, you are correct. We have discussed with Mr. Gallo about doing plantings where available, restriping and surface coating, but in terms of redoing the parking lot to bring islands into there, it has not been discussed at this time, mostly because should that building remain vacant and then be demolished and come forth with a revision to the PUD,
Right.
should something happen to the restrictive covenant that allows more flexibility for Mr. Gallo in the future, it quite honestly would be a significant monetary loss to redo that parking lot and then tear it up to redevelop a new use.
And that's fair. That's fair. I guess my final concern, let me just look through all this. You know, I really do believe both in horizontal and vertical mixed use. And I appreciate the land bank. I can tell you right now, if you would guarantee to me, because we can negotiate, because it's not a conditional rezoning, if you would be willing to forego the 18 months and just say that those 5 units in the basement of Building 2 would be commercial, I will vote in favor of your project. Because to me, I think this is too good, like the mayor said, to lose. I think it's going to be successful, and I want you to be successful. And I would like to see that be commercial so that we can show that both vertical and horizontal mixed use can work on the same site. Through the chair to Mr. Gallo, or through the chair to Mr. Gallo.
Okay, so through the chair, I just want some data here. Right now in our community, we have 9.4 million square feet of retail space. Out of that, there's 860,000 square feet that's vacant. I also in this community own retail shopping centers, multiple retail shopping centers in very good locations. As we lose retailers, it is extremely difficult to replace them, okay? Now, from a financial aspect, we charge more for commercial spaces, so it would be in my best interest, in my preference, to rent those commercial spaces. However, this particular site is approximately 1,600 feet east of Van Dyke. Anyone traveling north and south on Van Dyke will know there is a shopping center that blocks our facility. Second thing that has happened there is that when the Target closed, it stopped the retail foot traffic. So there's not retail customers like any one of us would drive back there and go into a retail store. That foot traffic has stopped. Target is not open to the public. The former Target, it is a GM virtual center, which is great. But the only problem with that is that when that occurred, it stopped the retail foot traffic from coming there. So I said at planning, and I said early on when I met with planning staff, and we deliberated quite fiercely at that. And I understood at the time that the district that we were located in required some retail component. My original statement was, we already have vertical. We have 38,000 square feet of retail. It's been vacant 19 years. And basically he said, Tony, I don't really care. He said, I'm not going to give my support on this unless we come up with something. When we were at the Planning Commission, I expressed that concern again. I said, I don't think it's going to be successful, but I'm willing to try. And I am willing to keep that commitment. I hope it does work. But I have buildings, for example, Sheener and Hall Road, which is a very busy area. When we lost Pier 1, that building's been vacant for about 3.5 years now. I can't get a retailer in there. Office Max, I just lost them on 16 and Van Dyke. We had a deal with called Northern Tool. They were supposed to come in. We were putting approximately $2 million into a build-out for them. Last year, they canceled the deal. So it becomes very difficult as a building owner to just wave a magic wand and say, hey, we're going to fill that. So
No, I understand that.
yeah. So it's difficult is what I would tell you.
No, I don't dispute that at
Yeah.
all. My viewpoint is twofold.
Yes.
I would actually like those retail units to be in the building on Brome, personally. That's where I think it'd be the most, because then you have Brome as an access to those retail units, an ice cream stand, a coffee shop. You now have a walkability aspect from the residential neighborhood. That's true mixed use. I think that would be successful here. I'm working within the footprint of the building that you've shown us because it's not my first choice, but I don't get to see it until you bring it up here. So I'm giving you my opinion on that. Furthermore, I think one thing you're discounting is that there's a shopping center or a live, work, play center in East Lansing that has coffee shops and bakeries below. Yeah, it's nice. And I think that when you have people who are living in your building and you give them the retail option right below, ice cream, coffee, bakery, convenience store, there you are creating, that's what mixed use does. It creates a ready-made population of people who will frequent this commercial space. So I'll listen to what my colleagues have to say, and I'm gonna think about this very hard. If you would commit to just take it off and make it commercial, I will tell you I'll vote yes every time. Because I appreciate you working with us on
Yes.
this. Like I said, you and I have gone back and forth and back and forth and
Yes.
back and forth.
Yes.
But I think that you've really worked hard to make this a better development. I credit you for that.
Thank you, Councilman.
Well, I
Just to answer, just to address your comment, and it's not that I want to just say no to your request. I want to be cautious in what I'm committing to, because a business person is making a commitment, I'm going to do what I say I'm going to do. And that's why I came up with the idea at planning that, okay, I'll try it. Financially, it'd be better for us, no question. We would love it. But after 18 months of marketing a space, if there's no takers, and then recently, the city attorney's office said, no, we want to make it, if there's 2 tenants that come in, you're committed on the rest of them. So we've already acquiesced and sort of made a similar arrangement. I don't know if you're aware of that.
I'm not, but.
Okay, let me make you aware of it. So the latest change of the PUD, which we vehemently opposed, but in the end, we had no choice, we had to acquiesce, they said, okay, Tony, if you rent 2 of the 5 units in 18 months, you're done. You can't ever convert them again. And we committed to that. So
Okay.
hopefully that's a common compromise.
That's helpful.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Gossi.
through the chair to Mr. Gallo. Just a couple questions for you, please.
Yes, ma'am.
In the backup material, there was a statement about open hallways to the public. What does that mean?
Okay, first of all, they're not open to the public. Our facility is a private property. People that live there are ones that access it and they're visitors. So to say it's open to the public, that's not accurate. It is the same exact arrangement that we have at 14 and Shaner, which exists. We're open there, we now have residents in there. What that means is that when you come through, it's an open corridor, so our clients have deadbolts on each of the doors. We have security cameras that are existing. In addition to that, we have 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, lights that are lit on the face of each entry. In addition to that, during dawn to dusk, we have full LED lights throughout all the corridors that are fully lit during that time. So that's how the design is exactly the same as 14 and Shaner. And by the way, the same as Sterling Landings and all of the other ones we have. The only one that we have in this community with what's called a closed corridor is the more quote-unquote hotel style that we have at 59 and Shaner that has enclosed corridors. But this is no different than the one at 15 and Shaner, no different than the ones we've done in Chesterfield and surrounding communities, even Shelby County.
But it's not open to the public.
It's not open to the public. And we have cameras.
I took that as terminology.
Yes.
I would say an open hallway means that you have entrances like at each end, maybe in the center. You don't have the private entrance for each unit.
Correct.
Is that basically the same thing?
It's a common hallway, yes, correct. No different than any other garden-style apartment in our industry.
Okay. How many actual entrances do you have? This is a 3-story.
Yes, Mr. Shovers, our architect, could answer that through the chair.
I have
I was
it.
looking for that. Okay,
There is 7 on building 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 9 on building 2. So if you see here, you enter in through these gaps, and then there's a common shared hallway that goes throughout the first floor with staircases at each kind of corner point. I can zoom in a little more on a corner to provide an example right here. So I believe if Mr. Gallo is saying this would be open,
correct.
but each unit inside would be locked.
Correct. Yes. And the first floor units are all ADA accessible, what's called convertible units. The state statute states that you have to have 2% actual ADA to meet the ADA Act. So folks that might be older would obviously be candidates for the first floor, and maybe the younger crowd would be candidates second, third floor. But, we do have the ability to convert all first floor units to ADA, just pursuant to the building codes and ordinances.
So you have a staircase at each end, correct?
Well, more than that, but a minimum of yes, but multiple throughout the building, including the ends and the middle as well.
So if you're carrying 2 bags of groceries and, strapped a few around your waist, you can make the 2 sets of staircases to your unit.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, one other thing, in our backup material, it said the proposed 38.19 units per acre is the most dense PUD by 8 units. Would you consider eliminating 8 units?
Well, that's 8 units per acre, Councilwoman. As I said earlier, with all due respect, we have looked at the financial aspects of this. We're not in a position to reduce the number of units. I know that we had the same deliberation, you and I, on 14 and Shaner, where we lopped off 6 units just for the sake of doing that. I acquiesced, and again, we did that. But this is not an instance financially where we're in a position to lower the density. We've explained that. We think we're way under density in terms of what could legally be built there, and therefore, the plan stands. And we did lower the density from the original amount. So originally, we had significantly more units, and we had 3 buildings, and now we have 2 buildings based upon the deliberations that we had with planning and the administration.
Well, it just seems like all the backup material that we're getting, they're talking about the density, that this is not good. Read another part here. The high density has the potential to negatively impact the residential properties to the east as well as the commercial uses to the west and south. If applicant was proposing a true mixed use of development, the impact of the density would be lessened. However, as it stands, in a few years' time, this development may be nothing more than a standalone residential apartment building on a site that is currently adjacent to a number of vacant commercial uses.
I believe that that is from a previous plan, that comment, but you can confirm with your staff. I believe that was, that statement was from a previous version of the plan, because we do have a mixed use and it is cohesive mixed use now.
Yeah,
We've addressed that.
with the 5 units. My question is, the adjacent to a number of vacant commercial uses, there is a strip center, I believe if I remember correctly, the other side of the old Target.
Yes, that directly fronts Van Dyke, you're correct. And those are vacant. Now listen to this very closely. Now the community is asking me, Tony Gallo, build a building 1,500 feet off Van Dyke with a strip center that covers it, no one sees it, and try and rent those 5 units. Would you think that's a challenge? I think it's a challenge. Especially when you have buildings on Van Dyke vacant.
I'm going to interrupt you. I would say it is impossible.
Yeah, it's tough.
Now, my question, the vacant buildings in that strip center, how is that going to affect your apartment complex?
Well, Councilwoman, that's an existing condition. As we all know, the retail trends have changed. All of our shopping habits, every one of us in this room, I'm sure have shopped online. Therefore, it becomes more difficult to fill these spaces. I stand ready, willing, and able. I made a commitment at planning. I'm willing to uphold that. I made a commitment to this body, to the administration, that I would do my best efforts to try and lease those 5 units. And I stand behind that today. But I said it from day one, I think it'll be very difficult. So if in your wisdom you want something different there, or this body thinks that maybe they don't want that there, we're open to that. But for the record, I've committed to it, and I stand behind that commitment. I think it'll be difficult. Financially, we'll make more money if we rent to retailers. There's no question, I'd love it. But it's gonna be a challenge, but I'll give it my best effort.
And I think we should try.
Well, we made a commitment, and I don't wanna go, I mean, that would be wrong to planning to say.
We had a lot of
it just-
give and
You
take
know, my
on it.
question really was, are you aware of anything that the owner of the complex is going to pursue filling those vacant units?
I am not personally aware of any councilwoman, but I would tell you that any prudent business person, which I don't know the neighbors very well, but I had the pleasure of meeting them. They seem like very sophisticated business people that I'm sure are doing everything in their power to rent those vacant units.
Because
And I would hope they rent them.
they've been vacant for a period of time.
Well, 19 years on the building that we have, and so like I said, that 38,000 square foot building has sat vacant for a long time. We will work very diligently, and we will come up with some collaborative ideas to try and fill it.
One last question, educate me.
Yes.
What does ECR mean in relation to the theater going in there? Because what I recall, when the theater went in there, they had a plan to put a condo complex to the north and kind of east of where the theater would be, which basically would be your property. What happened?
Councilwoman, based on the recorded documents that I have that are encumbering the property, I've never seen a plan presented like that, nor is it recorded. So if it was previous to my time, I can't comment on that. But I would tell you that there's never been a proposal to do any kind of residential development on that site. So it's always been vacant. the property that we have, the 6 acres of property, is not encumbered by the ECR. Therefore, we are allowed to bring forward this proposal for residential. Now, the building that is to the immediate west, the 38,000 square foot building that is vacant, is encumbered by the ECR. So therefore, we're not even permitted pursuant to that to build residential there.
Okay, now explain the ECR.
An ECR is it's an easement covenant restriction between the landowners. This is not a city instrument. This is not the city is not a party to this.
Right.
What that means is that on larger developments in 14 and Van Dyke, we own that shopping center there too, and there is what's called an REOA, which is similar to an ECR. It's where a developer will make assurances between, for example, Target at the time didn't want residential, or they didn't want warehousing, or they didn't want self-storage, or they didn't want, whatever they didn't want, they would list it in there, the prohibited uses. For example, Ruby Tuesday, there were certain restrictive covenants where certain restaurants couldn't be competitive to their use. And as the tenants are going out, some of those expire, right? So when the tenant moves out, some of those restrictions go away. And that is an instrument that protects the landowners within the development. Each person has a vote in terms of people being part of that ECR, and that's what presently exists there today.
Okay, so it's just one building there, nothing else would affect you?
Correct.
Okay. I have an idea as to what a development with mixed use would be. And I'm not finding that the apartment building meets that thought. And I'm not telling you to change anything, I'm just going to give you my opinion, okay? Because you do beautiful projects. You've done some very nice ones, and
Thank you.
I think there's been one or two that I voted no on,
It's
so
okay.
you know that.
It's okay.
Okay, how I would see that section develop. Rehab center building. Sterling Heights is aging population, and so happens that as we get older, we get kind of misstep and we break a hip or break a leg, or so where do you get sent? You get sent to a rehab center. I don't know of one here in Sterling Heights that really services the residents. I know that the units are very small. It consists of a bed, a small bathroom, which is a shower and a sink and commode, and maybe a sink outside the door, and a little nightstand, and that's about it. They go for anywhere from $800 to $1,000 a day.
Yes.
They have a recreational facility there because they have to do their therapy. They have to serve food and so on. So I'm thinking, okay, if there was a rehab center and then your mixed use, you would have a place where you could rent equipment, like a wheelchair, a walker, things that you would need while you're rehabilitating.
Sure.
You could have a place where you could get hearing aids. You could have a place where anyone that is a senior that has needs could find mixed use. You would also need a restaurant because you need to feed the people in the rehab center.
Yes.
You would need a restaurant to feed the people that come to visit.
Yes.
There's a whole lot that you could do with something like that.
Yes.
And that's what I see a PUD as being. You have your center attraction, shall we call it, and then you have everything that is related to it. With your apartment building, what am I getting?
Well, Councilwoman, I'll answer it in this way. If you consider this PUD, it's not just this parcel. This PUD consists of land beginning on 15 Mile Road, ending at Brome. From Van Dyke east, we have a beautiful bank headquarters, a credit union headquarters within this mixed use. We have hotels, we have restaurants, we have retail, we have all those components. This is the finishing of the retail PUD, if you really look at it in that way. We can't look at this 75-acre site as a 6-acre parcel. That's not accurate. Marketplace is a significant development with a variety of uses, right? Let's just drive by there and look. We have a beautiful building as we come into our city, right on the corner of the credit union. Then we have brand-new hotels on 15 Mile Road, and we have retail along 15 Mile Road, and we have retail along Van Dyke. We're finishing that PUD and that mixed use purely because there is no residential component. It's ours. Ours finishes that development very nicely. The only other thing that I wanted to talk about was this VDMUD, okay? The Van Dyke Mixed Use District. And that is an underlying zoning here. Although we have C3 zoning, this happens to be in that district. And that district promotes housing, it promotes cross parking, it has no limitation on height of a building. So I do believe that our project finishes off this development very nicely. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
All right, council, anybody else?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Schmidt.
bear with me, I have a lot of notes. I have some comments to start. First of all, I heard a few comments from the audience and from colleagues that I just want, I have to say something about. So unfortunately, Mrs. Sarowski brought up, bringing it down to 2 levels. And it's too late for that, and I think that's really unfortunate. I think that high density really sticks in my head at this point. Somebody made a comment, renters do not pay taxes. Well, yeah, they really do. And I have to take umbrage with that because, in your rent, you are paying for that building's taxes. And so they are taxpayers, they're just not individual taxpayers. Bad behavior from new residents, that can happen anywhere. That can happen in any neighborhood, that can happen in an apartment building, that can happen in condominiums. So that isn't, a good defense against this. The Planning Commission is the recommending body. Yes, they are. However, this is the deciding body.
100%.
And sometimes the Planning Commission sends a recommendation to deny that this council approves.
Correct.
And vice versa.
Correct.
So, yes, and I appreciate all the work that the Planning Commission does at their table.
Yes.
However, we have a responsibility at our table as well.
Yes.
So I just wanted to set
agree.
that
No,
straight.
we understand that 100%.
As far as looking at the big picture of the total parcel, I can't consider that because we're talking about one parcel. We're talking about, just under 9 acres.
10.6 acres, yes.
What, total?
Correct? Yes.
We're talking about the apartment
Yes.
parcel
Correct?
is just
6
under-
acres.
Okay.
Yes.
6 acres.
Correct.
So that is a density of 38.32
Okay.
units per acre. And through the chair to Dr. Parcell, what is the next lowest density?
Give me one moment.
And where is it?
Mine, Sterling
Would
Center.
be Sterling Center at
Sterling
30.
Center.
31.
Okay.
30.14.
Which is not surrounded by any residential.
Correct, Councilwoman.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. And for clarification, through the chair to Mr. Gallo.
Yes.
Mrs. Kosky was asking you about the hallways. I have to
Yes.
tell you that I drove through the 14 in Shaner
Yes.
just the other day, trying to figure out how people get to their apartments.
Yeah.
Because you just see the staircases.
Yes.
But the hallways are really outside hallways. They're
Correct.
not inside hallways.
Correct.
So I just wanted that to be
That's correct.
clarified.
Yes.
And there is no security gate to get into
No.
that staircase
No,
or
there's not.
anything, but you have cameras in there.
Cameras and full-time staff, by the way.
So do you have someone that lives on site?
In some instances, we do, but it's not a requirement. But
At-
there are,
At 14 and Chainer, do you?
we do not, no.
Okay.
But, you know, a manager could live there if they choose, but no, it's not a requirement.
Okay.
But the security cameras are monitored and they're recording continuously.
Okay. So, I have to say that 2 weeks ago, I said the placement of the retail should be on Brome. If you're gonna have an ice cream parlor, or you're gonna have something like that, make it easier for the neighbors to come and access it.
Yes,
But that can't be changed at this point either.
correct.
Correct?
Correct. And if I may, through the chair, I'd like to answer some of the things you've raised once you're done speaking.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I just worry that we're setting it up to fail to put it on the south side of the building instead of on the Brome side.
Good answer.
And, I do too worry about cut-through traffic from the show and the hotels and the restaurants. And you don't have any way to stop that. And, you know, there's no gates or anything for any, so that again makes, a hazard for pedestrians
Right.
within your complex even. And then through the chair to Dr. Parcell, to get to the parking spaces, are we including spaces from the second parcel?
Yes,
Share.
let me pull up the one, Mr. Rizek, if you'll please put it on the screen. So this was a very detailed conversation we had with Mr. Gallo over time. The yellow outline, it's a little hard to see, goes around this parcel. Is the parking on the parcel that is entirely devoted to the development on the eastern parcel. The red outline, the 97, which is 81 spaces right here, and the 16 spaces here are allocated for these multifamily development. The 85 spaces in blue are shared parking between the two uses. And then the 81 green spaces are dedicated towards the vacant retail building. So there's a bit of a blend on how they work, for which he'd provide a shared parking agreement.
It just seems like a long walk with your groceries if you're in one of them 97 spots. And you have to cross not only a driveway that may be busy, but it just seems far away, and it was at a technicality to get him to where he needed to be.
Not necessarily. It was more of a technicality for some other considerations on site. Initially, there was parking in the front yard setback here that was removed when the buildings were separated, and this was replaced with landscaping. So we encouraged that to be moved away and spaces to be put here. And then also due to the restrictive covenant, there are restrictions in place for the shared parking and commercial parking to fulfill the needs of this retail building. So it got moved around based on the uses and then to also eliminate all the front yard parking setback. If you look at the development on the other side, there's two entranceways and it's treed in the middle. So we wanted to mirror that with the landscaping on this one.
Okay. And the retention pond, is it fenced or is it dry? It's dry? Okay. So only,
However, based on the slope, our Office of Engineering may require a fence around it. So that would be approved administratively during site plan review.
okay. Okay. This was answered. What are your price points?
Anywhere from $1,350 to $2,000, somewhere in that range, 2,100.
Okay, so we talk about our needed housing, and this is
Yes.
not directed towards you.
Yes.
Okay. We talk about needed housing and affordable housing and high density. And I have nothing against affordable housing. I have nothing against people that live in apartments. I don't think affordable housing and high density developments are the same necessarily. They don't go
Correct.
hand in hand.
Right.
So, you know, to really say that we need affordable housing, this is not affordable housing, this is housing.
Well,
It is.
today it's affordable housing.
You know, I mean, I have a 27-year-old who wants to move out and has been looking and he would rather invest in a home for that kind of a mortgage payment than an apartment, but that's his choice. So for people to think this is affordable housing or low income, it's definitely not
no
low
way.
income.
No, not at all.
You know, it's all in your perspective of what you think is affordable housing.
That's right.
So I just want to make that clear. And most of my other things have been, one more thing through the chair to Dr. Purcell. So what type of businesses could go into this retail?
Yes, so within the PUD agreement, we allow most of the permitted uses by right in the underlying zoning. So for instance, in terms of what Councilmember Kosky brought up and something that we did discuss in terms of more of a community use, there can be clinics and offices, financial institutions, different types of service industry items like that. Anywhere from C1, which would be your typical local retail stores, small markets, supporting items like that, up to C2, which would be larger types of supermarket stores, physical fitness facility, different types of apparel, accessory stores, office furnishings. And then C1, you could have something such as a veterinary office, or C3, sorry, a little bit more intense use there, but stripping away some of the larger, busier uses. We also have prohibited outdoor storage through here in the C3 district, so making sure outdoor storage wouldn't be infringing on the adjacent residential. And then I do want to bring up one point that I'm guessing Mr. Gallo is going to already. I'm the one who recommended that the southern building be the one that have the commercial in it, mostly because when you look at this development, as he mentioned, from 15 to Brome and Van Dyke to the existing theater, when people go into the development, the ring road is the one that services the southern building. The northern one is the one that is kind of blocked by the existing commercial. So our thought was, or at least my thought was, those buildings, while they may be harder to lease out, service people who go into the market development. Whereas should they be on Brome, they may be easier to walk to from the neighborhood, invites more traffic to come out onto Brome. And while we didn't want that to infringe on the neighborhood, we thought having it internally there would be beneficial for people who visit the overall kind of corner development. I will also add, I don't know if the PUD agreement establishes what building they go into or if they have to be required. So if that's something that Mr. Gallo thinks could be more beneficial in building A on the Brome side, it's something that would definitely be up for discussion at this point in time, if any.
Okay, I'm not sure where I stand right now, but if you have comments that you want to come back at me with.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to, if I miss anything, just stop me and tell me.
Okay.
So you had talked about two-story with your co-counsel next door to you, and the property right now was specifically designed with no windows facing the neighbors. So that, now, in contrast to that, a hotel is a permitted right, could have 5, 6 stories looking down into the kitchens next door. We did that, we learned from our previous projects, not only here but in other communities, that a neighbor, and I respect that, I don't want to be making eggs in my kitchen and my neighbor is staring over me. So we were very mindful of that from day one. There are no windows visible to the neighbors. There's a very high window, which is just lets some light into that corner of the bedroom. So that addresses that. Same thing with our balconies. We position them in a way so that they're not overlooking these residents. So that was a thought that we really came up with early on. So that addresses that. The idea of moving the retail to Brome Street, I do agree with Dr. Parcell. If we want this to be a cohesive use and more of an adaptive sort of commercial development, he's precisely right, that those 5 units face the back of the retail building. It's more, the ring roads and the natural traffic flow, that is the correct location for those. So that was that item. You had also talked about affordability, and yes, this is not a low-income housing. I have not asked for any tax incentives from this community. This is all private investment. These are all, private equity that we're pumping into these projects. So, and was there anything else that I missed that you had?
The cut-through traffic?
Okay, so the cut-through traffic, it's an existing condition. We're not adding to that. And it's a matter of policing, right? I mean, we have, in and out traffic coming from Brome. And, Mark, if you wanted to kind of expand upon that, I know you had comments, so.
Yeah, so if you look at kind of what was previously approved when this development went through, that was retail there. It had access going out to Brome. That access and that cross traffic was always going out there. Retail has a higher volume of traffic than multifamily. I know it's deceiving when you look at the parking that's required for multifamily. That's because we park overnight. Retail changes out every 30, 45 minutes. You're going in, getting a smoothie, and you're leaving. That's a high traffic volume. So you want to talk about traffic on Brome and cut through traffic, retail in that 6 acres is more detrimental to that traffic flow in Brome.
I'm talking about the safety of your residents because of cut-through traffic from the show and the hotels and the restaurants. That's what I'm talking about.
That there's enough navigating going on through islands
not
that
straight.
it's not a direct shot. You have to stop, turn, go around this island. The way that's positioned right now with those islands, it's not like someone's ripping through 75 acres from north to south.
Correct.
Okay.
The other thing, go ahead.
And if I want to your point about the carrying groceries to the unit, the travel distance from parking spaces to the unit is no more than what a resident at Sterling Center would do. By the time you park, walk to the elevator, go up an elevator, walk down the hallway to your unit. The way we position the amount of entry points, Sterling Center had entrances at the end and in the middle. We have them at each end of the wings, we got midways, we got them at the corners. We have more entry points, so as people rent, they know where to park to be to the closest entrance to their unit. The rule of thumb is 300 feet, we're about 175 is what our travel distance is here.
Okay, I can remember back when MJR was building, and we did this PUD. It was the first one I think we did in the city, and the envision was we would have, a little walkable little community there. And unfortunately, 2008 happened, and everything went by the wayside. Target was supposed to move out by the road, and there was all kinds of great plans. Unfortunately, that went by the wayside, and we're stuck with this giant parking lot there. But I still just really worry about the density and how it is going to impact that area. So I'm going to listen to my colleagues. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to prove one visual, if Mr.
Sure.
Rizek could
Go
put
ahead.
it on screen. To Councilmember Schmidt, I want to just have it up here for visualizing for the record. What Mr. Shovers was saying for cut-through traffic is there are islands here, here, and here, and then again, sorry, it keeps coming up, down at the bottom and right there. So when he means traffic has to kind of loop around, it would come in the ring road and go through and then up and around before it got to this development. So I just wanted you to be able to, since you asked about it, visualize some of the existing traffic islands that are already within that parking lot.
Thank you. That helps.
Dr. Parcell, can you keep that up?
Yeah, of course.
So just before I go to the next council member, I do want to just have one quick line of questioning with you. So as I understand it, where Building 1 and Building 2 are on the east side of this development.
Yes.
This is approximately 6-something acres.
Yes.
Okay. And you are calculating the density based on that parcel alone,
Yep.
right? Okay.
We may have disagreed with Mr. Gallo on that, but we calculated
This-
only on the
but-
6
But let's, from a practical standpoint here, from a practical standpoint, Mr. Gallo controls the west parcel as well.
He does.
But for that ECR, that parcel could have been included in this PUD, right?
100%.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it is included, but not
is
as
included.
multifamily, yes.
But not as multifamily.
Correct.
Okay. What is the practical difference in calculating this at 35 units per acre and 25 units per acre? How does it, like if you tell me I'm going to build a 25 unit per acre development, or I'm going to build a 35 unit per acre development, I have a different
Yeah.
idea in my mind, right?
Yes.
From a practical standpoint,
Yep, so from.
what's the difference here?
Exactly. So it's a great point. From a perspective we look at it now, it's a 10-acre horizontal and vertical mixed-use development, which if you take all of it combined into one is 23 units per acre. However, as Councilmember Radke has brought up and is demonstrated through the PUD agreement, there's a still distinct non-combination of the two lots. So should parcel 1 or parcel 041, which is the western parcel of the vacant retail building, be sold or split off or purchased by a user who wants to control ownership to put a commercial use there, that while still under the PUD, effectively loses the ability to contribute some to the multifamily.
What do you mean by contribute some?
So should Mr. Gallo be able to work with MJR and GM Live and the landowner of the the retail along Van Dyke, he could put multifamily on the western parcel. He could expand his project.
Which at that point.
Yes.
We would come back and we'd say, okay, well, now looking at the full 10 acres.
Yes.
Then it's higher density.
Yes,
But
but
there's still gonna be they're using the retention pond, they're using the parking.
yes.
So, I mean, it's just a matter, it's like, this is a fiction in your mind. When we say 35 acres per unit, you're just tricking yourself in your mind that it's instead of 25 units
Yeah.
per acre.
No.
That's all it is. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we should be very clear about this.
No.
It's just, like I could draw a line around the building,
Yes.
right? I could draw a line around the building and say, well, that's only 3.5 acres.
Yeah.
And you're putting 233 units. So really, you're at like 50 units per acre, right? And if all the people are on the one side of their building, then I say, now it's even more dense, right? And if one family has one person in there and one family has 12 people in there, now it's even more dense. This is all a fiction. It's just, it's not real. It's just a complete, it's a fiction. There's 10 acres there. All 10 acres are being used. And that's, you guys can do it in your mind if you want. If you want to pretend like there's some invisible line that cuts through the middle of the development, despite the fact that they're using that other 4 acres for the retention pond, despite the fact that they're using it for their parking. If you want to just pretend that it doesn't exist, then sure, you got 35 units per acre. But I mean, you're just, it's a fiction you've created. So that's my point. Okay, anybody else?
Please.
Mrs. Zarko.
Okay, I'm always grateful that you come here and you choose to work with us in Sterling Heights. You do bring a good product. I'm starting to be concerned, not just with this development, but others coming in with density and where we're putting them. If you were telling me you were going to put this near Lakeside, I would say, go for it. North Van Dyke, go for it. I always ask, I've listened to what administration thinks is right, and I've also listened to what we think is right for you as a developer. But I also have to sit back and listen to what the residents brought forth tonight that I know are their concerns, and it's the truth. Somebody brought up the fact that they sit in gridlock at Brome and Van Dyke, and it's true. It happens all the time. There's other things that the condos across the street are actually expanding, so that's been very successful. The condos across the street are actually building more. Yes,
They're
so
finishing.
they're finishing more. Okay, so here's my question. I want to know why the city of Sterling Heights isn't worthy of some of the developments that are being put in somewhere else, where they are apartments, they have a garage, they have a driveway, they don't have parking places. They might be townhouses, they might be apartment neighborhoods where they would be a duplex that's attached, and in some cases, 2-car garages.
Yeah.
And I look at these other developments that Usually it's the ones that are on that, there's Lakeshore Drive that's behind Costco in Shelby.
I own that,
And,
yeah. I just
understand
developed
that.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
why can't you bring a development like that to Sterling Heights?
I'll
Just,
give you the perfect answer.
Okay.
Because Sterling Heights is an established community that doesn't have the acreage that we have there. We have 9 buildings there. We have 20 acres of land, 25 acres of land there. City of Sterling Heights is a mature community that doesn't have farmland. That's all been developed. So when a developer like me comes in, we are charged with the task of trying to fit something in on a parcel that is an infill. It's not just a blank canvas where we're going to say, oh, great, I'm going to buy that 50 acres on 32 Mile and Mound and site plan it. So we're coming in a community that's established that we have serious developmental constraints.
Okay,
That's
I
the
mean-
answer.
I mean, but-
And the other thing is that we do have a variety of products. And I do have other sites here that I'd like to work in. I told this body that before. Sterling Heights is my favorite city to work in. It's not easy. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not easy. But it is my favorite city to work in. Okay, and I wanna find more sites here, but it's harder and harder to find sites in this community that are just easy to develop. Like, this has been very complicated. There's a lot of things with this development, the ECR, the restrictive covenants, the zoning limitations. It's not easy. But we've put our best foot forward. This is the best that we can give. I can't give any more to you. So, I mean, I'd love your vote, but vote as you may. I don't know what to say. I mean, we've done everything we can.
and I'm not saying that you haven't.
Yeah, yeah.
But, you know, we talk about the housing shortage, and
Yes.
and it's not lip service as was suggested. But it's also that without somebody having an investment, and this is condos, and I truly believe this, and it isn't just conversations that I have throughout the state, it's
Yes.
throughout the country.
Sure.
Because it's everywhere. We are raising a generation of people that will not have any personal wealth because we are not giving them the opportunity to do it. Because you're saying it's $2,000 to rent an apartment. If you're renting an apartment for $2,000, how are you saving money toward a down payment on the house?
Council, yep.
It gets very difficult to build them. The costs are enormous. You
Councilwoman,
have to get that price.
And I get that, and it's not your fault personally.
No, we have nothing to do with
But this is throughout the
socialization.
country, is that we have a problem.
Through the chair, if I may, if you'll allow me.
Sure.
Councilwoman, let me cite you some facts. This is factual information I'm about to read here, okay? This is in our city. My source is CoStar, okay? In the city of Sterling Heights, 82% of our housing stock here in multifamily, 82% of it is over 30 years old, okay? Since 2020, our company has developed 411 out of the 544 brand-new apartments in this community, okay? And I will also tell you that the average market rents for units constructed since year 2000 is $1,687. That's the average in our community. That's a fact. Our plans, which are brand new, okay, that were less than 4 years old, our average is $1,436 on an average rent. We're $250 lower than that 2000 product. So as a builder, developer, even friends ask me, how are you able, Tony, to build in these economic times? When I say economic times, high interest rates, increased construction costs, increased material costs, I'll tell you how. Because I am a builder. I build them myself. I don't hire a general contractor. We put that sweat equity into the projects for a generational asset. These are assets that we're keeping. We're not building as a merchant builder where we could sell all the assets and make a tremendous amount of money. We're not doing that. We're here, we're part of the community, and we're providing something that is affordable, okay? Affordable is defined by the person who you're asking, right? Maybe a person can afford $5,000 a month. Maybe a person can only afford $900 a month. I will tell you that our products are new. They're only $250. They're $250 lower than the average. And the other thing that I wanted to say is the 82% of the products that are 30 years old, our average rental for brand new product is only $167 a month more. And again, we're able to do that because we're developing these projects ourselves. So we think we're bringing great products to the city, not only here, but in other communities. And I'll also tell you that in our community here, there's 11,543 units. That's what we have in our community. And out of that, there's only 766 that are vacant. That shows the tremendous need for additional housing within not only this town, but in our, in our area. So we're providing that desperately needed housing.
And I understand that. It's the density that concerns me. And it's a good product. It's a good layout. It's everything. It's just, I always ask myself, do I want this in my backyard?
I agree with you, Councilwoman, and I agree with the neighbors. No one likes change, I get it. But please understand, it's a fact. Someone has the right to come to this podium and say, I would like to build a 350-unit hotel, 5, 6 stories in height, windows facing all the neighbors looking down. They have the right to do that. So we feel. They don't have to come here. They don't have to come here.
No.
It's
And when they bought the houses, they bought it adjacent
Correct.
to C3.
So we're trying to say, I truly feel we are down zoning this property. We keep talking about density, density, density. I view this as 23 units an acre. Clearly, we have a difference of opinion. It's okay. You know, I acquiesce to the administration, to the professionals that you guys hire and appoint. You didn't hear me argue with them or say, oh, it's only 23 acres. But the fact of the matter is, the way we view it, it's 23 units an acre. Okay? You look at other developments in other communities. I'm looking at a project right now, it'll allow 100 units an acre. It's in Ann Arbor. 100 units an acre. Okay? 100. I'm not proposing that here. So I'm just telling you that as land becomes more scarce, which it is becoming, that's one thing that God is not making any more of, it's called land. Land is what it is. We're in a mature community here. And developers that choose to work in this community and others that are mature communities have the challenge of pleasing the administrative bodies, the elected officials. And once you're through that process, then the hard part begins. Can I get it financed? Can I find the workers to come build the place? Can I receive the materials and the supplies to build the place? So we have a very long road ahead of us if we're approved. It's not that very easy. And it's something that I'm passionate about. It's something that I've worked hard for and we're qualified to do. So we think we're the right developer for it.
And you are passionate about it.
100%.
When this PUD came up many years ago, it was supposed to be our first sustainable neighborhood in the community. We were supposed to be able to live there, to work there, to shop there, to eat there, to entertain yourself. At one point, we were supposed to have an IMAX theater that was supposed to be on the south side of MJR. And Mr. Schmidt is right, 2008 hit and everything fell out. However, the residential was actually supposed to be on 15 Mile Road. Okay, at that time. Things have changed. Like I said, it's a good project. I still don't know at this point. It's the density that bothers me. And I know that you said that you can't go to 2 levels. You know, so I understand that.
Okay.
So
The other thing with respect to your comment on it was supposed to be a mixed use originally.
yes.
Well, it really is a mixed use. The only thing that was missing is one thing. Residential. I'm bringing that in. That's the point that I think we're all missing here. This is a very large development. We have hotels, restaurants, retail facilities, you know, a show. You don't think the 233 people that are there aren't going to walk over or ride their bicycle to the movie theater? Yes. And through the chair, I think the engineer would like to say one word.
Yeah, Andy Wakeman with Giffords Webster, Site Civil. Thank you, council. So when we designed this, we really tried to follow, the Van Dyke mixed-use district overlay. Within that district, it talks about providing an environment that allows for a higher intensity / density of overall site usage, fostering a critical mass of people, buildings, uses, activities, and overall more efficient, attractive land use. So
to Ms. Koski's point, you know, the strip center along Van Dyke, you add 233 units behind it, that's more people
Right.
going by it, more reason for people to want to use those commercial spaces. To Ms. Schmidt's point about, you know, that's a long ways to walk, obviously, in front of the commercial to the apartments. Those 5 commercial spaces, guess what? They have probably 95 people walking past them at least twice a day, right? So that's gonna help them. Further, in the Van Dyke mixed-use district, it talks about having residential. And it says, you know, it talks about residential first above the first floor, right? And then it talks about, you know, as a special approval land use, it says residential dwelling units on the first floor of a building. Residential uses on the first floor of a building shall generally be utilized as a transition between the existing planned non-residential development along Van Dyke Avenue and the existing residential uses that may abut the subject site and which are located outside of the Van Dyke mixed-use district. I mean, that is exactly what we
Correct.
designed.
To the T. Thank you, Andy. We're following your ordinance, 100%. Your adopted ordinance.
Okay. So then I have as developers,
Yes.
why aren't you building condos anymore?
That's not the business I'm in. There's many people that do, I am in the apartment business. To
So
your
there
point, and to Councilwoman Kowski's point, there are people in the assisted living business. Unfortunately, the Gallo companies are not in that industry. Those are magnificent industries, but we don't happen to be experts in that area. We don't do that for a profession. We're apartment developers. That's what we do for a living. So I feed my family. That's what we do.
So that's your business? It's
Yes.
not something that you would do instead of, I mean, instead of this, you do this? Okay.
No, ma'am, I wouldn't.
Okay.
And no, and in 20 years, nobody's even looked at that for condos.
Well, you know what, the only thing I can say is that when it was planned out, it wasn't as close to the residents. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they're abutting right on the C3. I mean, they are right adjacent to it.
That's
All that
existing
R60.
condition.
It's just the way it turned out.
Within the C3 district, you're allowed to be 50 feet from residential. We are 58 feet. We're more than what's
Right.
required.
Okay.
One other point, one other point is, you had talked earlier about the condominiums that are directly across the street. And I knew the developer of that. He's a friend of mine.
And I rezoned that.
And Phil rezoned that 20 years ago. 20 years ago. Guess what's happening 20 years later? They're finishing that project. It's under construction right now. That speaks volumes. And the data we've provided speaks volumes on the fact that we need more multifamily housing in this community. We have 82% is 30 years or greater. I'm providing something that's a new product at competitive prices to our residents.
And the land costs back 20 years ago probably made sense for that to be condos.
Correct.
Before everything was developed. Now the land cost and the
Correct.
existing development is much higher. The profit from the condo won't offset the land cost.
And one final point, just before this body adopted Macomb County's new standards in terms of drainage and stormwater, that retention pond would have not been required. There is how large is a 120-inch, a 10-foot wide pipe that runs between the residents and our center. We would have just tapped into there and would have been able to discharge our stormwater there. As a result of the new rules and regulations from the Macomb County Public Works Office, which this body adopted, which is okay, we now had to put that retention pond in. So that again takes away land that is valuable land. So,
The land used by our.
correct, so.
You're not alone in adopting it.
I'm not what?
I said, this city's not
No,
alone.
everybody has adopted their
Quite a
standards.
few cities have done it.
Well, yeah, and big topic last week at MM was rezoning too, and how you
Right.
have to change your zoning law, yes,
Correct.
ordinances, yeah, so I get it.
Right.
All the other questions as far as the actual complex that were asked and answered, so I don't
Thank
have
you.
anything there.
Thank you.
And I know both of you take rejection well, so I'm not gonna, as I go.
Well, of
through
course
this in
we
my
do.
head, I'm not worried.
Okay.
I think that's it. I mean, I wanted the residents to know that they were heard because actually they spoke so long ago, they probably didn't even think that we remembered what they said.
No, no,
So, nothing further.
All right, Mr. Yanez, anything?
I'm all set, ready to vote. Mr. Mayor?
Okay, Mr. Radke.
Thank you. Just briefly, one point I wanted to touch upon, I'm sure Mr. Gallo will agree with me here. What's going on with these apartments and these condos and new development is the law of supply and demand. You're bringing a product that is a premium product, I would say it's a premium product, but that draws people to that product, which then frees up other product at a lower price point for other people. The two cities in the United States that have really liberalized their zoning laws are Austin, Texas, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. And both places have had rents that actually decreased year over year because they finally have enough units online that people can be selective in where they want to live. They can negotiate. What's going on in Macomb County right now is that there aren't enough units. People are just trying to get into a place. And that's what's driving the price point up, I assume. One final point that I was thinking about while you were talking. There's been a lot of comments about the building that you built on Hall Road in Shaner. What is the vacancy rate there?
We're in our lease up right now. We're at, I think, 106 units. And that unit, that just got completed, so.
How many units are there?
129.
Okay, so you're already at 106?
Yes.
Okay, well, it just shows you the demand.
Well, it does, and we believe, you know, and another point that we don't even look at is, as a developer, we can't even place permanent financing on that until we're 95% developed.
Right.
So we're carrying that cost until
Well,
that goes.
that was my next point. To
Right.
get financing for this thing, you have to do it as a partnership. You have to hold it.
Correct.
And if you were to subdivide it, the lender would say, no way, you can't do this.
That's correct.
Until you get out of it. And then if you wanted to slice and dice it, you could.
Correct. Maybe generation, my children will, I don't know, maybe they'll turn into
Well,
condos.
the
but I
reason
don't
I
know.
said is, I live in a condo that's 950 square feet.
Yes.
That was formerly an apartment.
Yes,
And now it's a condo.
correct,
And and 950 square feet is 2 bedrooms and all the space in the world for me.
right.
One point we always keep on making here is that the census says that in a 2+ bedroom unit in Sterling Heights, the average number of people living there is 1.6 people. You know, more people are living alone, or fewer people in these units. You know, when we had large families and you'd have more people in a few units. Now we have fewer people in more units. So that's part of the housing crisis.
Listen, it's funny you say that, because you're precisely spot on. Traditionally, we've always been renting the 2-bedroom units first. Sterling Center, Shaner and Hall Road, all of our 1-bedrooms are rented first. We don't even have a 1-bedroom, because we see more professionals work, in younger people, professionals that are working from home. A lot of them are renting 2-bedroom units, and they're only a single person, because today, a lot of people aren't going to the office. They're working out of their home.
Mine's an
Same
office.
kind of thing. One is being used as an office, and the other one's being used as their.
That's exactly.
And the other interesting fact that you said is the number of occupants. Our real live data of our projects have a 1.30 parking ratio that is required for our occupants. That's actual needed. So, you know, it's like 1.3 spaces per unit is what we're utilizing, so.
I make that point too.
Yeah.
In my complex, there's about 230-something units.
Yeah.
Dr. Parcell knows I did this. I went through there on a Wednesday night and I counted the spaces. There's over 100 empty spaces
Yeah.
in my complex.
Exactly. Sterling Landings has the same thing. We have all those carports, and there's hundreds of spaces that are open.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, council, does anyone else have any comments? Okay, Ms. Riska, can we please have a roll call vote? The motion on the floor is to approve.
Mrs. Kosky.
No.
Mr. Radke.
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt.
No.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. Yanez.
No.
Mrs. Yarko.
No.
Motion fails. 3-4. Okay, I would like a recess, 10 minutes.
Please.
Wait, no.
No,
Please.
we're going to take a 10-minute recess. To our council rules at 9:30 or as soon after 9:30 as possible, we take up communications from citizens. So sir, I know you want to speak. There's no doubt in my mind, and you will be number one, okay? So since it is after 9:30, we will skip ahead to communications from citizens, and then after this portion, we will go back to the next item on our agenda. So this is the portion of the meeting where you can speak on any item not on tonight's agenda. So if you want to speak on something that is not on the agenda tonight, this is the opportunity. We're starting with this gentleman, this veteran here. Thank you, sir, for your service, and you have the floor.
Thank you. It is an extremely sad night in America when an American hero, Korea, Vietnam, and Iraq, with 18 medals, a senior advisor to the Office of Secretary of Defense for 28 years, and a senior advisor on Iraq to President Bush in year 2003, has to speak out. However, I am morally compelled to do so. The most precious thing a human being can give for a just cause is their life. Aaron Bushnell saw the horror, murder, and genocide being inflicted on the brave, bold, and beautiful Palestinian people. Aaron was a mere 25 years old. He was in the United States Air Force. He gave up his life to stop the killing. I say to Aaron Bushnell, welcome to the Club of American Heroes. I salute him. Aaron Bush is not only an American hero, he's a world hero. I say to the heinous and hideous female who said that all Palestine Americans should be deported, I say to her, that will happen over my dead body. To Biden and its complicit henchmen, stop sending the arms and ammo to Israel now. You're using American taxpayer money to do it. It's against American principles. The blood on the hands of Biden and his cohorts can never be washed off. The killing of babies in hospitals is a war crime. I say to Biden and his cohorts, have you no shame? Have you no shame? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. If we could, I mean, I understand this is a issue that invokes a lot of emotions and passions. Just try to keep the volume down a little bit. Okay, we're still under communications from citizens. I'll take Mr. Orshada first, and then I'll get you, Paul.
Hi, Council. Just was calling to ask, or I guess preempt, I'm going to be sending an email to some folks. I've got draft language for a resolution in recognition of Workers' Memorial Day this year, which will be on April 28th. Would love for the city of Sterling Heights to sign on to that this year. That's all I've got. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith?
Well, I guess allowing that probably Sterling Heights City Council doesn't have really much more influence over Lansing than it does over Washington and Jerusalem, but we'll get a little bit of a Lansing talk today. We've been subjected to some sell jobs by paid lobbyists from Detroit in favor of a water bill tax that they label as helping the poor. In reality, this will create a state-administered slush fund in Lansing. Then state reps and senators from places like Detroit, Highland Park, Flint, Pontiac, Benton Harbor will be able to appropriate themselves compensation for water bills that they lack the backbone to collect. Water bills are treated like student loans by some people. They aren't necessarily poor, but they've found out that nothing happens when they don't pay. They can use their money then for vape, tobacco, marijuana, lottery tickets, and other essentials. They pay their credit card bills, their car loans, and their cell phones because these businesses really do shut them off. Some cities have reached a tipping point where a controlling majority of voters don't pay their water bills. So $2 a month is an opening ploy, just like Social Security started out collecting $30 a year and then couldn't make it on $30. Now we're paying $20,000. When the $2 isn't enough, what's the next level? Maybe $22 a month and then $56? When cities get the taste of Washington, of Lansing money, we'll end up with only a third of the people still paying their water bills. We need to block this scheme with all the force we can muster. Either that or do away with local water bills entirely and let Lansing pay all the water bills. Because the way this is going, Lansing is going to be paying half or more of them anyway. And so, like, the question is water bills really too high? Well, some say they are. Well, our Sterling Heights water bill has an annual $188 in fixed taxes, which are administrative fees that should be paid out of millage money, not out of the water bill. It's just admin money. So the city has to stay under the cap for millage. So in order to spend all the millage money for other things, they put this $188 on the water bill. Likewise, Candace Miller apparently has the power to decide how much she thinks she wants to spend on sewers and then assess the city the sewer money, and they come up with a formula to add a sewer tax that's double what they charge for water. Again, that's misuse of the water tax to collect millage money. So in reality, if Candace Miller wants to pour $50 million down the Detroit sewer that keeps collapsing, they should put in a county millage and pay for that, and not make the cities be the bag man for the drain commissioner's expenses. Thank you very much. I hope if we can get together on this, it would be nice. I said, I know, we think we have influence in Lansing, but I don't think so. I think some people think we have influence in Washington and Jerusalem. We don't have it there, but let's see if we can do something in Lansing and not get slapped with this water bill. It's basically a tax on a tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Anyone else under communications from citizens?
Okay, I live right next door to the mosque for the Islam thing. They've been putting steel up, bricks and all that, and I haven't seen an inspector over there at all. Nobody inspects it. These guys are building this thing, there's only 3 or 4 guys, tennis shoes, no hard hats, up in the thing, crane, building. Why ain't the city there watching them? When they put the water in, the city guy was right there. But I haven't seen one at all. And the code enforcer, he's never been around lately. Back in August, we had a meeting. They were supposed to put a fence up instead of take that cheap steel fence down. Put a fence up. It's not happened. That was in August. Now, if I had to put a fence up, I would have had to put it up in 2 weeks. But what's going on? Somebody trickle here? There's a tire laying out there by the fire hydrant. Nobody, code enforcement, where is he? What happened to him? He disappeared. And then, what else? There's something else. So there was another thing too. Oh, the Comcast, or not I got WOW. If I change my service to what they want now, I lose City Hall. I don't get the government channel no more. So can you guys look into that, figure out what's going on? Because the only reason I got it, I'm paying $200 a month.
I can't afford that. I try to knock it down, but then the kid says, oh no, you'll lose that. You'll have this and that, but you won't have the government channel. So if you could, check in that for me. That's it for now.
I know this is not appropriate, but do we live stream everything on YouTube, Mr. Vanderpool? Like everything from the TV channel, is it always live streamed on YouTube, or is it just the council meetings?
Mayor, it's a council meeting. Anyone who wants to go to our website can click on the live stream and watch the council meeting. And then afterwards, we do post the meetings. We continue on. You can get it on demand, watch it anytime you want in the future, and you can also go to YouTube then to watch it.
We'll talk more in the future if you want. Anyone else under communications, citizens?
I'd just like to make a quick note on what Mr. Smith had said about the water, the $2 thing that they want, other committees have been here to propose for the additional $2. And I'm not against it, but I think that's something that should be proposed to put on your water bill as a check mark. If you want to donate the $2, check it and let them take the $2 additional on your water bill. Why does it have to be that somebody that we're already struggling, families trying to pay my water bill, that I have to contribute to something that I'm not really asked about, something that could just be pushed on me to pay? I'm not saying that other people are having water problems and they don't need help. I'm just saying that there could be other ways from, like he says, from state government and stuff for help. Why does it have to be our local thing to impose a mandatory $2 on me? Put it on the water bill. If you want to donate the $2, check it and pay the $2. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I want to start things off by saying I'm actually in a pretty terrible mood tonight, but because it's Ramadan, they say the devil's locked up, and it couldn't be any more true, because if the devil was here, I would be absolutely pissed and probably ripping into everything right now. But I'm not. I'm in a good mood. I'm not in a good mood, but I'm in a good mood. Mayor Taylor, that was absolutely terrible today. You said a lot of things, and a lot of it was very contradicting, both with the public opinion, public sentiments.
This is public comment on any item not on tonight's agenda.
I know.
I can comment on any item not on tonight's agenda.
Yeah, I'm commenting on the mayor's input today.
I'm sorry?
I'm commenting on the mayor's input to the residents today.
Okay. That's not, you can't, that's not a workaround. I've heard them all before. If you're talking about the PUD that was just on the agenda, then this is not the appropriate time to talk.
I'm not talking about the PUD.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then go ahead.
No, this is just comments directly to the mayor. I would just like to say, I think you've done an absolutely terrible job tonight. The residents came forward. They shared their feelings. You told people that they need to control
So you just don't care. You don't care about the rules.
About which rules?
That you're commenting on an agenda item that was just on the
I'm not.
agenda.
I'm commenting on the mayor's
Yeah, that
composure.
was under the previous agenda.
No. I'm commenting on the mayor's composure. I'm allowed to do that as a citizen.
Go ahead and talk about my
Cool.
composure.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the respect. And likewise, I would like to continue the respect again. As I mentioned, I'm very upset, and I'm being very respectful right now by trying to keep my tone and my language in a relatively controllable manner. Now, me telling the mayor that he's doing a terrible job is an honest statement. I'm not saying this in any way to discredit you. It's a legitimate opinion that's developed from my observations from tonight. Those residents came forward again, coming with their honest thoughts, honest, you could say, contributions on a very particular matter. And for the mayor to just completely disregard and spend all of 5% of the 7 to 10 minutes of his time actually acknowledging the sentiments of the residents, and then spending 95% of the time talking, carrying this business conversation forward, was just extremely unprofessional. If the mayor was concerned about potential depreciation of a potential property or area of the city, getting worse, the citizens are here. You know, you can literally talk to us. There's literally no reason to be afraid of us. You know, contrary to you telling us to have emotional control when we speak or when we're like in the back, when the mayor like tells us that he's threatened, or when the public shares their sentiments, I guess maybe for the sake of their own better mental health, because they're extremely frustrated, I would hope that the mayor would be more welcoming towards those sentiments. Like, hey, okay, I understand there's been a misunderstanding or something. But that's not the message we got tonight. Likewise, with the continued discussions, with pushing, again, certain conversation forward, just generally from, I guess, the wider audience of the council members. It just, again, I think it was just pretty terrible. Like, the citizens gave their sentiments. There was very little address. There was address, but there was very little comparatively towards what the actual sentiments of the citizens were. There was a way to move forward with those citizen sentiments as well. There's no reason to suggest that you cannot have a community-driven project for that same area. The citizens were saying they're having trouble going out, you know, reaching the different schools, getting the groceries.
I don't know.
Can I yield my time?
You're done. Your time. Thank you.
I would like to finish my comment. I have 43 seconds left.
I've told you 3 times, you're out of order. You're violating the council rules. I'm sorry, you don't get special treatment. You can go sit down and enjoy the rest of the meeting.
I'll leave, thank you.
But I mean, how many times I gotta tell you? You know, you don't get special treatment, dude. Man. Okay, who'd like to be next? Close that portion and we'll move on to,
We have one more.
okay. Yep, no problem.
Hi, everybody. I just want to thank you for your time. Like, really appreciate it. Just one sentence about what happened. I just hope you guys represent your people, and I hope that they feel seen and heard, even though there was conflicting statements. But anyways, I also wanted to note that many of us here asking for a ceasefire resolution had a lot of other obligations going on, or are observing Ramadan, which affects this meeting's attendance and the next meeting, but we're still watching and listening and hoping and waiting for a ceasefire resolution vote and hopefully to pass too. We really are asking for that still. And then just a note from me, I'm from Troy, but I'm very invested in this because so many lives are at stake. I've lost a lot of hope in a lot of local and like upper level governments in the past couple months. It's been very sad, but as a neighboring city, if you guys were to pass this, I think like it really would restore some of that hope. Troy, we do not have so much luck. So I really hope that you guys take that initiative and represent the people coming here from Sterling Heights and other places. And it would be a great way to show that your city stands for peace and nonviolence and connections amongst all groups of people for the betterment of humanity, and to show that lives need to be saved no matter what those lives are. So please consider passing ceasefire resolution, and we would love to see a vote on it next meeting. At least some of us will be there, but we'll be watching online as well. Thank you.
Okay, raise your hand if you'd like to speak. All right, now we'll move on. The next item on our agenda tonight is an ordinance introduction. This is to consider introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 23 of the City Code entitled Garbage and Refuse to establish new regulations for curbside collection of refuse, recycling, and yard waste. We have a presentation from our Assistant City Attorney, Alyssa Erickson. Ms. Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. This evening, I have the privilege of presenting an ordinance amendment pertaining to new regulations for curbside refuse collection. Overall, majority of the things are minor in nature. They include additions or deletions of definitions to better mirror the new refuse contract language. There's removal of a cost recovery program that is no longer offered by the city, and there's other cleanup to wording within the current ordinance, no pun intended. The biggest change pertains to curbside collection. Currently, residents are permitted to utilize containers or bags for curbside collection, and in those residential condominium complexes where curbside collection is infeasible for one reason or another, the city currently allows collection by dumpster or a bags or containers in common areas. Beginning on May 1st, 2024, universal cart collection of refuse and recycling will begin in the city, as the city council is well aware. Therefore, the current ordinance would be amended to reflect the required use of 95-gallon carts for residential refuse, 65-gallon carts for residential curbside recycling, and the option of a 39-gallon paper yard waste bag or a 95-gallon cart for residential curbside collection of yard waste. For non-curbside residential condominium complexes that currently offer that dumpster collection or common area collection, that method of collection will remain the same moving forward, but the city would require refuse carts for common area complexes under the proposed ordinance. Another notable change pertains to bulk collection. The method of collection will remain the same, but the proposed ordinance would add language requiring nails, screws, things of that nature be removed from lumber and wood that's being placed out for collection. I am here to answer any questions. I did keep it brief just based on the marathon of a meeting that the City Council has had this evening, and I would turn it over to Melanie Davis for community engagement efforts.
Thank you. Thanks. And again, in the spirit of keeping things brisk, I'll go through our public outreach and education campaign pretty quickly here. One of the key things that we wanted to make sure that we're doing with this public outreach campaign is make sure that we're reaching our residents where they are. And we want to make sure that we're reaching everybody in every age category as well. So we wanted to focus a lot on direct mail to make sure that we are getting information in the hands of people right in their mailboxes or right at their homes. So the cadence of that is that there was a mailer A that went out in early March. Our mailer B is going to hit any day now in the next few days. The City Magazine has information about this change to refuse and recycle, and that'll hit the week of April 1st. And then as residents are receiving their refuse and recycle carts in April, they will also get cart packets that are attached to those carts with specific information and instructions on how they're supposed to handle that. I just wanted to share with you some quick examples of what people have seen. This is the first card that went out. This is that mailer A that went out in early March. Next, people will be receiving a welcome letter with a much more detailed FAQ on it, and that will be both for recycling. This is the recycle version. This is the refuse version, and again, it has all the information regarding cart placement, your schedule, what time to put your cart out. It's very detailed. There's a lot of information. Everything that we're sending out also is has a QR code, which is kind of like that universal symbol of getting you to a website that you can also translate into your own language that has all the information. That's kind of the repository for all of the most accurate and up-to-date information on refuse and recycling changes. And then this is an example of the packets that are going to be attached. This is the refuse or the recycle packet, and it is a very nice pictorial, easy to understand and translated card that shows what items are accepted and what are not for our recycle. And then we have something similar that's going to go out with refuse that has kind of your do's and don'ts and a pictorial for cart placement and how to make sure you put your refuse out with your refuse cart. In addition, we'll be including a service map for collection dates so people know that none of that is changing. Their collection date is staying the same. We also are doing a paid campaign for this, and we have had some really impressive results, and I just wanted to go over those quickly. So on Meta, we have, that's Facebook and Instagram. Already this campaign has garnered almost 250,000 impressions. That means just the number of people who have seen it. But it's also gotten 4,500 engagements. That means people that have done anything with that post. They've either liked it, they've commented on it, they've clicked on it. We've also had over 1,500 clicks to that landing page. And our video views, which is the 15 and 30-second ad that SHTV produced, that's been viewed almost 200,000 times. On YouTube, those ads have been viewed almost 27,000 times with 415,000 impressions, 881 clicks. On Nextdoor, we have over 8,000 impressions and 228 clicks. And we, usually at this time, you'd see these kind of plateaus in these types of campaigns, but they are still ramping up and doing very successfully, or they're being very successful. So we look forward to that continuing. We're getting in a lot of eyeballs on these. And then we also have 2 insertions for the newspapers. We have 2 insertions for the Sterling Century. The first of that is going to hit tomorrow. And then we have a junior page in the Macomb Daily that's running every day. It started on Monday, and that's going to roll through April 30th. So we have a pretty robust paid media campaign as well. And in terms of organic marketing, we'll also do things that are just free to us that we do all the time. We're continuing to do organic social posts on Facebook and Instagram through April 30th, and then follow up through the summer with tweaked posts that talk about little, instructions like how people roll out with their new refuse and recycle carts after May 1st. We'll also be doing consistent social media monitoring to answer questions. We've been doing that for a while now. We're going to have buck slips in our April 1st and May 1st water bills. We've already put this information in our city news that goes out to about 50,000 subscribers in March 8th, and that will again continue throughout the month of May and even into the summer to notify and educate residents. And then we are also doing things at various buildings and at various upcoming events. So for example, we're sending out flyers and buck slips at the library, the senior center, the community center. We're going to be doing sandwich boards featured at all of those DPW spring cleanup events and special events, as well as the April 27th Think Green Sterling event. And then, or Think Sterling Green event. And then the last thing is there is an instructional video we'll be rolling out, and that's a much more longer form video that gives a lot of specific instructions on what residents will need to do with their new refuse and recycle cart. And so we're on a roll to a cleaner, greener future. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Davis. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item?
I know what you mean about you don't like changes. This is crazy. Okay. Oh, you took it down. Okay, you got one color for one? Is there different colors now? You got, what's the green one is for?
Sir, your comments are to me.
Oh,
not
okay.
to her.
Do you know
me
what's
and the
going on?
council.
Okay.
And we don't.
Okay, green,
engage in-
green is what, for what now?
Point of order,
Oh,
Mr.
you don't
Mayor.
talk to it.
Point of
Oh,
order,
No,
Mr. Mayor.
this is, I mean, these
He
are.
does this all the time.
Yeah, sir, I've explained the rules to you many times. You don't come often, but when you do, I explain the rules to you. We don't engage in back and forth during this part of the meeting. We will take notes on your questions, and then.
Oh, that was
during-
communication from citizens.
Yeah,
I
same
thought.
thing, same
Oh,
concept.
this is the
This
same?
is not a back and forth. Even
Okay.
this right now is.
Okay,
should
we
not
got
be
different
happening.
colors. Okay. Yard waste, that's gonna be normal, I think. We can still use the old cans for normal. Oh, we can't use the old cans? We got another can? Okay, well, oh my God. How about 4-foot links? Is that gonna be normal? I hope. Okay, if you lose your can, what's it gonna cost me? If somebody steals it or gets hit by a truck and knocks down the road 15 or whatever, something, you see a lot of them on 15 down the road. And, I don't know. Okay, let's see, what else we got here? We got the cans, we got that, we got this, okay. So I have to buy a third can for yard waste, or no? Okay, now you can answer my questions. Thanks.
Anyone else on this item? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, Ms. Elias.
I am speaking on this because you guys all talk about best practices. I checked around with Troy. They go through another company, and you're allowed to do plastic bags. I called Warren, they do their own, and they allow plastic bags or smaller containers. I called Shelby, yep. Utica, options, garbage bag or other, yep. So those were it. And I want to know why it's mandatory. First of all, I'm a senior citizen now, turned 65, And I want to know why I would need to put a 96-gallon, when I usually have one small bag of garbage, and why I need a 65-gallon for recycling. I recycle, I used to give it to my sister because they always drive onto my yard. And I have a 3 to 4 inches sunken yard that I have to complete and fix every spring. So what I want to say is, why is it mandatory? First of all, recycling. I've asked this question many times to you, Mr. City Manager. Can you tell me what part of recycling is actually recycled? Of the products that are put in that recycling bin, what percentage is recycled? I went on the computer and read the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, and they said 50% is going in the landfill. So why are you making it mandatory? I've talked to some people, they don't have no room in their garage, and they don't have room outside their house. It is going to be a problem. I walk around, when I drive around the neighborhoods, I see them landing in the streets with their lid open. Someone can drive over them, break it. So I usually put it back. I don't do that all the time. But I need to know why you guys had to make it mandatory. Why don't you give us an option to recycle for those who want to recycle rather than make it mandatory? Leave that open recycling available. Or give it to those who want to, but I don't want another one. I don't want a recycling. Can I just say, don't give it to me? I won't put recycling out. I just don't want it. It doesn't make sense for me to have more stuff in my garage that I can fit. I only have a garage, I don't have a shed. So all my planting gear goes in there. So I don't understand why you have to. Most people in my court are 2 people or single. Our garbage is usually 1 garbage can. I know you're trying to go what is the word I'm looking for? You're trying to modernize and reduce the number of workers for every truck. It's going to be a lift handle. But you didn't think about us. There's a lot of us older people that won't come out and speak, but they tell me they don't like it, but they're stuck with it. I don't think you should have given us an option to see if this is something we want to do. But by making it mandatory, I feel you become very dictatorial. You're supposed to respond to us, like the resident said. We should be aware of what's happening before you do it, but you never do. And Mark Vanderpool, I've asked you many times for information that you never respond to. We, the residents who are watching, as well as the people here, whenever a question is posed, I've never got an answer back. Like I told you, never got an answer back of what portion of our recycles are actually recycled and how many are not. You've never given me that answer. I've asked it a few times before. This is my 3rd time. So I'd like to know if it is a wise decision to give us a mandatory recycling when we don't fully recycle. And you haven't given me that information on a local level. I'm just giving it to you on a national level. So I really would wish that you would give us some consideration. I'm very disappointed in that you guys don't. Most of us are elderly. They said 82% of the people, the homes are over 30 years old. A lot of us don't want to take those big carts out, especially on sleek days, rainy days.
Mr. Smith?
Well, thank you. This is just starting to get interesting. I took a look at this on the agenda pack. I was shocked. It's only 12 pages of legislation to tell you how to take a garbage bin out to the street. I was really expecting a lot more. I posted some about this meeting, about the that item that we can't talk about anymore, and the garbage ordinance. And I got a lot of cracks back as far as from Australia, where they said garbage ordinance is a redundancy. But anyway, you know, in 9 years, we've had Waste Management, Rizzo, GFL, and Priority Waste. We have 4 garbage collectors, which is more turnover than we've had on city council. But this agenda package says that this garbage collector is going to give us a robust public education. And there's something that kind of makes stomach grind when a garbage collector says he's going to educate me on how to wheel a bin out to the street. I'm not sure how much education I need to get for that. I know people are concerned about finding a place for a 95-gallon trash tub. I'm a little concerned with that too. So this is a robot truck. I take it we're doing this to accommodate a one-man truck with a robot arm that's going to pick up the garbage or pick up the trash and eliminate 2 or 3 footmen behind the truck. I've been involved with a lot of stuff with automation. We always studied it, and we do a cost analysis, economic worthwhileness and physical realizability of the project. And it always came that you really don't buy automation to get rid of people unless you're really going to substantially improve quality and substantially reduce cost. And I would like to, I'd like to hear how much money we're really saving getting rid of these people. Because, you know, we just talked about DEI and DEI award, and we're depriving some basically uneducated, unqualified people that can't get other work of a job that they could do. Is there really savings in getting rid of these people? I know that if the footmen behind the trash truck were city union employees, there's no way you'd get rid of them. You'd figure out a way to keep them for 20 years before you get rid of a city union employee. But the employees of these trash collectors are treated as nothing. You've got rid of them. So, you know, for how many people have lost their jobs, how much have we really saved? Because the city creates jobs for people like social workers, tree counters, DEI monitors, where they throw out $300,000 at a crack, creating management level jobs in the city. So how much do we really save on this? I like to hear what's the benefit, where, you know, they've saved money, but they've transferred work from the garbage collector to the homeowner. That you've, you know, got rid of, I don't know how many total men there were, 18 or what, but you're going to have 30,000 people doing a bigger share of the trash collection work. So I'd like to hear what the savings on this was. That's all. Thank you very much.
Anyone else on this item? Okay, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolved to introduce the ordinance amending Chapter 23 of the City Code entitled Garbage and Refuse to establish new regulations for curbside collection of refuse, recycling, and yard waste.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Radke?
Yes, briefly, Mr. Mayor. I was happy to see this ordinance. I just wanted to clarify with the city attorney through the chair that we're also going to have a recycling ordinance for multifamily buildings coming that don't have common collection. Is that true?
Mr. Koszewski.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Councilman Radke, we're working on that ordinance as we speak.
It's very exciting. We're finally going to have recycling in every home. Just quickly for some of the comments. I think it was 2019, but it's been a while now and it's late tonight. The council decided that we were going to move to hard-sided garbage cans for refuse collection. And we did that for a couple reasons. We discussed it internally. We actually held off on it, but we talked about it because if you drive around the neighborhood in the morning on the day of trash collection day, you can see the bags torn up. You can see that the rodents have gotten in there, that the raccoons, that the feral cats, that it's a problem. That's why we're going to cart collection. And, you know, it's frustrating to hear people say stuff like, well, if 50% is in the landfill, well, then 50% is recycled. It isn't hard, but the folks around here are making this very hard. Every city that touches us, I want to believe, has automated carts for recycling now. Shelby Township has automated carts. You know, Utica has automated carts. Warren has automated carts. This works everywhere else in the county, in the state. It can work in Sterling Heights. This is not going to be some crazy idea, but the people who come up here week after week, for whatever their political reasons are, it's like they just want to gripe. And it's frustrating, especially in a long meeting like this. You know, you'll have to put your trash in the cart and then roll your cart to the curb. We have pretty smart people in the city. I think we can accomplish this. But man, I have never heard people call, people email, people on Facebook, everywhere. The amount of, as all it is people afraid to change. And I'm frankly sick of it now. Because at the end of the day, this is gonna be a boon to service. You're not gonna see trash blowing through your neighborhoods. You're not gonna have rats in your neighborhoods. It's why we're doing this. And it makes sense. So I'm gonna vote in favor of this. It's a long time coming. I'm glad we finally have carts. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Anybody else? Mrs. Zarko?
I just want, if somebody could answer the questions from the residents now, that I think that would be helpful. So through the chair to either Mr. Vanderpool or.
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Zarko, let me just click through some of them here. First, if a cart is damaged by the collector in any way, shape, or form, of course, that would be replaced. So residents don't have to worry about that. That hasn't been the case with the current cart collection system we have for recycling, which is automated. So the carts are very durable, by the way. They don't blow over. They can blow over if you have 30, 40, 50 mile an hour gusts. But if you had 10 mile an hour gusts, the 30-gallon cans that were plastic and tin and so on would blow all over the neighborhood, down the road and so on. Not going to have that anymore. Why is this mandatory? A resident asked. Because it's a best practice. We are one of the few communities in southeastern Michigan that currently does not have mandatory universal curbside recycling. Simply a best practice. It's the right thing to do. The contractor has a recycling recovery station where all the recyclable goods go to, and all the material that goes there is recycled. And sometimes the commodities, it depends on market, commodities ebb and flow. So there may be some stockpiles at what's called the MRF that don't go out the door immediately, but they don't go to the landfill. There may be cases where the recycling load is contaminated, where someone doesn't follow the instructions, and they may bag their recyclable material. And that, in those cases, that contaminates the load. And the MRF can't accept it. And that's why public education is so important with this. That's a rarity. That's the exception, not the norm. So it's rather obvious why this has now become a mandatory program and why Sterling Heights is, in this case, following the best practice. We're not blazing a trail here. We do not have an opt-out option, so residents will get a recycling cart. They can choose to store it and not use it. There will be cases when they do want to use it. In today's world, when you get Amazon deliveries and other deliveries every day, you might have gone to Target for Kroger or Meijer in the past. Now you order it online, comes to your house, you have boxes. It'd be horrible to be throwing those boxes into the garbage, taking up precious landfill space. Now you can recycle it right at your curb. Simply put the cardboard in the cart, wheel it out, you're good to go. So those who don't want it, keep in mind that you will have a need for it. You will have parties, you will have children, graduating grandkids and the like, and you will have a need to put recyclable goods in your cart. In terms of savings, the savings for this program is very significant. Switching to the new provider, and again, it's a fully automated system. Over a 10-year period of time, the provider that the City Council approved, Priority Waste, was $23 million over a 10-year period of time, lower than the incumbent. That's a significant amount of money. So that is a significant cost savings, obviously. So this highly automated, high-tech, best practice system from a reputable contractor is going to pay big dividends for the city, and we're looking forward to rolling it out.
How much is a yard waste cart? Do we know?
The yard waste carts, I'm going to have to call on Mr. Cole, who's with $110. Okay, and I do want to clarify. you can continue to use paper bags for yard waste setouts. In addition, if you currently purchased a refuse cart and you have one of those, I have one, or if you're one of the 10,000 people that has a recycling cart now, you're part of the subscription program, you can keep that card and use it for yard waste. You simply have to put a sticker on it. So that hasn't changed. So you can use existing carts that you may have, a big one that you purchased or a smaller one to set out for yard waste, or you can purchase one. It's your option.
Did you say recycling or yard waste?
I'm sorry, I meant yard waste. And Cole, you can, Josh, you can correct me if I'm.
It's a microphone.
Yeah. If you don't mind, just hold on one second. All right, it's 11:59 PM. Our council rules do not allow us to go beyond 12.
Do we have to vote?
We have a motion on the floor. Can we vote on a motion to extend the meeting while the motion is on the floor?
I think we have to.
Okay.
I have to.
We have options. We can adjourn right now and come back in 2 weeks.
12:30?
We can extend the meeting. We have to extend it to a time certain.
Oh,
But that doesn't mean we have to continue until that time. It means if we extend it to 12:10, then we have to extend it again if we don't make it. If we extend it till 6 in the morning, that doesn't mean we're here till 6 in the morning. So I would entertain a motion.
I so moved to,
Adjourn.
till, it has to be till 12:30.
Support.
So motion is to
Move.
Extend the meeting until
12:30. It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
No.
Let's not go much later than that.
No
then.
extensions.
I'm tired.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Talk
Opposed,
fast.
motion carries. Okay, we're going to go till 12:30. You have the floor, sir.
All right, so the current plan right now is if you purchase the
12:30.
green GFL refuse cart, that is what we're allowing to use as a secondary refuse cart and/or sticker it and use it as a yard waste cart. The bright green recycling carts are going to be picked up from the residents and disposed of. They're going to be recycled or disposed of however they need be. But it's the dark green refuse cart that can be used as a refuse or sticker it on all sides, and the lid is what priority is requesting, and then that can be used as your refuse cart if you already possess it.
You mean your
Yard
waste?
waste.
I'm sorry, it's your yard waste cart, yes,
So we're
sir.
clear for the people at home.
Yes, sir, sorry, I'm tired.
We all are.
Yes, sir.
So, just to clarify, the 65-gallon recycling cart from GFL, that cannot be used for any purpose
No, sir,
after May 1st?
no, sir.
You
And that
will
will
pick
be
that
picked
up?
up, yes, that will be picked up by a contractor to
Okay.
dispose of those over the first week or two. It's gonna take a little time. We're working on getting the list from GFL, so that way it'll help expedite it. But we're gonna give the contractor a week or two. We're asking people to put it out if it doesn't get, but the cart has to be empty for it to be picked up. It can't be serviced and then emptied, so we're asking the emptied recycle carts to be brought out, and it'll be disposed of for them.
Okay, I think, Ms. Zarko, you had the floor.
Color code, I think the color codes now, I think was another question. And I think is it blue for recycling now, green for refuge, and then brown for?
Yes, ma'am.
Yard waste, okay. And I have to say, this is just a comment. My mother just celebrated her 95th birthday, and the reason why I'm saying that, up until 2 years ago, she pushed a 95-gallon cart to the curb. So, and I remember when we talked about this years ago, I would say, well, you know, I can't see senior citizens pushing it to the curb. She loved it. So, once you get used to it, and like I said, she doesn't do it now, but up until about 2 years ago, she did. So, that's all I have to say.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt?
Just quickly,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Cole, so the question was asked of me, if we're still allowed to put bags out, then obviously that's going to be a two-man truck?
We are not allowed to put bags out. Bags are to be in the refuse carts only.
She means yard waste.
I'm sorry, yard waste bags, paper bags, yes, the
sorry,
paper,
it's
yep.
late, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
the paper yard waste bags will be a rear load truck like before and serviced by.
Two-man
yeah,
truck.
A two-man truck?
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess the question is, why can't people just use their 35-gallon cart that we use now? If they're gonna have to pick up the bag, why can't they pick up the can? You know what I'm saying? And I don't know who this is going to.
Yeah, I don't-
Who can answer my question? I know it's not allowed, but. Go ahead. But tell me the rationale why
Good
it's not
evening. My name
allowed.
is Dan. I'm with Priority Waste. Nice to meet all of you tonight. From the perspective of the hauler, obviously the bid was sent out with the specs that was defined, which is the paper bags or yard waste cart. The reason why it's preferred not to use the small cans, those 32-gallon or 35-gallon cans, they're brittle and they break. And we get blamed for them and asked to be replaced of them. So it's industry now moving away from those because you'd never have to replace a bag because those go in with the yard waste, they decompose in the composting site. The cans, over time, brittle, break, and fall out. So while, yes, the process to empty them is the same, it's the subsequent fallout that happens that is pulling
Which
away.
brings me to my next question for you. What do people do with all their old 32-gallon cans? Will you pick those up?
Yes, we'll pick those up and those will be disposed of. We're working on a solution. It's nothing formal that I can announce as like official, but we're trying to find a way where those may not be landfilled, but repurposed, like the recycling carts with the current Optane and the green ones. So we're trying to find a source. It's difficult because it's a different plastic and grade, so there are not a ton of options in Michigan. There's some in Ohio, so we're trying to find something.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Council, anyone else?
Mr. Taylor. Through the chair to gentleman there, quick question. Black rolling cart, 96-gallon, can that be used for yard waste if I put a sticker on it?
Yes, and a 96-gallon cart that's black or really any other color, as long as it, as Josh had described, has stickers on all four sides and the top. Well, three sides, because the front would have probably an anchor bar. And we do that for a number of reasons. One, identifying that that's what it's meant for. But two, so if in case, and the reason why recycling carts are not allowed to be repurposed is we pull up to a stop, and it's a recycling cart that's been identified as compost, and we service it as compost. It still looks like a recycling cart, and we get blamed that we're mixing and we're doing something improper. So if it's a non-labeled cart, black, just in color, and it has stickers on it, it's easier, and there's nobody that's gonna mistake that as us doing something improper.
Can I take my refuse cart and put a sticker on it that says it belongs at this address so my neighbor doesn't take it again?
Absolutely, we encourage that. It works really, really well in a lot of communities. The stickers are paint you put your house number on it, because obviously they're all gonna be very similar in size and design.
Or a
Almost
skull
identical.
and crossbone that says.
Yes, absolutely, I love that, yeah.
And if the cart gets damaged from the truck, do you replace it or do I have to buy another one?
No, anything that's damaged by our service, we would maintain and take care of those. So the nice part about these carts is, city manager pointed out, they're industrial in design. They're meant to last a long time. I personally have a yellow priority waste cart in my house I've had for 5 years. It still looks new. I wash mine. Some people don't, so that's why it looks new, I think. But those carts are going to last a long time. But in the case that a lid breaks, an anchor bar breaks, a wheel needs to be replaced, we take care of those. We will set up a couple of means for people to reach out to us for those. We're going to work with the city on providing a hyperlink on your website to our website to report damage or replacement repairs. So it'll come directly to our team because we manage that. And usually it's within a few days that we would be out there to replace it. We would call you, schedule it so you know, so we don't have to go on your property to grab that card.
How does recycling work? What if there's not a market for it and you have to pay for it to get rid of whatever you've collected? How does that work? Who pays for it? Does that come out of priority? Is that already included in our cost?
That is included in your cost. So Priority Waste does not currently own a MRF, a material recovery facility. We take it to our network of options in the area. So Sakura is going to be the primary one. They're a municipality-owned and managed outfit in Troy. There's also Arasoc, which is down in Southfield, that's managed by Republic. There's another one being built in Detroit by WM, and we have a couple other options locally. So we take it to them. When we take it to that facility, we pay a processing fee, and there's a rebate that we may be eligible for, but in the market we're in, the rebate back to us is minimal or not at all. And from that point forward, it's up to that facility to then sell off. So we don't have any hands in the market share of the material. It's all on that facility. So the city won't see anything additional, even if there's contamination. We have to take full ownership of that.
Okay, so basically what you do when you drop it off, you pay for it.
Correct, yes.
And then if they make any money, they
It's-
get to keep it.
Correct, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Yanis?
Yep. Through the chair to the city manager, we got a grant for the recycling carts, right? Is that correct?
Mr. Vanderpool?
Councilman Yanis, that's correct. It's $1 million grant, and that's an important point. That does require the mandatory component of our curbside recycling.
So does the city own the carts, or does the individual homeowner?
Mr. Vanderpool?
Dan is shaking his head, but he would need to confirm.
Okay.
Yeah, the carts that are being delivered in April for our service will stay with the city at the end of the contract. They're city-branded carts, so the logos are city colors and logos.
Okay. And one of my concerns, and this is rather personal because of where I live, but, you know, I live in a condo complex, and we have rules, and our rules say you can't have cans. Well, we broke that rule a long time ago. But a number of my neighbors only have a one-car garage. They can't store 2 cans. So it's either they store the 2 cans and park their car outside, which sort of defeats the purpose of a garage, or they put the trash can in the garage with the car, and then the recycle can will probably end up in a common area, and, you know, who knows what happens to it after that. So if we're going to be asking for these carts back at some point, I'm not sure we're going to get all of them back. And frankly, I don't know what to tell my neighbors, because I know I'm going to get hit with a bunch of questions as soon as these all get dropped off, especially from the people who have one-car garages. So I'll direct all those questions to the administration office. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
If somebody doesn't want a recycling cart, what will you do? Are they forced to take one?
For the grant that you're granted. For the grant that
So we're following the guidelines that the city has provided us, which is everybody is receiving the carts. So, and on
If I
April
take my
1.
cart and I find a dumpster somewhere and I put it inside of it,
Don't encourage it.
that's, I mean, there's nothing, there's no, so if anybody's watching at 12:11 and you don't want a cart, figure out a way to get rid of it. I mean, right? There's nothing, you don't have to answer that.
Yeah.
You don't have to have it. You're not forced to have anything you don't want. Just get rid of it.
And they're watching on YouTube tomorrow, Mr. Mayor.
You mean on Thursday?
On Thursday, yes.
Okay. Seriously, though, I guess one question that I do have is that I go through a lot of trash. We produce a lot of trash in my house, like an inordinate amount of trash. So I've got a big green GFL cart, but the lid broke off and I don't know where the lid is. I take it you won't service that cart, is that right?
We're going up and down?
Yeah, just stay up there.
Yeah. So you're talking, just so I'm
Right, so I've
clear,
got the
it's a
big GFL green cart.
trash cart.
Trash cart.
Okay.
95, 96 gallons.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna take the new cart that's delivered to my house. My plan was to keep the GFL cart so I'd have 2.
Mhm.
Okay, because I'll need 2.
Mhm.
But it's broken.
Mhm.
I take it you won't service that one? will
No,
you?
we will service secondary carts as long as they're the industrial design, so that 95-gallon size of capacity, right, for secondary carts. Primary cart should be the one that is delivered during the month of April, because those are the ones, like you, that lid is gone, but others may have one with a functioning lid, right? If that lid then breaks, that's not something that we can maintain. It's not a part or piece that we have. So that's why we want to just push those as a secondary accent cart for the ones like you that have a need for it, whether it be regularly or non-regularly. So we can service as many carts as long as they're properly identified and they're that 95-gallon design, industrial in size. They can manage the automated arm.
What about the lack of lid? Does that matter?
No, the lid does not matter. I would just ask that the mayor has his stuff bagged so it doesn't blow over.
That's what I do now.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, what else? What happens if you have your one, like, there's gotta be residents out there that once a year, they're gonna have a big cleanup, they're gonna have a lot of bags of trash. What do you recommend that they do? If they're cleaning out the basement or something, and they fill up their 96 gallon, and then they've got 5, 10, 12 bags of garbage, what do they do with it?
So I'll ask Josh for a little bit of input, but I know that there's a special collection option that we can go and do. His office will work with our office on those circumstances, where we would, work with the resident on the fee for the special collection. It kind of depends. It's a variable based on what it is. If we're talking large quantities of furniture, that may be different than large quantities of bags, right? So we can work with them, and that's on an individual base. They're charged separately. It's not a part of the program, and we just work out that deal with them directly. So I know that we've talked briefly about special collections, so that would be that. We would just ask the resident, contact us ahead of time so that you don't have the material out on the curb. It gets rejected, now it turns into a city-wide issue. But we can plan for it accordingly and pick it up.
And what about furniture? If you put out furniture or appliances, are those residents gonna incur an additional cost for that?
No, not for furniture, bulky items as they're defined, I think, in the ordinance. It's reasonable quantities. We kind of equate it to about 5 items, right? So a sofa, a chair, a TV stand, an ottoman, and a coffee table, right? So up to about 5 items is what is a general accepted allowance. If you have a couple of chairs, like let's say a table is 4 chairs and a table, we're not counting that as 5 if you have another piece next to it, because you can stack chairs, they're smaller. But if you put out, you get a whole new basement set and you have 4 or 5 different couches and 3 or 4 different chairs, that's a different scenario. Again, kind of talking that special collection program.
Okay, that's good enough for me for tonight. This is a 2-step process. Council, anybody else? With no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, next up is the consent agenda. Thank you, gentlemen, appreciate you being here this late. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on any item on tonight's consent agenda? The consent agenda is item 9A, B, D, E, F, G, H, I.
You're next. You're next.
Okay, I'm not, yeah, this will be quick. Well, don't worry, you're coming up next, and it'll be 2 minutes. Okay, anybody on the consent agenda with the omission of C? Council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Support.
Been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The Bruce Collins Elementary School Parent Teacher Organization for recognition as a local nonprofit organization for the purpose of obtaining a state of Michigan charitable gaming license and to induct these 2 women into sainthood.
Yeah, no kidding.
Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for
I'm
not
so
putting us off
sorry.
for
I
another.
really am.
It's okay. It's my first city council meeting. Might be my last, to be very honest. Thank you guys for doing all that you
Okay,
do.
so
As
actually,
volunteers, we
Let-
understand.
Let me tee this up properly. So I've called it. Is there anybody in the audience who wants to speak? You guys are the petitioners. It's yours. You can tell us what you want. I mean, I would never say this, but you're going to get approved. So if you want to go quickly, go quickly.
We're parents, we're a group of parents that raise as much money as we can possibly raise for our Title I school in southeastern Sterling Heights. We work really hard. We spend about $10,000 a year strictly on programs that the district doesn't pay for, but our students use every single day. This year, we've always had a fun run. This year, we're trying to figure out all of the legal nuances we were unaware of, and that is what brings us here. No good deed goes unpunished, 5-hour meeting. We're so happy that you heard us. Thank you so much. But, yeah, we're just looking to raise money for our school.
You got it. Okay, is there anyone else who wants to speak on this? Okay, council, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Resolved that the request from Bruce Collins Elementary School Parent-Teacher Organization asking that they be recognized as a local nonprofit organization for the purpose of obtaining a state of Michigan charitable gaming license be considered for approval, provided, however, that this action is not an endorsement of the organization and the city of Sterling Heights should not be listed on any promotional materials associated with their charitable gaming activities.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Mrs. Schmidt, any discussion?
Just as a former PTO, it's a little hoop we have to jump through, and I wish you well. Raise lots of money. That's it.
Council, anyone else?
We have to vote first.
Mayor?
Mr. Radke.
Just briefly, I don't want to belabor it. You said a fun run. Are there other activities you want the people at home to know about that you're doing through your organization? You can tell us right now if you want. Uh-huh.
We try to get up to 100 baskets to raffle off from any local donations, especially from any businesses that might want to get their name out to a school
Perfect.
of 400 plus students and their families that can spend money at your business. So you can contact us through the Bruce Collins Elementary School, and we will gladly take anything you want to do to help us.
Yeah, including money. If you want to give us money to pay for our programs for our
The
kids, we
programs
will
that the
happily
PTO
take
pays
it.
for are like computer software programs that the kids use to learn math every
Right.
day.
I was curious what you guys were
The
paying for.
district does
Yeah,
not provide it.
we pay for reading and math programs that our children use every single day. Last year, we had hopes of buying a kiln for our art department. We haven't had a working kiln in years. Unfortunately, we didn't meet our goals. This year, we're hoping to not only pay for those programs and make good on our kiln promise, but our kids are really looking forward to hopefully a book vending machine. So as a reward system, trying to get them to read. So, yeah, we
Well, your
appreciate
passion as a parent, and we appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, you are approved.
Good night.
Thank you, guys. Good luck. All right, next up is to consider approval of the fiscal year 24-25 Community Development Block Grant One-Year Action Plan. We have a presentation from Dr. Parcell. We have to get through this item. This has to be approved tonight. It cannot wait 2 weeks. Can you do this in 1 or 2 minutes?
I've been told I talk fast, and I'll put that for my advantage right now.
Yes, you do.
Go fast.
Then go.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mayor Terry, members of council. I'll skip right to the middle. Our Citizens Advisory Committee has recommended a funding this year of our CDBG allocation of $765,446, plus additional program funding of $300,000. 20% of this should be set aside for administration. 15% is limited per our federal cap to entitlement. The rest is for capital projects. This year, the Citizens Advisory Committee with the base allocation has put in slightly under that 20% by about $3,100 into administration, which goes towards wages, training, costs for program delivery, and unused funds go back to program funding. Public services is exactly at $114,817, which is 15% of our annual allocation, going largely to the same members that it did last year, with adjustments based on their reimbursement request. Finally, our capital projects plus our program funding totals $800,696. So for our public services, we have organizations supported as Macomb County Community Action Agency, Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers, Adaptive Recreation, City of Sterling Heights, MATS, which has decreased from $7,000 to $1,500 last year because the last 2 years they've only been reimbursed for the $1,500. Care House and Turning Point, Maggie's Wigs for Kids, and Hearts for Home. Our capital projects includes the Senior Center Kitchen, the Senior Center Atrium Lighting, the repaving of Doncaster Drive, and minor home repair program. And with that, that covers the full allocation based on the Citizens Advisory Committee. From here, we have a 30-day public noticing period, which will be published in the Century in the coming week. Then it will be sent to the county for review. And I'm open for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Parcell. Is there anybody out there who wants to speak on this item? Council, before we get into a motion, is there anybody who has significant comment, questions, or debate?
I do.
It's fine.
We have to extend the meeting again?
We have 7 minutes. Do you want more than
I
that?
think I should be able to wrap up in 7 minutes.
But
Okay,
then we have his other item.
we do have your other item. Okay.
We will
Well,
have to extend the meeting.
what do we want to do? Does anybody, we have 7 minutes. We can move forward, and at 12:29, I can
Do it again.
ask for another extension.
Okay.
So why don't we just, we need, first of all, though, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Zarko.
resolve to approve the fiscal year 24-25 Community Development Block Grant one-year action plan as recommended by the Citizen Advisory Committee and City Administration based on the estimated annual entitlement of $765,446 plus program income of $300,000 and authorize the city administrator to complete the federal application and secure the funds.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion?
I think it's, well, I feel that it's been explained. I understand how, we have to divide the money and, and I also understand that the organizations that we're giving money to have actually had to apply for it. It's not like we choose who gets the money. They ask us for it, and we've done that, so nothing further.
That's correct.
Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason I asked to speak on this is I find it very frustrating. In the past, I voted against the CDBG allocation. I'm going to vote against it again tonight. I don't understand why our employees who work on CDBG funds continue to say that we cannot spend this money on sidewalk and trees and bus stops and things that would help the disabled community and the people who could most effectively use this money, but instead they are going to resurface one street in one little part of the city. That to me is a tremendous misallocation of resources. And it happens year after year after year. I don't know if it's because of laziness or an unwillingness to really examine the program, but I have been complaining about it now for 7 years. And here we are in year 7 yet again. I don't understand. Ann Arbor uses it for trees. How is a street able to use the money on a public street that benefits maybe 5 homeowners or 6 homeowners on the street, but we can't use it for trees or sidewalk or making our bus stops handicap accessible so my mother, who is in a wheelchair, could be able to ride the bus in Sterling Heights? It's mind-blowing. And I've not got a straight answer over there, and I'm frustrated. So I'll keep on voting against it, because you know what? We can do better. This funding is for the least amongst us. And God bless, Doncaster deserves to get repaved, but that 300 grand could go toward any number of other projects that kind of have a broader impact on our entire community, our disabled community, our senior community, and the people in our low-income areas. I was told we couldn't use this on a park, because that would be a violation of funds, but we can use it on the street. If that's the case, that's what federal authorities say, shame on them and shame on us. Because it's so frustrating. I want to fix every street in the city, but this money should be used for people who are disabled, who are low income. How does fixing Doncaster Drive benefit them? It benefits the people who are directly on that street, but doesn't benefit anybody else. So shame on us. I'm voting no. It'll pass without my vote. But we really need to think about this, because I'm sick and tired of administration and the program director there saying, there's nothing I can do. Other cities do something different. So we need to change how we do things here in Sterling Heights to actually benefit people like my mother who are disabled, and not a couple homeowners who are upset the street doesn't need to be paved. It needs to be paved. That's what this money is for. And so I'm ashamed of ourselves. No, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. No, I'm sorry, no.
No. Okay, so
Apologize.
the motion carries 6-1. Mr. Radke voted no. All right, we do have one last agenda item.
We can extend the meeting
Radke.
15 more minutes, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, I'd entertain a motion to extend the meeting to 12:45 a.m.
So moved.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion? With no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. So the meeting is extended till at least 12:45. So the next item on our agenda is actually item C from the consent agenda. This is to approve an institutional consulting agreement between the City of Sterling Heights and Morgan Stanley Smith Barney LLC. The estimated first-year cost of $100,879. Mr. Vanderpool, do you want to give any sort of a presentation, or should I just go right to the audience?
Mayor, I'm happy to give a quick overview on this if you'd like. So as the city council may know, over the years, we have eliminated our fixed pension plan for general employees. In fact, the only employees that are eligible for fixed pensions now are police and fire. In addition, we have eliminated retiree health care for the organization. So in lieu of that, the city's developed what's called retiree health care savings plan. So these three plans have grown significantly over the years as we transition employees out of the old pension into the new program. So the 401A is similar to a 401K in the private sector. The 457 is similar as well, some minor nuances. Over the years now, the assets between all those options, those three options, equate to approximately $120 million. Even though it's the employees' direct investments with some city share going toward it, the city is liable as a fiduciary on these plans. So what's before you this evening is a request to fund a consultant in the amount of approximately $100,000 that will be an independent third party, similar to our pension plans. We have a similar arrangement with our fixed pension plans. But again, these are for the three plans I just mentioned. Because with that amount of balance, it's prudent to have an independent look at these plans. And basically, the consultant will advise us on investment policy statements, investment selection, investment monitoring. They'll work with employees to give them a second opinion. Of course, the companies that provide services like Mission Square nationwide, who actually provide the 401k services to employees, they give advice too. But this would be an independent party providing advice. So they may recommend too that some of our companies like Mission Square, who manage these investments for employees, that they provide more offerings, that maybe they reduce some offerings that are not popular, and the like. So it's a best practice. Many communities do this across the region, including Warren, Troy, Roseville, Farmington Hills, and so on. Again, a best practice. Pretty straightforward. This year, we're funding this. We're proposing to fund this with the 401k assets that are forfeited from employees who don't vest in their plans. In other words, they may leave before the investment period. So there's no general fund money being requested for this. We're kind of looking at this as a pilot program. If it works well this year, we'll probably extend it and recommend that it be extended in future years. And then we may, since eventually we'll run out of the forfeiture money, we could then switch the charge to employees. The charge, if we spread it across all the applicable employees, would be about $60. So that's the gist of this, Mayor. It's a best practice, and we recommend City Council's approval.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Is there anyone in the audience? Ms. Elias?
If you state it's like a 401k, but it's for a municipality. I had my 401k. I decided where it was supposed to go. If there was a fee, that would be my subject. I don't understand why you have to have a consultant. It makes no sense. Most of them are going in mutual funds that you can basically diversify so you have some peace of mind. But to hire someone, the reason is you're hiring it for the employees or for the city. Which one is it for? Because it makes no sense if it's for the individuals. You take all the risk when you do a 401k. You take the steps necessary, invest wisely, safely, or however, and you can move your money about. So I don't understand why the city has to take money from the forfeiture. Why don't you put that $100,000 towards the city streets? Please. You're wasting tax dollars. You do a lot of wasting of tax dollars. In fact, I'm going to just mention this, the water tax. you guys added an additional $1.
All right, this is it.
Okay, now I will go out. That's it. Just waste of dollars.
Anyone else on this item? If not, Mr. Radke, do you want the floor?
Sure, before we make a motion?
No, I mean to make a motion.
Uh,
Do you
Mayor
want to make a
Taylor,
motion or no?
I'll make the motion.
Mrs. Zarko.
Approve the institutional consulting agreement between the City of Sterling Heights and the Morgan Stanley Smith Barney LLC, 34901 Woodward Avenue, Suite 300, Birmingham, Michigan, 48009, for a 5-year period, and authorize the city manager extend the term an additional 5-year period on the same terms and conditions. Authorize a budget amendment in the amount of $100,880 from the general fund reserves, and authorize the city manager to sign the agreement on behalf of the city.
Support. All right, it's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mrs. Zarko?
Okay, this affects about 1,600 either current or former employees, through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool.
Mr. Vanderpool.
Accounts, that is, Councilman Koski, so one employee.
No, I'm Zarko, it's
I mean,
late, but you know,
So close.
yeah. No cigar.
It's, one employee may be in numerous accounts, so that's not necessarily employees, it's accounts.
Okay, so, and our employees don't have the opportunity to go in and change things one-on-one, it's in a group, is that correct?
No, our employees do control the investments in these plans. They're completely responsible for their investments. But again, this is an independent look at the investments that are being offered by these various companies in the various plans, and to make sure that the management fees and so on that are charged are competitive with going rates. And again, a best practice. We're among many other communities that do this.
And this is a 5-year contract at $100,880 a year, is that correct?
the 5-year extension on top.
Well, that might be passed on to the employee, though, that's right.
That's correct, but we can choose to get out of the contract if we're unhappy with the services the first year, so we have some out clauses.
Okay, so then we can try this for a year, and you say there's out clauses if it doesn't work out after the first year?
Yes, and I'm sure the city attorney could elaborate further, but that's standard in our contracts in most cases.
Okay, nothing further.
Okay, council, anybody else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt?
Through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. So, Mr. Vanderpool, this isn't tax dollars, correct? This is our employees' money.
Our taxes.
It's,
Yeah, indirectly, Councilwoman Schmidt, it's general fund money that this is coming from. So the forfeiture money has come from employees that they have essentially earned, but they didn't get vested. So that then goes into our general fund.
that was my next question.
And that is what's being proposed to be used to fund this.
So how much money do you think is actually forfeiture money from?
That's a good question. I don't have that at my fingertips, but I'm happy to report back to you.
Is it at least
It's under
$100,000?
$100,000.
It's under.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, anybody else?
Mr. Mayor?
Mrs. Koski, I'll get you next.
Have we used them before on any of the accounts?
Councilwoman Koski, we have used them before on, we use them in our pension fund. So we had a finance committee that interviewed companies, including this one. They felt they offered the best services. We've had great experience with them. We currently use them with our pension funds. So, you know, we didn't just arbitrarily select this firm. We have some experience with them.
They're an old company, they're not a new company.
Right, they've been
I've seen them
around a while.
For many, many years. But they have done work for the city on other accounts, so this is not something new.
That's correct.
And you enjoyed the results from using them, you made money.
That's correct.
What have we used this basic 100,000 forfeiture funds on in the past?
We have not used them. What we've used Morgan Stanley for in the past is for a fixed pension plan.
No, no. My question is.
Where does the money go?
The 100,000 that you're going to use to pay them for this first year. What did you do with that 100,000 last year?
Oh, so this money has been accumulating in our fund balance, our general reserve. So we reserve it, and it's part, you'll see in the budget, every year we report our fund balance reserve. It's been around between 25% and 30%. You'll see in the proposed budget, it's 30%. So it's just one of many revenue sources that go into fund balance.
So it's just sitting there, not, you add
Part of our
to
fund
it?
balance.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
several things there. Just to piggyback off what Mrs. Koska was saying, we can spend this money on anything we want. It could be spent on sidewalks, on the fire inspectors that you're chasing around. Let's not cut it up. This is $1 million contract. It's at 100,000, but it's 100,000 a year for 10 years. It wasn't RFP'd. It's a handshake agreement. Someone over there buys some expensive lunches or something because they're going to get in there for $1 million, unbid, no RFP, and that money could be spent on our priorities. In the last council meeting, you talked about trying to find some money to get some of the priorities that you care about. To me, at the very least, we should make this a one-year contract, a trial period, and then we can readjust. But more than that, I have a 403B. I have a Roth IRA. I pay the fees to manage my accounts from my own accounts. The city doesn't fund that. It's like $65 or $70 an employee, which is not a lot, but in aggregate, it's a lot.
75.
Yeah, 75. So, you know, $100,000 or $1 million over the next 10 years, that could buy a lot of trees. That could buy a lot of sidewalk. That could buy some park. So to me, I read this contract, and I have several problems with it. One of it was that it was snuck in there. It's a 10-year contract, and no RFP, just a handshake agreement to spend $1 million. And I've always fought, you guys all know this, I've always fought the 5-year extension. Because none of us are gonna be here when this thing comes back around. The money's just gonna get spent. So to me, I'm gonna vote no on this today. It's also unbudgeted. Now, we have a budget coming up. And if this is such a necessary priority, it should be put in the budget. We shouldn't use reserve funds to pay for it. But I'm gonna vote no. But if you guys wanna move forward with it, I would suggest that, I'm sorry? I'll take your, I think that we should make it a 2-year contract or a 1-year contract or a 1-year contract. I would urge you to do that if you're going to approve it. I'm going to vote no. But if you're going to approve it, don't approve a 10-year, $1 million giveaway on money that we could use for fire inspectors, trees, sidewalks, green spaces, outdoor space, a ton of it. So to me, that's my opinion. That's all I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't approve this contract as written. I think it needs to be rewritten. That's my opinion. That's all I have.
Okay, counsel, anyone else? Mr. Vanderpool, how did this come about? Whose idea was it? Where did it come from? How was Morgan Stanley selected? What information can you tell me about that?
So, Mayor, this came about from our finance team, our budget and finance director, Jennifer Varney, our assistant finance and budget director, Nick Mackey, and others on our finance team, and took a look at this and said, this is really something we should be doing. As I mentioned, there's many other communities that do that. So we're always looking at best practices to figure out, you know, in the spirit of continuous improvement, where we need to improve. And this is certainly an area that we really felt we should focus on. So that's how it came about. It's that simple. If the council's desirous in postponing this, again, we strongly recommend it. We do have annual out clauses. If it doesn't pan out the first year, as you know, our financial record is impeccable. Our financial team is very good. If it's not working out from their vantage point, they're going to let me know. And we're certainly not going to extend it then. But if the council's more comfortable with, say, a 5-year with annual out clauses, and we're happy with that too. It's council's pleasure. But we went through what we believe is a diligent process. Our team interviewed a number of companies. and selected the company that we've had a long track record with and a lot of experience with. Again, keep in mind, there's close to $120 million involved here. And by the way, there have been communities that have been legally challenged by employees in these plans for investments that, didn't go well. So we want to make sure, as a fiduciary, that we're doing this above and beyond what's required. Again, a best practice.
Okay, anyone else? Ms. Riska, can we have a roll call?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Ray.
I move to amend this contract to a one-year contract on the same terms and conditions.
Support.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to amend it to a one-year contract. It's been moved and supported. Does anyone want to discuss this? Okay, Ms. Riska, can we have a roll call vote?
On the amendment, right?
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
Roll call on the amendment. Mr. Radke.
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. Yanes.
Yes.
Mrs. Yarko.
No.
Mrs. Kosky.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. It's, now, motion on the floor is to award the contract, but on a one-year basis. Ms. Riska, can we have a roll call vote?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. Yanes.
Yes.
Mrs. Yarko.
Yes.
Mrs. Kosky.
Yes.
Mr. Radke.
No.
Okay, motion carries. Next is city administration. Anything tonight?
Nothing further, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Nothing this morning,
We
Mayor.
have 30 seconds. Anybody have any reports tonight that they want to make?
I do.
We need to extend then.
Yes.
How long do you need?
I need 3 minutes.
Okay, how much do you need, Mrs. Schmidt?
None.
Mr. Radke? Mrs. Kosky?
None.
Mr. Yanes?
I'll save mine till next meeting.
Mrs. Zarko?
Well, 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
let's go to 12.
Motion to, entertain a motion to extend to 12:50 PM, AM, I'm sorry, 12:50 AM.
So moved.
Support.
Been moved and supported. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you indulging me all in this because I need to apologize to you all. And I'm sorry that this is not at a time when the residents can hear this at a better time. So at the last council meeting, I made a very poor attempt in poor taste at humor involving a member of my family, which in hindsight was extremely inappropriate to make. But as a proud mama bear, I often wear my affection for my family on my sleeve. And you guys know I speak about my family quite often. And I can get lost in the moment. And while I have apologized privately to my colleagues, I think it is extremely important and very appropriate to publicly apologize for these comments. So I truly apologize. It was extremely inappropriate, and I am sorry. So, but on a different note, I also want to deeply thank my colleagues for not objecting to my extreme, surprising motion that I sprang on them 2 weeks ago. Also, I was in fine form 2 weeks ago, and I didn't give them any heads up when I made the motion for the resolution. Usually we give each other heads up when we're going to do something of that nature. I did not. That was not something that I've ever done before. And so I do want to thank you all for the courtesy of not embarrassing me in front of the residents and at least not objecting that motion. So I truly appreciate your kindness in that and allowing me to request that resolution. I appreciate that we were going to discuss it. I expect you to vote your conscience and everything that you do, and I know that you all do that. And so I thank you for indulging me, and I look forward to everyone's thoughts on that. And that's all I have, Mayor Taylor.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Mr. Radke?
I thought of one thing, I'm very quick. I just wanted to congratulate Mrs. Zarko and myself. I'm stealing your thunder, I know. We both earned level 2 at the MML for the Elected Officials Academy. She looked level 1, 2, right?
I got 1 and 2.
She ran through the line once, and then she came right around again, ran through the line again. But it's a great honor, and I'm glad that we've worked to make ourselves more proficient elected officials. Congratulations, Mrs. Zarko, that's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations to you as
Mr. Radke, congratulations to both of you. Mrs. Zarko?
The only thing, we brought it up a couple times today, the water assistance bill, and just to let you know that the Michigan Municipal League Board of Directors went and, Board of Trustees went and voted to oppose that water assistance bill at this time and as is written. So it's 535 cities, towns, and villages that they represent, so, but I have to say, they had nothing but compliments about Senator Chang and her, demeanor through the whole process, understanding, she was present for everything, she didn't send a staff member, so it was nothing but good things about Senator Chang, and, but they voted to oppose it. So that's it.
Okay, anyone else?
No.
We've got a minute and a half. You sure? All right, I'll entertain a motion to
So
adjourn.
moved. Support.
Moved and supported, no discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. Good morning and good night, everyone.
Oh, my God.